Blue Coast Studio presents The Lighthouse Letters, written by Emily Harper. We hope you enjoy and don't forget to subscribe. Chapter 1. Coming Home to What's Left. The windshield wipers beat a rhythm that had nothing to do with rain. Claire kept meaning to turn them off. The drizzle had stopped somewhere south of Cannon Beach, but the metronomic sweep had become a kind of company, and she wasn't ready to give it up. The highway narrowed. She knew it would. After 20 years, her body still remembered the exact curve where Highway 101 surrendered its center line and became a two-lane road diving toward the coast. The rental car, a white Hyundai that smelled aggressively of pine air freshener, took the turn without complaint, and then the Pacific appeared through a break in the Sitka spruce, gray and enormous and indifferent to her arrival. Claire pulled the wipers off. The silence was immediate and total. She'd left Seattle at 6 that morning with 2 suitcases, a box of granola bars, and divorce papers that had been final for 23 days. David had been generous in the settlement. He was always generous when it cost him nothing emotional, and she'd signed everything his lawyer put in front of her with the strange calm of a woman who'd already left the marriage years before the paperwork caught up. The house in Magnolia went to him. The retirement accounts were split. She kept the good knives and a ceramic bowl she'd bought in Oaxaca on the one vacation where she'd felt like herself. Everything she owned now fit in a rental car that smelled like a forest had died in it. The road dropped and Tidewater Cove unfolded below her like a postcard that had been left in the rain. The harbor first, a crescent of docks and fishing boats, masts tilting in the last light. Then Main Street, which was really just 2 blocks of storefronts shouldered up against each other as if for warmth. The white steeple of the community church, the breakwater with its painted rocks, and there, on the bluff at the northern edge of town, the lighthouse. She pulled over. The lighthouse stood against the darkening sky like a finger held up in warning. Or greeting, she could never tell which. Its beam hadn't turned in years. The Coast Guard had decommissioned it when she was in college, replacing it with a steel tower and a solar-powered LED somewhere down the coast. But the tower remained, white paint peeling in long strips, and below it, tucked into the windward side of the bluff like a barnacle on a hull, sat the Lighthouse cottage. Graham's cottage. Her cottage now, though that fact still felt like wearing someone else's coat. Claire pressed her forehead against the steering wheel and breathed. The pine air freshener was giving her a headache, or maybe that was the crying she'd done somewhere around Tillamook, the kind that comes without warning when you change the radio station and hear a song your grandmother used to hum while rolling pie crust. She'd turned the radio off after that and driven the rest of the way in the company of the wipers. "Okay," she said to the empty car. "Okay. You're here." She had a habit of narrating to herself. David had called it talking to no one. Graham had called it thinking out loud and said it was a sign of intelligence. Claire preferred Graham's interpretation. She pulled back onto the road and wound down the hill into town. The light was going fast now, the sky a bruise of purple and orange above the water, and Tidewater Cove in May dusk was exactly what she remembered, and nothing like it at all. The bait shop had a new sign. The ice cream place on the corner, Scoops, which had been Scoops since 1974, had a fresh coat of turquoise paint. A bookshop she didn't recognize occupied the old hardware store space, its windows glowing amber. Pages and pores, hand-lettered on the glass with a painted coffee cup and an open book. She turned up Lighthouse Road. The pavement gave way to gravel, then to 2 ruts with a strip of grass between them, and the Hyundai complained over every pothole. The spruce trees closed in, their branches meeting overhead like the nave of a cathedral, and then the trees fell away and the cottage appeared. Claire stopped the car and didn't move. It was smaller than she remembered. That was the first thought, the treacherous one, because of course it was smaller. She'd been 10 the last summer she spent an entire July here, and everything is a castle when you're 10. The cottage had weathered shingles that had gone from silver to the dark gray of old bone. The porch sagged on the left side, as though the house had grown tired of standing up straight and decided to lean. Two of the front windows were dark, and a third had a crack running diagonally across it like a river on a map. The garden that Graham had tended with military precision was a riot of overgrown lavender and seagrass, the picket fence listing at angles that would have made Graham reach for a hammer and a sharp word. But the cottage was standing. That counted for something. Claire got out of the car. The wind hit her immediately, salt sharp and cold, carrying the low boom of surf against the rocks below the bluff. She pulled her jacket tighter and stood there, looking at the cottage the way you look at a friend you haven't seen in too long, cataloging the damage, searching for what's familiar. The door was blue. Graham had always painted it blue. This blue was faded to something closer to the sky at the horizon line, but it was blue, and Claire's throat tightened. "It's a door," she told herself. "Don't cry about a door." She grabbed one suitcase from the trunk. The other could wait, along with everything else that could wait, which at this point was most of her life, and crossed the yard. The front steps groaned. The key was under the third flower pot on the left, exactly where it had been for 40 years, because Graham believed that locked doors were for people who hadn't earned their neighbor's trust. And besides, who was going to rob a lighthouse keeper's widow on a cliff? Claire turned the key. The lock resisted, then gave with a sound like a sigh. She stepped inside. The smell hit her first. Not decay, not neglect, though there was a mustiness underneath, the particular scent of a house that hasn't been breathed in for months. What hit her was lemon. Lemon and old paper and something floral that she couldn't name, some sachet or dried lavender that Graham had tucked into corners and forgotten. The smell of every summer Claire had ever spent here, distilled into the air of an empty house. She stood in the entryway with her suitcase and let it wash over her. The cottage was a straight shot from front to back. Entryway, living room, kitchen, all connected in a flow that followed the original keeper's floor plan. Stairs to the right led up to 2 bedrooms and the attic. To the left, a door opened to what Graham had called the sun porch, though it mostly collected fog. The furniture was draped in white sheets, giving the living room the appearance of a room full of ghosts who'd given up haunting and settled in to nap. Claire set down her suitcase and moved through the house. She pulled the sheet off Graham's reading chair, a wingback in faded blue chintz, positioned by the window with a view of the ocean. And something in her chest cracked. The cushion still held the impression of Graham's body, a soft valley where she'd sat every evening with a book and a cup of tea, reading until the light went, and then reading some more by the lamp with the green glass shade, which was still there on the side table, its cord wrapped neatly around its base. "Hi, Graham," Claire whispered. She moved to the kitchen. The linoleum was lifting at the corners, and one of the cabinet doors hung at an angle that suggested a hinge had surrendered. But the counters were wiped clean. The estate lawyer had hired a cleaning service, Claire remembered, and the old gas stove stood against the wall like a sentry at its post. She ran her hand along the counter and stopped. The recipe card was taped to the refrigerator door with a piece of yellowing Scotch tape. Graham's handwriting, small and certain. "Ruth's lemon cake. Use real lemons, Claire Bear. The bottled stuff is an abomination." Below it, a list of ingredients and instructions written in the shorthand of a woman who'd made the cake so many times that half the steps were implied. Cream butter till it behaves. Zest of 3, the big ones from the Italian market if Frank has them. Don't bother with the sad ones at Safeway. The last line read, "Share it. Cake eaten alone is just flour and regret." Claire pressed her fingertips to the card. She did not cry. She had cried enough today, and she was going to be practical about this. She was 38 years old, divorced, technically homeless if you didn't count a deteriorating cottage on an Oregon cliff, and she was going to handle this the way Graham would have, with her shoulders back and her chin up, and a refusal to waste good daylight on self-pity. Then she opened the kitchen window for air and found the sticky note. It was stuck to the inside of the window frame, at eye level in Graham's handwriting. Not yellowed like the recipe card, newer, the ink darker, the adhesive still holding strong. "The view is worth the climb." Claire looked out the window. Beyond the overgrown garden, beyond the bluff's edge, the Pacific stretched to the horizon, the last light turning the water to hammered pewter. The lighthouse tower rose to her left, its white column catching the final glow. She stood there until the light died and the view became a sound. Waves, wind, the distant clang of a harbor bell, and the practical version of herself dissolved into the version that had nowhere else to go. And that version put her hands over her face and wept. Not for David. Not for the marriage which had ended not with a fight, but with the quiet recognition that she had become furniture in her own life, something he walked past without seeing. She wept for Graham, who had written notes on sticky paper and taped recipes to refrigerators, and kept the door blue and the reading chair by the window and the key under the third flower pot, all of it waiting, all of it patient, as if she'd known Claire would come back, as if she'd been sure. And Claire hadn't come back. Not while Graham was alive. Not in the last 5 years when the phone calls had grown shorter and Graham's voice had grown thinner, and Claire had always meant to visit next month, next season, when things settled down with David's firm, when the timing was better. The timing was never better. The timing was always David's to determine, and David didn't see the point of a crumbling cottage on a cliff in a town with one stoplight and no sushi. Graham had died in March, alone in this kitchen, according to the coroner, though the neighbor, a Margaret somebody, had found her within hours. A stroke, quick and final. Claire had come for the funeral and stayed 2 days and hadn't been back until now. 2 days. For the woman who had been the first person to call her smart, who had taught her to read by lamplight and swim in cold water and appreciate the sound of fog. 2 days, and then back to Seattle, back to the settlement negotiations, back to the process of becoming no one's wife and figuring out what that left. The tears stopped the way coastal rain does, suddenly, with no announcement. Claire wiped her face with the hem of her shirt, blew her nose on a paper towel from the roll the cleaning service had left, and pulled her shoulders back. "I'm staying," she said to the kitchen. "At least tonight." She ate a granola bar standing at the counter because the kitchen table had a wobble she didn't trust. She found sheets in the upstairs linen closet. They smelled of cedar because Graham had tucked cedar blocks into everything, and made up the bed in the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, the one that had been hers as a child, with the window facing the ocean and the ceiling that sloped in a way that made you feel held. By 9 o'clock, the fog had come in. It arrived the way it always did in Tidewater Cove, not drifting but marching, a white wall that rolled up from the water and swallowed the bluff and the garden and the lighthouse in minutes. Claire stood at the living room window and watched the world disappear. The foghorn started its low, mournful call from somewhere down the coast, and the sound was so familiar it was almost a lullaby. She had just decided to go to bed. What else was there to do in a house with no internet and a television that probably hadn't been turned on since the Bush administration, when something thumped on the front porch? Claire froze. It thumped again. Heavy, deliberate, like a fist on wood. She was alone on a bluff in the fog in a town she hadn't lived in for 20 years. The nearest neighbor was, she tried to remember, a 1/4 mile down Lighthouse Road. The practical version of herself said raccoon or branch or the porch is literally falling apart, something probably just shifted. The other version, the one that had spent too many summers reading Graham's Gothic novels in this very house, said don't open that door. She opened the door. The fog was thick enough to taste, salt and cold and white. The porch light had burned out, and Claire's eyes took a moment to adjust. She looked left, right, down. The cat sat on the top step like a king on a throne. He was enormous. That was the first thing. Not fat, though he was plenty substantial, barrel-chested with paws the size of small biscuits and a tail that could have swept a dinner table clean. He was orange, the deep marmalade orange of autumn leaves and old brick, and he was looking at her with golden eyes that contained, Claire thought, an opinion. His left ear was missing. Not torn, not ragged, simply gone, as though it had been removed with surgical precision, leaving a smooth nub that gave his face a permanently quizzical expression, half question, half challenge. "Hello," Claire said. The cat blinked once, slowly, with the air of someone who had been kept waiting and found the delay unreasonable. Then he stood, stretched, front legs first, then back, with the elaborate unconcern of a creature who owns every surface he touches, and walked past Claire into the cottage. That's not... Claire turned to watch him. He crossed the living room with the confidence of a ship in a familiar harbor, leaped onto Graham's reading chair, circled twice, and settled into the impression in the cushion. The one shaped like Graham. He fit perfectly. A purr started. Not a small, polite purr, but a deep, full-bodied rumble that vibrated through the chair and into the floor, a sound like a small engine designed for contentment. The cat tucked his one good ear against the cushion, wrapped his enormous tail around his paws, and closed his eyes. "I don't have cat food," Claire told him. He did not open his eyes. "I don't even like cats. I mean, I don't dislike them, but I'm not... This isn't..." The purring intensified. Claire stood in her grandmother's living room, in a cottage that was falling apart on a cliff above the Pacific, in a fog so thick the rest of the world might have ceased to exist, and looked at the enormous orange cat who had walked out of the mist and into Graham's chair as if he'd been doing it every night for years. "Fine," she said, "but this is temporary." The cat's purr said otherwise. She was halfway to the stairs when the sound came from above. Not a thump this time. Something softer, a slide, a shift, the sound of weight redistributing. It came from directly overhead from the attic, and it lasted exactly long enough to be impossible to ignore and brief enough to be impossible to explain. Claire looked up at the ceiling. The old plaster had a network of hairline cracks, a map of nowhere, and from beyond it came silence. The cat opened one golden eye and stared at her. She stared back. "It's the house settling," she said. He closed his eye and the purring filled the room like a tide coming in. Claire stood at the bottom of the stairs with her hand on the banister and her heart doing something complicated in her chest. Not fear exactly, or not only fear. Something closer to the feeling of standing on the edge of a pool in cold weather, knowing the water will shock you, knowing you'll be glad once you're in. She did not go up to the attic, not tonight. Tonight she would sleep in the room that had been hers, in a bed made with cedar-scented sheets, in a cottage on a cliff with a cat she hadn't invited, and a sound she couldn't explain. Tomorrow, she told herself as she climbed the stairs, was soon enough to find out what her grandmother had left behind. Chapter 2. The Attic and the Box. The cat woke her at 6:15 by sitting on her chest. Claire opened her eyes to a wall of orange fur and one golden eye approximately 3 inches from her face. The other eye was hidden by the angle of his enormous head, giving the impression of a cyclops who had recently swallowed a throw pillow. "Off," she said. He purred harder. His weight was astonishing, dense and warm and completely immovable, like a sandbag with opinions. "I said off." Captain, the name had come to her sometime in the night, fully formed and impossible to argue with, the way the best names arrive, shifted his considerable bulk just enough to press one biscuit-sized paw against her collarbone. His claws extended a millimeter, retracted, extended again. A gentle, rhythmic reminder that he had weapons and chose not to use them. That's not endearing, that's extortion. She pushed herself upright, and he slid off her chest with the offended dignity of a king deposed, landing on the floor with a thud that rattled the bedside lamp. He sat, licked one paw with aggressive nonchalance, and stared pointedly at the bedroom door. "I told you, I don't have cat food." He walked to the door and looked back at her over his shoulder, the ear that was missing giving him that permanent tilt, half pirate, half professor, and Claire could have sworn the look said, "I'll manage. You'll want to see this." She dressed in yesterday's jeans and a flannel shirt she found in Graham's closet, too big, smelling faintly of lavender sachets and cedar and something underneath both of those things that was simply, irreducibly, Graham. She rolled the sleeves 3 times and caught her reflection in the hallway mirror. Auburn braid coming undone, freckles standing out against pale skin, green eyes with circles under them that hadn't been there a year ago. "You look like a woman who slept in a haunted house," she told her reflection. "Which you did." The sound from the attic hadn't repeated. She'd listened for it, lying in the narrow bed with the sloped ceiling pressing down like a gentle hand, the fog pressing against the window, Captain's purr rumbling from the room below, and heard only the ocean and the settling cottage and her own unquiet thoughts. But she'd felt it. Not just heard it. Something up there wanted to be found. Downstairs, she opened a can of tuna from Graham's pantry. Still stocked, the expiration date's a map of optimism that made Claire's throat tighten, and set it on the kitchen floor. Captain demolished it in 4 bites, sneezed once with tremendous force, and stalked to the front door. Claire opened it to morning. The fog had pulled back to a gauzy hem along the waterline, and the sky above the bluff was washed blue and enormous. The Pacific spread out below like hammered steel, and somewhere down in the harbor a boat engine coughed to life. The air smelled of salt and Sitka spruce and something greener underneath, the wild lavender in Graham's abandoned garden, still blooming despite everything. Captain launched off the porch, cleared the 3 broken steps in a single bound, and landed on the path that led along the bluff toward the only other house visible from the cottage. A tidy gray clapboard with white trim, a ruthlessly organized garden, and a mailbox so precisely upright it appeared to have been installed with a level and a grudge. Claire followed, because the morning was too beautiful to eat a granola bar inside, and because she needed to walk, and because the cat clearly expected her to. The bluff path was a narrow strip of packed earth between wind-bent shore pine and the cliff edge, the kind of path maintained not by any parks department, but by the daily passage of someone who walked it in all weather. Claire recognized Graham's maintenance, the way certain roots had been cut back, certain stones placed to mark the edge where the ground grew soft. The work of decades, continuing through muscle memory even after Graham was gone. She was 50 yards from the gray clapboard when the woman appeared. Margaret Burns stood at the edge of her garden, holding a pair of pruning shears with the intensity of someone who might use them on more than roses. She was tall and angular, silver hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to lift her eyebrows into a permanent expression of incredulity. Reading glasses hung on a chain against her chest. She wore gardening gloves, a canvas apron, and the general demeanor of a person who had been watching Claire approach for some time and was not impressed. "Good morning," Claire called with the brightness of someone who knew she was about to be rejected but felt socially obligated to try. "I'm Claire." "I know who you are." The voice was clipped, precise, and carried across the 20 feet between them like a well-aimed stone. Margaret Byrne did not smile. She did not wave. She held her pruning shears and looked at Claire the way a teacher looks at a student who has arrived late to class and is now standing in the doorway hoping not to be noticed. "I'm Ruth's granddaughter. I'm staying at the—" "I said I know who you are." Margaret snipped a dead rose head with a decisive click. "You came for the funeral, stayed 2 days, left before the casseroles ran out." It landed exactly where it was aimed. Claire felt the heat rise in her cheeks and swallowed the instinct to apologize because something in Margaret's delivery suggested that apologies would only provide ammunition. "I'm back now," Claire said. "I'm going to be here for a while working on the cottage." Margaret removed another dead bloom with surgical precision. "Another summer person. We get them every May. They buy property, talk about restoring charm, and leave by October when the storms remind them that charm requires maintenance." "I'm not a summer person. I grew up here." You grew up in Seattle and visited here. There's a difference. Your grandmother understood it even if you didn't. Margaret turned to examine a climbing rose with the evaluative gaze of a general surveying questionable troops. The cottage needs more than cosmetic work. The foundation on the south side is settling. The wiring hasn't been updated since Carter was president, and the attic window leaks. Ruth knew. She had a list. You were close with Graham? Something shifted behind Margaret's reading glasses. A crack in the armor, hairline thin, sealed almost before it appeared. She turned back to her roses. We were neighbors for 42 years. That's different from close. Another snip. Your cat is menacing my garden gnome. Claire turned. Captain had positioned himself approximately 6 inches from a ceramic garden gnome near the gate, the kind with a red pointed hat and a painted smile that suggested cheerful malice. The cat's remaining ear was flattened. His tail had doubled in size. He was producing a low, guttural hiss that suggested the gnome had personally wronged him. He's not my cat. He's on my property following you. That makes him your cat. Margaret pointed the pruning shears at Captain. That animal has been terrorizing the harbor fishermen for years. He stole 3 sockeye out of Ray Dominguez's cooler last August and ate them on the church steps. Captain hissed at the gnome one final time, a sound of pure theatrical contempt, then sat and began grooming his chest as if the gnome had never existed. I found him on my porch last night, Claire said. He just showed up. Cats don't just show up. Margaret stripped off her gardening gloves, one finger at a time, with the precision of someone removing surgical equipment. They arrive with intention. She looked at Claire for a long moment, and the armor cracked again, wider this time. Your grandmother fed that cat every night for as long as I can remember. After she died, he sat on her porch for 3 days straight. Wouldn't eat. Wouldn't move. Claire's chest tightened. She looked at Captain, enormous, imperious, licking tuna from his whiskers, and tried to reconcile that image with one of him waiting on an empty porch for someone who wasn't coming back. Margaret, Mrs. Byrne. Miss Byrne, thank you for finding her, for being the one who... Claire stopped, because the words had gotten tangled with something larger than gratitude. Margaret's jaw tightened. She folded her gloves once, twice, 3 times with unnecessary force. She should have called someone. That's what phones are for. She was 81 years old, living alone on a cliff, and she should have... She stopped, pressed her lips together, put the folded gloves in her apron pocket with the deliberation of someone filing away something she didn't want to feel. The hardware store on Pine has the best prices on exterior paint, she said, her voice back to clipped efficiency. Don't let them talk you into the high gloss. Your grandmother liked matte. She turned her back, picked up a watering can, and began tending to the roses with the focused intensity of a woman who had just said everything she intended to say and possibly more. It was nice to meet you, Claire offered. It was adequate. Margaret did not look up. Keep that cat out of my garden. Captain yawned at the gnome and followed Claire back up the path, his tail high, his one ear swiveling toward the sound of the waves. The attic stairs were behind a narrow door at the end of the upstairs hallway, the kind of door so unremarkable it could go unnoticed for years. White paint, brass knob, a small hook latch that had been installed at adult height, presumably to keep a curious granddaughter out during summer visits. Claire had not been in the attic since she was 10. Graham had caught her up there once, going through a trunk, and instead of scolding her, had sat down on the dusty floor and told her the story of every object Claire pointed to. A compass from Grandpa Walt's years as lighthouse keeper, a pair of binoculars with one cracked lens, a Japanese glass float the color of sea foam that had washed up on the beach in 1967. Graham had made each thing a door into a world. That's what Claire remembered most, not the objects themselves, but the way Graham's voice opened them up, gave them breath and history and meaning. The hook latch was stiff but turned easily enough. The door swung inward with a creak that the whole house seemed to echo, and a smell drifted down that stopped Claire on the first step. Old paper, cedar, dried lavender, candle wax, and beneath it all the particular sweet dust scent of a space that has been closed for months and is breathing again for the first time. Captain shot past her legs and up the stairs before she'd taken a second step. "You've been up here before," she said. He disappeared into the darkness above, and she heard his paws hit the attic floor with a solid thump, followed by silence. Claire climbed. The attic ran the full length of the cottage, low-ceilinged and lit by a single dormer window on the ocean side, where morning light poured in thick with dust motes. The window had the leak Margaret mentioned, a dark stain on the floor beneath it, the wood soft and starting to buckle. Claire would need to deal with that. She added it to the growing list in her head, the one that felt less like a burden than a blueprint. But the window and its damage barely registered, because the rest of the attic was Graham's life in boxes and artifacts and layers, and it was overwhelming in its completeness. Steamer trunks lined one wall, their brass fittings green with age. Cardboard boxes, neatly labeled in Graham's handwriting, Christmas ornaments, Walt's navy papers, Claire's drawings, 1990 to 1998, Lighthouse logs, 1958 to 1989, quilting scraps, letters, personal. Stacked beside them, a folded easel, a wicker hamper full of glass buoys in greens and blues, a box of NOAA charts with pencil annotations in the margins. 3 framed photographs leaned against a beam, one of the lighthouse when it was still operational, its lens catching the sunset, one of Graham and Grandpa Walt on their wedding day, her in a simple white dress, him in his keeper's uniform, both of them laughing at something off camera, and one of Claire herself, maybe 7 or 8, standing on the widow's walk with her arms spread wide, face tilted up, hair blown horizontal by the wind. Claire picked up the photograph of herself and held it in the dusty light. The girl in the picture was unafraid, open, taking up all the space the wind would give her. "When did I stop doing that?" she said quietly. Captain rode from somewhere deeper in the attic, and she set the photograph down and followed the sound. He was sitting on a steamer trunk in the far corner beneath the low point of the eaves, his golden eyes fixed on a shelf built into the wall beside it. The shelf held a small collection of items, a tin of Earl Grey tea, a hand-thrown mug with a blue glaze, a pocket watch, and a shoebox. The shoebox was unremarkable. Brown cardboard, slightly crushed on one corner, the kind that might have held a pair of practical shoes from a store that no longer existed. What set it apart was the kitchen twine tied around it in a careful knot and the single word written on the lid in Graham's handwriting. Deliver. Claire reached for it, and Captain butted his head against her wrist, not blocking her exactly, guiding her, insisting. She untied the twine. Her fingers were clumsy with it, the knot tight, Graham's knots always tight. "If something's worth tying, it's worth tying so it stays tied, Claire Bear." The string fell away and she lifted the lid. Letters. 10 of them, sealed in their envelopes, stamped with postage that spanned decades. 20-cent stamps, 32-cent stamps, forever stamps. Each one addressed in Graham's handwriting, the penmanship shifting subtly across the years, from the bold, confident hand of a woman in her 50s to the softer, slightly trembling script of her final years. Claire lifted them out one by one and laid them on the trunk lid beside Captain, who watched the process with the intensity of a supervisor. Margaret Byrne, 14 Lighthouse Road, Tidewater Cove. Jonah Hale, Harbor Master's Office, Tidewater Cove. Pastor Tom Fielding, Tidewater Community Church, Tidewater Cove. Raymond Dominguez, 8 Harbor Lane, Tidewater Cove. Helen Park, Tidewater Cove Public Library, Tidewater Cove. Sophie Hale, care of Jonah Hale, Harbor Master's Office, Tidewater Cove. Edward Kim, 22 Drift Road, Tidewater Cove. The Tidewater Cove Town Council, Town Hall, Tidewater Cove. Linda Calloway Bennett, 1847 Ridgeview Drive, Tacoma. And the last one at the bottom, the handwriting steadiest of all, as if Graham had written this address more times than any other and could do it in her sleep. Claire Bennett. No street, no city, no zip code, just her name, as if Graham trusted that the letter would find its way. Claire sat down heavily on the trunk. Captain settled into the hollow of her crossed legs, his warmth immediate and grounding. She held the letter with her name on it and turned it over. The envelope was thick, thicker than the others, and when she tilted it, she could feel the weight of multiple pages shifting inside. The seal was tight. Graham had pressed it firmly, leaving a thumbprint visible at the edge of the flap. She wanted to open it. The wanting was a physical thing, a pull in her sternum, a tightness in her fingertips. This was Graham's voice, Graham's words, words meant for her, and Graham was gone and there would never be any new words, and the ones in this envelope were the last ones she would ever… Claire set it down. Not yet. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. This letter was last for a reason. Graham had put it at the bottom. Graham, who organized everything with the deliberate intentionality of a woman who had spent 40 years keeping lighthouse logs, who labeled boxes and tied knots that stayed tied and taped recipe cards in the exact spot where they'd catch the morning light. Graham had put this letter at the bottom and written "Deliver" on the lid, and that meant the others came first. She wanted them mailed, Claire said. Captain's ear rotated toward her voice. She wrote them, sealed them, stamped them, but she never mailed them. Why? The cat offered no theories. Claire picked up the first envelope. Margaret Byrne. The stamp was a 20-cent one, 1980s maybe. The envelope was slightly yellowed, the ink faded from dark blue to a watery twilight. But it was different from the others. Where every other envelope was firmly sealed, this one was tucked closed rather than glued. The flap lifted easily under Claire's thumb, and she realized it had been opened before, by Graham, she suspected, and retucked, as if Graham had gone back to read her own words and then couldn't bring herself to seal them again. Or couldn't bring herself to deliver them. Claire pulled out 2 sheets of cream-colored stationery, the kind with a faint lighthouse watermark that Graham had used for everything from grocery lists to condolence letters. The handwriting here was the younger version, strong, certain, no tremor. She read, "Dear Margaret, I've started this letter 11 times over the past 4 months, and each time I get to the 3rd sentence and start making excuses. Ruth Calloway, who has climbed the lighthouse in a nor'easter and driven a truck with a broken axle to the Coos Bay Hospital, cannot find the courage to write a simple apology. There's a lesson in that. 40 years ago, you gave me your stories to read. Not because you wanted me to edit them or critique them or share them with anyone. You gave them to me because you trusted me, and because writing them had cost you something, and you needed someone to hold that cost with you. I understood that. I understood it completely. And then I betrayed it. When Gerald Archer came through town on his book tour, that terrible man with the terrible hairpiece and the opinions that could clear a room, I told him about your stories. I thought I was doing you a favor. I thought if a New York publisher heard about this extraordinary voice hiding in a coastal cottage in Oregon, doors would open. I gave him your manuscript without asking you. I gave him your most private work, Margaret, the things you wrote about Henry and the baby and the years you spent teaching other people's children after you couldn't have your own, and I gave them to a stranger. He called them regional curiosities. He said the prose was competent but provincial. He said these things in front of 8 people at the library reception, and I know you heard because I saw your face from across the room, and it was a face I have never forgotten and never forgiven myself for causing. You stopped writing after that. I know you did because your light stopped burning past midnight, and the typewriter I could hear through my kitchen window on summer nights went silent. You stopped writing, and you stopped speaking to me beyond what neighboring required, and you were right to do both. I was wrong. I was arrogant. I decided what was best for your work without respecting that it was yours. Your stories were not mine to share, and Gerald Archer's opinion was not the one that mattered. Yours was. I want to tell you that your stories were the most beautiful things I've ever read. Not competent, not provincial, beautiful and true and full of the kind of honesty that makes people uncomfortable because it asks them to feel something real. I want to tell you that I've carried this guilt for 40 years and it hasn't gotten lighter. I want to tell you that I'm sorry. Not the kind of sorry that expects forgiveness, the kind that simply needs to exist in the world, said out loud, or, in this case, written down, so that the truth of what I did isn't locked inside me anymore. Write again, Margaret, please. The world has better readers than Gerald Archer, and your silence is a loss I can hear from my kitchen every night. With love that I have not earned and regret that I cannot undo. Ruth. Claire read it twice. The second time, her vision blurred, and she had to set the pages on her knee and press her fingers against her eyes. This was Graham. Not just Graham's handwriting or Graham's voice, but Graham herself. The directness, the refusal to soften what needed to be sharp, the love that ran underneath every sentence like a current beneath the surface of calm water. The woman who taught Claire to read by lamplight and swim in cold water and name every star visible from the Widow's Walk had written this apology with the same precision she brought to everything. Honestly, completely, and with the understanding that honesty was not the same as comfort. And she'd never sent it. 40 years. The stamp proved it. 40 years this letter had sat in a box in an attic apologizing to no one. Claire looked at the 9 remaining envelopes. 9 letters. 9 people who had something coming to them from a dead woman who had run out of time to find the courage. Captain stood, stretched, front legs then back with his usual theatrical deliberation, and jumped off her lap onto the attic floor. He walked to the top of the stairs, sat, and looked at her with an expression that managed to convey both patience and urgency, as if he'd been waiting for her to arrive at a conclusion he'd reached hours ago. You think I should deliver them? He blinked once, slowly. All of them. He turned and started down the stairs, his tail high, his one ear forward, the matter clearly settled. Claire gathered the letters, placed them back in the shoebox, and tucked her own letter, the thick one, the heavy one, the one with Graham's thumbprint on the seal, at the bottom where Graham had put it. She retied the kitchen twine, not as tight as Graham's knot, but tight enough. She carried the box downstairs, set it on the kitchen table beside the lemon cake recipe, and looked at it in the morning light that came through the window over the sink. 10 letters, 10 conversations that Graham had started and never finished, 10 silences that could still be broken if someone was willing to walk them to the right doors. The sticky note on the window frame caught the light. The view is worth the climb. All right, Graham, Claire said. She picked up the envelope addressed to Margaret Byrne. I'll start next door. Captain, who had positioned himself by the front door with the air of someone who had appointments to keep, meowed once, a sound of unmistakable approval, and waited for her to catch up. Chapter 3. The First Delivery. The walk to Margaret Byrne's front door was approximately 47 steps from Claire's porch to Margaret's gate, then another 12 up the flagstone path that cut through a garden so aggressively tended it looked like it had been threatened into blooming. Claire counted every one of them because counting steps was easier than thinking about what she was actually doing, which was carrying a dead woman's 40-year-old apology to a neighbor who hadn't wanted to talk to her yesterday and almost certainly didn't want to talk to her today. Captain had followed her as far as the property line, then stationed himself on the low stone wall between the 2 yards with the air of a general observing troop movements from a safe ridge. His single ear swiveled forward. His golden eyes tracked her progress. Thanks for the moral support, Claire muttered. He yawned. The envelope was slightly damp from her grip. She shifted it to her other hand and wiped her palm on her jeans. The morning was cool, the fog still clinging to the spruce trees along the bluff, and the air tasted of salt and wood smoke from someone's chimney down the hill. A normal May morning in Tidewater Cove. A perfectly reasonable day to knock on a stranger's door. Well, not a stranger's, something worse than a stranger's. A woman who had known her since childhood and already decided she was wanting, and hand over a letter that would rip open something sealed shut for 4 decades. Claire reached the porch. 3 terracotta pots held herbs in orderly rows: rosemary, thyme, basil. The welcome mat said, "Go away," in needlepoint script. She wondered if Margaret had stitched it herself. She knocked. 20 seconds passed. 30. Claire was raising her hand to knock again when the door opened and Margaret appeared, already dressed in a charcoal cardigan buttoned to the throat, reading glasses perched on her nose, silver hair pulled back with its usual severity. She looked at Claire the way a librarian looks at someone returning a book 6 months late. "If you're here about the cat trampling my creeping thyme yesterday—" "I'm not. I found something. In Graham's attic." Claire held out the envelope. "She wrote you a letter." Margaret's gaze dropped to the cream-colored stationery in Claire's hand. The Lighthouse watermark was visible through the paper, a pale ghost of ink and intention. Claire watched recognition move across Margaret's face, not of the specific letter, but of the handwriting, the stationery, the woman behind them. Something shifted in her expression, tightening and then going very still, the way a shorebird freezes when it senses a shadow overhead. "That's Ruth's hand." "Yes." Margaret didn't reach for it. Her fingers curled around the edge of the door instead, knuckles whitening. "When was it written?" "I don't know exactly. The stamp is 20 cents. Elaine, I think. No, Eleanor Roosevelt. So maybe the early 80s? Claire was rambling. She stopped. "She never mailed it." "Obviously she didn't mail it, or I'd have received it." Margaret's voice had gone sharp and thin, and she was still looking at the envelope as though it might bite her. "Why would Ruth write me a letter? We lived 30 yards apart for 42 years. If she had something to say, she could have walked over and said it." But she hadn't. That was the point, and they both knew it. "I think," Claire said carefully, "some things are harder to say out loud. She wanted you to have this. She wrote 'deliver' on the box." Margaret's chin lifted. Her mouth pressed into a line so tight it almost disappeared. For a moment, Claire thought she might simply close the door, not slam it. Margaret Byrne was too controlled for slamming. Just close it with the firm, final click of a woman who had decided that whatever Ruth Calloway had to say from beyond the grave could stay there. And then Margaret did exactly that. The door shut, not slammed, clicked. The deadbolt turned with a decisive snap. Claire stood on the porch with the letter still extended, her hand hovering in the space where Margaret had been. She stared at the go-away mat. "Okay," she said to nobody. She set the letter against the base of the door, leaning it carefully so the wind wouldn't take it. Then she turned and walked back down the flagstone path, through the gate, and past Captain, who watched her with an expression she could only describe as unsurprised. "Don't say it," she told him. He didn't. He simply dropped from the wall and padded beside her back to the cottage, his tail swaying with the even tempo of someone whose expectations had been precisely met. Inside, Claire washed the breakfast dishes she'd left soaking, the blue-glazed mug from the attic that she'd brought downstairs because it felt like keeping Graham company, a plate with toast crumbs. She scrubbed longer than necessary, watching her hands work in the warm water, and told herself that this was fine, that she'd done what she could, that not every gesture had to land. But the foolishness settled into her chest like silt. She'd driven 4 hours south from Seattle with 2 suitcases and a box of granola bars, moved into a house with a cracked window and a leaking attic, adopted, or been adopted by, a one-eared cat, and appointed herself the postmaster of Ruth Calloway's unfinished emotional business. Who was she to deliver these letters? What made her think she had the right, or the skill, or the standing to walk into other people's grief and offer them an envelope? She thought of David's voice, the patient way he'd explain things. You're making this bigger than it needs to be, Claire. She dried the mug and set it on the shelf where it had always lived, between a jar of sea glass and a tin of Earl Grey that had gone stale. Then she looked at the shoebox on the kitchen table. 9 remaining envelopes, 9 doors that might close in her face. This was a terrible idea, she said to Captain, who had jumped onto the kitchen counter and was eyeing the remaining can of tuna with transparent calculation. He headbutted the can. That's not a response to my existential crisis. That's opportunism. He headbutted it again. She opened the tuna, divided it between a saucer for him and a guilty forkful for herself, and decided she needed to leave the cottage before the walls started closing in. She needed coffee. Real coffee, not the ancient instant she'd found in Graham's cupboard that had the color and consistency of despair. Pages and Pours occupied the old Tidewater hardware building on Main Street, and whoever had done the conversion had the good sense to leave the original tin ceiling and wide plank fir floors while adding enough bookshelves, mismatched armchairs, and Edison bulbs to make the place feel like a living room you never wanted to leave. The front window still had the original leaded glass, now backed by a display of paperback romances and a hand-lettered sign that read, "Escape is not the same as running away. One requires a good book." Claire pushed through the door, and a bell chimed, actual brass, not electronic, and the smell hit her like a homecoming she hadn't expected. Dark roast coffee, old paper, and something baking that involved cinnamon. The woman behind the espresso machine looked up with the kind of smile that belonged on someone who had been waiting for you specifically, even though she'd never met you. She was petite, Japanese-American, with a pixie cut that looked like it had been styled by someone confident and maintained by someone too busy, and an apron stained with what appeared to be a full history of the morning's espresso pulls. "You're Claire," she said. Claire blinked. "How—" "Small town, auburn braid, green eyes, driving a white Hyundai, last name Bennett, inheriting Ruth Calloway's cottage." She ticked each item off on her fingers. "Darlene at the post office saw you drive through yesterday, called her sister who texted me. I've been expecting you since 7. You're late." "I didn't know I had an appointment." "You didn't, but I made lavender lattes this morning on a hunch, and I'd hate to waste them." She wiped her hands on the apron and extended one across the counter. "Ellie Matsuda. I run this place, which mostly means I read when it's slow and panic when it's busy, and drink my own inventory at an alarming rate." Claire shook her hand. Ellie's grip was warm and firm, and something about the irreverence in her voice, the complete absence of pity or solemnity, unknotted attention Claire hadn't realized she'd been holding. "A lavender latte sounds amazing, actually." "It is. Sit anywhere that doesn't have a cat on it. Oh wait, that's your place, not mine. How is the captain? Ray Dominguez is still furious about the sockeye incident, by the way. Claims emotional damages." Claire sat on a stool at the counter because the armchairs felt like a commitment and the counter felt like a conversation. Ellie worked the espresso machine with the practiced ease of someone who'd done this 10,000 times and still found it slightly magical, steam hissing and milk frothing, and the scent of lavender rising above the darker roast. "Captain's fine," Claire said. "He's claimed Graham's reading chair and the entire kitchen counter and apparently my bed. I'm not sure I live in the cottage so much as he allows me to stay." "That sounds about right. Your grandmother used to say he was the real lighthouse keeper." Ellie set a ceramic mug in front of Claire, cream-colored, hand-thrown, with a glaze the blue-gray of the ocean outside. The latte had a perfect foam rosette on top. "On the house, new resident welcome package." "I'm not sure I'm a resident. I'm more of a—" Claire searched for the word. "Person squatting in a cottage they legally own?" Ellie grinned. "Honey, that's called moving home. Just takes a while to admit it." The latte was extraordinary, floral without being perfumey, the espresso underneath dark and rich. Claire wrapped both hands around the mug and felt the warmth spread into her fingers, up her wrists, into the tight place behind her sternum that had been clenched since Margaret shut her door. "You're from here?" Claire asked. Born here, left for Portland at 22 to open a fusion restaurant because I was young and believed in my own press. Turns out Portland has enough fusion restaurants to wallpaper the state capital. I came back 2 years ago, bought this building with the insurance money from the restaurant fire. Don't ask. The answer involves a grease trap and hubris, and discovered I was better at selling other people's stories than cooking my own food. She paused. Also, I missed the ocean. Funny how that works. You spend your whole 20s trying to be a city person, and then one morning you wake up and realize what you actually want is to hear waves. Claire looked at her. That's exactly right. I know, I'm alarmingly wise for 36. Ellie leaned against the counter. So, how's the cottage? Margaret Byrne said the wiring should be condemned. You've talked to Margaret? Margaret comes in every Tuesday for Earl Grey and the New York Times crossword. She doesn't talk to me so much as talk near me, which is basically the same thing if you pay attention. She mentioned you'd arrived. She also mentioned you looked tired, which in Margaret speak is practically a declaration of love. Claire laughed. A real one, the first in what felt like days. She told me the foundation is settling and the wiring's from the Carter presidency. Sounds right. That cottage has been held together by Ruth's stubbornness and marine-grade paint for 20 years. Ellie refilled her own mug, black coffee, no embellishment, and settled on her side of the counter with the comfortable posture of someone who understood that the best conversations happened across a flat surface with caffeine involved. What are you going to do with it? Fix it up? That's the plan anyway. After that, I don't know. Fair enough. Ellie let the silence breathe for a moment, a skill Claire appreciated more than she could say. The town could use the help, honestly. Things have been quiet since Ruth passed. Not peaceful quiet, the other kind. What do you mean? Ellie tilted her head. Your grandmother was the connective tissue of this place, Claire. She knew everyone, remembered everything, and made sure people didn't drift too far apart. Since March, it's like, I don't know, like the tide tables are off. The harbor's struggling because of new commercial fishing regulations. There's a developer from Portland circling the Lighthouse property like a shark who read a book about meditation, and everyone's just sort of holding still, waiting for something. Claire thought about the shoebox on her kitchen table. 10 letters, 10 people. Deliver. What about the harbor master? She asked, aiming for casual and landing somewhere in the vicinity of transparent. Margaret mentioned him yesterday. Jonah Hale? Something shifted in Ellie's expression. Not quite a smirk, but something adjacent. Jonah, yeah, he's... She paused, choosing words the way Claire had seen chefs choose ingredients, with care and a little showmanship. You know how some people look like their job made them? Jonah looks like the sea made him. Tall, solid, gray eyes, salt and pepper thing happening that's frankly unfair to the rest of us. His wife, Mariah, died 3 years ago. Cancer. He's been raising their daughter Sophie alone since then, and he does it the way he does everything. Steadily, quietly, like he's keeping a boat pointed into the weather. That's a very detailed description for a casual acquaintance. I own a bookshop, Claire. Character study is literally my job. Ellie sipped her coffee. He's a good man, one of the best I know. But he's been living like his own life ended when Mariah's did, and nobody in this town has the guts to tell him it didn't. She looked at Claire directly. Ruth would have. Ruth told people what they needed to hear, whether they wanted to hear it or not. Claire's hand tightened on her mug. She thought of the letter in the shoebox addressed to Jonah Hale, harbor master. Whatever Graham had written, it would be honest. It would be kind. It would probably hurt. His daughter, Sophie? 15, talented artist, angry in the way kids are angry when they're actually terrified. She draws constantly, sketchbook practically grafted to her hand. She comes in here sometimes for hot chocolate and sits in the corner booth and doesn't talk to anyone, which I respect, honestly, because I was exactly that kid. Claire filed all of this away. She finished her latte and tried to pay, and Ellie waved her off with a look of genuine offense. You can pay starting next week. This week, you're still in the grace period. Grace period for what? For figuring out you belong here, Ellie grinned. Come back tomorrow. I'll make you a mocha and we can talk about the Lighthouse situation. Also, I have a whole shelf of books about renovating old houses that I'm going to pretend you want to buy. Claire left Pages and Pores feeling lighter than she had in months. The fog had burned off while she was inside, and Main Street was sharp and bright in the late morning sun, the harbor glinting beyond the buildings, a few fishing boats heading out past the breakwater, the church steeple white against a clearing sky. She stood on the sidewalk and breathed. The air smelled like brine and coffee and possibility, and for a moment, just a moment, she felt the shape of a life she might want to live here. Then she thought of Margaret's door clicking shut, and the feeling dimmed. She walked home the long way, along the harbor path, looking at the boats and the water and trying not to look at the harbor master's office at the end of the dock. Trying and failing. It was a small building, gray shingle with a carved wooden sign that read, Harbor Master, in letters that had been repainted many times. A workbench sat under an awning to one side, covered in rope and what looked like a dismantled outboard motor. There was no one outside. She kept walking. By evening, Claire had accomplished exactly 3 things. She'd swept the kitchen, she'd made a list of hardware store purchases on the back of a grocery receipt, and she'd stared at the shoebox for 45 minutes without touching it. Captain had spent the afternoon alternating between a sun patch on the living room floor and the kitchen counter, where he sat with the permanent expression of someone waiting for an incompetent employee to finish a task. At 7:30, the light was going gold and soft outside the cottage windows. Claire was on the porch with a glass of water, watching the fog begin its nightly approach from the ocean when she heard the gate. Margaret Byrne came up the path. She was carrying a bottle of wine in one hand and the opened letter in the other, and even from 30 feet away, Claire could see that her face was different from this morning. The architecture was the same, sharp cheekbones, proud jaw, the posture of a woman who had spent decades commanding classrooms. But something behind it had shifted, like a wall with the mortar gone soft. Her eyes were red, not crying red, past crying red, the kind of red that comes after you've been alone with something for hours and there's nothing left to hold back. Claire stood up. "Don't say anything," Margaret said, reaching the porch steps. "Not yet." Claire didn't. Margaret climbed the 3 steps, set the wine bottle on the porch railing with a deliberateness that suggested she might fall apart if she moved too quickly, and stood there, holding the letter in both hands. The cream stationery was creased now, read and reread, and Claire could see the lighthouse watermark through the back of the page where the evening light caught it. Captain appeared from nowhere, which was his specialty, and wound between Margaret's ankles once before jumping onto the railing beside the wine bottle and sitting with the alert stillness of a witness. "She kept this for 40 years, Margaret said. Her voice was different too. Still precise, still grammatically controlled, but thinner, like a sheet of ice over deep water. 40 years, this letter sat in a box in that attic, and she never— Her throat worked. "She never once said a word to me. Not once. I lived 30 yards from that woman for 4 decades, and she never once told me she was sorry." "I know," Claire said quietly. "I would have—" Margaret stopped. She pressed the letter against her chest with one hand and gripped the porch railing with the other. "I would have listened. If she'd come to my door and said it, I would have listened." Claire didn't say, "Would you have, though?" She didn't say it because she didn't know, and because Margaret didn't need a question right now. She needed a porch and a witness and a glass of wine. "I don't have a corkscrew," Claire said. "Check the second drawer to the left of the sink. Ruth kept it behind the rubber bands." It was exactly where Margaret said it would be, nestled between a ball of twine and a collection of twist ties that Graham had apparently been saving since the Reagan administration. Claire opened the wine, a Pinot Noir from an Oregon vineyard, not expensive but not cheap, and brought out 2 juice glasses because she hadn't found any proper wine glasses yet. Margaret accepted hers without comment on the vessel. They sat in the 2 porch chairs, mismatched, wooden, both needing new slats, with Captain between them on the railing, and the fog creeping up the bluff, and the sound of the ocean below doing what it always did, continuing. Margaret drank half her glass before she spoke again. "His name was Gerald Archer," she said, and the name came out like something she'd been carrying in her mouth for decades, tasting it periodically to make sure it was still bitter. "He came through Tidewater on a book tour in, it must have been 1982 or 83. He was a New York publisher. Terrible man, terrible hairpiece. But Ruth thought—" Margaret's jaw tightened. "Ruth thought my stories were good enough for him. Better than good enough. She'd read everything I'd written. She used to sit in that chair you're sitting in and read my pages while I paced her kitchen, and she'd say, 'Margaret, this is the real thing.' And I believed her, because Ruth Calloway did not hand out praise she hadn't weighed first." The fog was thickening. Claire pulled her knees up and listened. "So she gave him my manuscripts, without asking, just handed them over like a gift." Margaret's voice was clipped, contained, but underneath it ran a current of something that hadn't faded in 40 years. "And he read them, and he came to the library reception that weekend and said, in front of 8 people, Claire, I remember every one of their faces, he said my work was regional curiosities. He said the prose was competent but provincial. He smiled when he said it. The kind of smile that isn't a smile at all but a door closing." Claire closed her eyes. She could see it. The small-town library, the folding chairs, the hopeful faces, and a man from New York who didn't realize, or didn't care, that he was speaking to someone who had poured her whole interior life onto those pages. Someone named Henry, a lost baby, years spent teaching other people's children. "I stopped writing that night," Margaret said. "I put the typewriter in the closet. I told myself he was right, that I was provincial, that my stories were small, that I'd been foolish to think they mattered. And I was angry at Ruth, not because she gave him the manuscripts, though that was—" She inhaled sharply. "That was a betrayal. It was. Those pages were private. But what I couldn't forgive was that she made me hope. She made me believe I had something worth saying, and then she put it in front of someone who proved I didn't." "Margaret." Claire's voice was gentle. "He didn't prove anything. He had an opinion. He had authority. It's not the same thing, but when you're standing in a library in a town of 2,000 people and a man from New York tells you you're provincial—" Margaret stopped, set her glass down, picked the letter up again from her lap and smoothed it with fingers that were not quite steady. "Your grandmother understood that. This letter, she understood exactly what she'd done, and she never sent it." They sat with that for a while. Captain purred between them, a low, continuous rumble like a small engine that had been running since before either of them was born. The fog reached the porch and curled around the railing posts. "She wrote something in there," Margaret said finally, and her voice cracked for the first time. Just a hairline fracture quickly controlled. "She wrote that my stories about Henry were the most beautiful things she ever read, that my silence was a loss she could hear from her kitchen every night." Margaret looked down at the letter. A tear fell onto the cream stationery and was absorbed by the paper, darkening it. 40 years. She heard my silence for 40 years and never said a word. "She said it now," Claire said. Margaret looked at her. The reading glasses were off, somewhere in a pocket or forgotten, and without them her face was unguarded in a way Claire suspected very few people got to see. The prickliness was still there, the pride, but behind it was something vast and tired and aching. "Your grandmother," Margaret said, "always did have the last word." Claire almost laughed. Almost. "She'd have liked hearing you say that." She'd have been insufferable about it. Margaret picked up her wine glass and drained it. Then she held it out for more, and Claire poured, and the gesture felt like something settling into place. Two women on a porch with a dead woman's honesty between them, doing the only thing there was to do with an apology that arrived 40 years late. Accepting it. They finished the bottle. Margaret told her about the stories she'd written, not the plots, but the feeling of writing them. The midnight hours, the way words came when the house was quiet and the fog was thick, and she could believe she was the only person awake in the world. How putting Henry on the page had been like breathing, and how stopping had been like learning to live on less air. "Do you still have them?" Claire asked. "The manuscripts?" Margaret was quiet for a long time. Captain had migrated from the railing to Margaret's lap, an act of such unprecedented diplomacy that Claire stared, and she was stroking his back with one hand, her fingers finding a rhythm in his fur. "I have everything I've ever written," Margaret said. A retired English teacher does not throw away words. Something about the way she said it, not defiant, not defensive, but simply true, made Claire's breath catch. Because it meant the stories still existed. 40 years of silence and the pages had survived. "Graham wanted you to write again," Claire said. "That's what the letter asks." "I know what the letter asks." Margaret's hand stilled on Captain's back. Then it resumed. "I've been writing, as it happens, for years. A memoir. I just haven't—" She stopped. "I haven't let anyone read it." "When you're ready," Claire said. "If you ever want someone to—" "You're not Ruth." "No, I'm not." Margaret looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded, once sharply, and stood, dislodging Captain with an apologetic glance that she immediately pretended hadn't happened. She tucked the letter into her cardigan pocket and gathered herself, the old armor reassembling piece by piece, though it didn't quite fit the same way it had this morning. "The hardware store opens at 8, she said from the bottom of the porch steps. "You'll want the marine-grade primer for those porch posts. And tell Frank I said the matte, not the satin. He always tries to push the satin." "Thank you, Margaret." "Don't thank me. Thank your grandmother." She paused at the gate, turned back. The fog had swallowed everything beyond the edge of the yard, and she stood in it like a figure half erased, silver-haired and sharp-shouldered, and holding 40 years of silence in her pocket beside a dead woman's handwriting. "Claire." "Yes?" "The other letters in that box. Are you going to deliver them all?" "I'm going to try." Margaret studied her. Then something happened that Claire would replay for weeks, the faintest softening around Margaret's mouth, not quite a smile, but the place where a smile might grow if given enough light and time. "Good," she said, and she walked into the fog and was gone. Claire sat on the porch for a long time after that. Captain returned to the railing and cleaned his face with methodical devotion, one enormous paw swiping over his good ear, then over the smooth nub where the other had been. The wine was gone. The fog was everywhere. The ocean was a sound without a shape, somewhere below. One letter delivered, one silence broken, 9 to go. She thought about what Ellie had said, that Graham was the connective tissue of this place, and since March, the town had been holding still, waiting for something. She thought about the letter to Jonah Hale sitting in the shoebox on the kitchen table, with its 20-cent stamp and Graham's careful handwriting. The harbor master who looked like the sea made him. The man with the gray eyes and the dead wife and the angry daughter and a letter he didn't know was coming. Tomorrow, she'd walk down to the harbor. Tonight, she sat with what she'd done and what it had opened, and she felt something she hadn't felt since before the divorce, before the years of shrinking, before she'd forgotten what it was like to take up space in her own life. Purpose. Small and new and flickering, like a match struck in a dark room. Captain jumped into her lap, circled once, and settled his weight against her stomach. His purr vibrated through her ribs. "One down," she told him. He closed his eyes and purred louder, and through the fog, Claire could have sworn she heard something from the direction of Margaret's house. Faint, rhythmic, barely there. The sound of someone typing. Chapter 4. The Harbor Master. The harbor sat at the bottom of the world, or at least it looked that way from Lighthouse Road, the bluff dropping in a series of switchbacks through wild salal and shore pine until the road flattened and became the waterfront, with its weathered pilings and coiled ropes and the honest smell of diesel and brine and fish that had been dead just long enough to announce themselves. Claire walked it in the morning light, Graham's letter in her jacket pocket, her hand resting against it as though it might fly away. The fog had burned off early, leaving the kind of May morning that made the Oregon coast feel like a promise someone was still keeping. Sky scrubbed clean, the ocean laid out in bands of pewter and blue, a breeze that smelled like salt and cold stone. Captain walked ahead of her, not beside her, ahead, 6 feet in front, tail high, enormous orange body moving with a purpose that suggested he knew exactly where they were going and considered Claire's company merely tolerable. He paused at each switchback to glance over his shoulder, one ear swiveling, golden eye assessing her pace with obvious disapproval. "I'm coming," she told him. "Some of us have only 2 legs." He flicked his tail and continued. The harbor was busier than she'd expected. 3 fishing boats were tied at the commercial dock, and 2 men in rubber overalls were unloading crates, while a woman with a clipboard directed them with the calm authority of an air traffic controller. A fuel dock extended off the south end, and beyond it, a breakwater of stacked granite blocks with hand-painted rocks wedged into the gaps, orcas and starfish, and one that just said, "Jerry was here," in block letters. A row of bollards lined the main pier, and gulls argued on every available surface, territorial and shrill. At the far end of the dock, set slightly apart from the commercial bustle, stood a small, gray-shingled building with a carved wooden sign that had been repainted so many times the edges had gone soft. Harbor Master. An awning jutted from one side, sheltering a workbench covered in rope, a dismantled outboard motor, and what looked like half a navigation light. The building's single window was propped open with a block of wood. Captain broke into a trot. Claire watched, her hand still on the letter, as the cat crossed the remaining distance with none of his usual regal composure. He moved like a dog greeting someone at the door, eager, graceless, his barrel body swinging side to side. He rounded the corner of the building and disappeared under the awning. By the time Claire reached the workbench, Captain was winding between a pair of brown leather work boots, rubbing his face against the steel toe with such force that the boot's owner had to brace himself against the bench. Jonah Hale looked down at the cat, and Claire saw it happen. The startled recognition, the quick intake of breath, the way his hands hovered for a moment before one of them dropped to rest on Captain's broad back. "Hey," he said, not to Claire, to the cat. His voice was lower than she'd expected, rougher, like something that had been left outside in the weather. "Hey, old man, where have you been?" Captain butted his head against Jonah's shin and purred so loudly Claire could hear it from 6 feet away. Jonah crouched, one knee on the dock planks, and scratched behind the cat's remaining ear with the practiced confidence of someone who'd done it 100 times before. Captain closed his eye and leaned into the touch until he nearly toppled sideways. "He's been up at the cottage," Claire said, and immediately wished she'd waited. The moment between man and cat had a private quality she felt bad for interrupting, like walking into a room where someone was praying. Jonah looked up. He straightened slowly, not because of age, but because his body seemed calibrated for deliberate motion, as though rushing were a language he'd never learned. He was tall. Ellie had told her that, and Claire had filed it under the general category of town gossip, but the reality of it was something else. He was tall and broad-shouldered and built in the way of men who work with their hands in the open air, no gym involved, and his eyes were exactly the gray Ellie had described, steady, watchful, the color of the ocean on an overcast morning. His face was weathered. Sun lines fanned from the corners of his eyes. Salt and pepper stubble covered a jaw that could have been carved with a chisel and then left to soften. He wore a canvas work jacket over a flannel shirt, both faded to colors that had no names left. "You're Ruth's granddaughter," he said. "Claire Bennett." She extended her hand, then felt ridiculous about it. Nobody shook hands at a Harper workbench at 8:30 in the morning, but he took it. His grip was warm and calloused and lasted exactly the right amount of time, which was long enough for her to notice and short enough that she couldn't decide what she'd noticed. "Jonah Hale." He released her hand and looked down at Captain again. "He showed up at Ruth's?" "First night. Walked out of the fog like he owned the place." She paused. "He does own the place, as far as I can tell." Something moved behind Jonah's eyes. Amusement, maybe, or memory. "He used to come down here almost every day. Ruth would walk him, or he'd walk her, depending on who you asked. She'd sit on that bench." He nodded toward a weathered plank bench near the dock's edge, positioned to face the harbor mouth. "And he'd go check on the boats. Personally. Every one. Like he was conducting inspections." "That sounds about right." "After she..." Jonah stopped, reorganized. "After March, he disappeared. Nobody could find him. Ray Dominguez put out a can of tuna on his porch every night for 2 weeks, which was generous considering the sockeye incident." "I heard about the sockeye incident." "Everyone's heard about the sockeye incident. Ray tells it like a war story." The corner of Jonah's mouth moved, not quite a smile, but adjacent to one. "I figured he'd gone feral, or moved on." "He sat on Graham's porch for 3 days, Claire said. "After she died. Margaret told me." Jonah absorbed this with a nod so small it was almost invisible. He watched Captain settle onto the dock planks in a patch of sun, stretching out to his full, considerable length with an air of having arrived home after a long absence. A silence fell. Not uncomfortable exactly, more like a pause between two people who hadn't yet established the rhythm of their conversation and were being careful about where to place their weight. Claire felt it in her chest, the familiar tightness of approaching someone new, of trying to be a version of herself that was presentable and contained and didn't take up too much space. David's voice, a phantom in her ear. "Just get to the point, Claire." She pulled the letter from her jacket pocket. "I found something of my grandmother's," she said, "at the cottage. A box of letters she wrote to people in town, letters she never mailed." She held the envelope out, cream stationery with the Lighthouse watermark, his name in Graham's steady handwriting, a 20-cent stamp. "This one's yours." Jonah looked at the letter but didn't take it. His expression shifted, not dramatically, not the way Margaret's had crumpled, but in the way of someone who's been standing in a quiet room and hears a sound he can't quite identify. He lifted his eyes to Claire's face, and she saw a question there he didn't ask. "I don't know what it says," she told him. "All of them were sealed. I only opened Margaret's because Graham left it unsealed and, well, Margaret's already gotten hers." She realized she was talking too much and stopped. He took the letter, turned it over once, studying the back as though Graham might have left additional instructions. His thumb traced the edge of the seal. "She wrote to me," he said, more to himself than to Claire. "It looks like she wrote to a lot of people, over a lot of years. These stamps span decades." He nodded again. Then he set the letter on the workbench beside the dismantled outboard motor, carefully, the way you'd set down something you weren't ready to hold yet but didn't want to lose track of. "Thank you," he said, "for bringing it." "Of course." Another silence. Captain rolled onto his back, presenting his considerable belly to the harbor, all 4 paws extended. A gull landed 6 feet from his head, and he ignored it with majestic indifference. "How's the cottage?" Jonah asked. "Standing, mostly." Claire heard herself almost deflect with humor and chose honesty instead, which felt unfamiliar, like wearing new shoes. "The south foundation's settling, the wiring's ancient, the porch needs everything, but the bones are good." She paused. That's what Graham would have said. "The bones are good." She would have said that. He picked up a length of rope from the workbench and began coiling it, his hands moving with unconscious precision, each loop identical. She came down here twice a week at least, sometimes more. She'd bring muffins or jam or a piece of whatever she'd baked. Check on the harbor, check on me. His hands kept moving, loop over loop. She had a way of checking on people that didn't feel like checking on them. More like she was passing through and you just happened to be there. She was good at that. She was the best at that. The words sat between them, simple and heavy. Claire watched his hands coil the rope and thought about Graham walking this path with Captain, bringing muffins to a widowed harbor master, sitting on that bench watching the water, checking on a man who might not have known he needed checking on. "I should let you work," she said, because the moment felt like it was becoming something she wasn't ready to name, and she had learned, from years of marriage, from years of making herself smaller, to leave before she started needing to stay. No rush. He set the coiled rope on its peg. "The morning fleet's already out. I'm mostly here for the boats that haven't figured out where they're going yet." She smiled before she could stop it. "Is that part of the job description?" Unofficial, but accurate. He looked at her directly then, those gray eyes holding steady, and she felt the scrutiny of it. Not invasive, not assessing the way David used to assess, cataloging what was useful and discarding what wasn't. More like someone looking at a horizon line and trying to determine the weather. Patient, interested, unhurried. "If you need help with the cottage," he said, "Frank at the hardware store is good, but he'll overcharge you on lumber if he thinks you don't know any better. Margaret already warned me about the satin finish." The corner of his mouth moved again, that almost smile. "Margaret warns everybody about everything. She's usually right." Claire turned to go, then looked back at Captain, who remained on his back in the sun, belly exposed, one massive paw twitching in what might have been a dream about fish. "Are you coming?" she asked him. Captain opened one golden eye, assessed her, and closed it again. "He'll find his way back," Jonah said. "He always does." She climbed the switchbacks with the letter delivered, and her hands empty and something humming just beneath her ribs that she didn't examine too closely. Behind her, the harbor sounds faded into the general wash of wind and water. She glanced back once from the second switchback. Jonah had picked up the letter again. He was holding it in both hands, standing very still in the morning light, and even from that distance, she could see that he hadn't opened it yet. The lighthouse key was hidden behind a loose stone in the foundation, third course from the bottom, east side. Claire's fingers found it by feel, muscle memory guiding her to the exact stone, even though the last time she'd touched it she'd been 10 years old, and Graham had been standing behind her, hands on her shoulders, saying, "Careful now, Claire Bear. The tower doesn't forgive carelessness." The key was iron, heavy, pocked with rust. The lighthouse door was steel, painted white sometime in the last decade, but flaking now, a padlock hanging from the hasp. The padlock accepted the key with a grinding complaint. Inside smelled like cold stone and old rain. The spiral stairs were wrought iron, narrow, rising through the cylindrical tower in a tight helix. The walls were whitewashed concrete, stained with water tracks, and the light from the single ground-floor window was thin and gray. The Coast Guard had stripped the operational equipment when they decommissioned the lighthouse. Claire could see the empty mounting brackets where instruments had been, but the stairs remained, and the railing, and the ghosts of thousands of climbs. She climbed. Her footsteps rang on the iron treads, each one echoing upward and returning a half-beat later, so it sounded like someone was climbing just ahead of her. The walls narrowed. The air grew colder, then warmer, then cold again where the stones held the temperature of different hours. 52 steps. She'd counted them once with Graham, and the number had stayed lodged in her brain for almost 30 years, taking up space alongside song lyrics and her old Seattle zip code and the particular silence David made when he was disappointed. The lantern room door was stuck. She shouldered it twice before it gave way, and then she was standing in the glass-walled chamber at the top of the tower, the Fresnel lens long gone, leaving only the metal framework that had once held it, a skeleton of what had been. But the view. The Pacific spread in every direction that mattered, vast and slate-colored, meeting the sky at a seam so faint it might have been imagined. Below and to the south, the harbor was a toy box of boats and buildings. To the north, the coastline bent toward headlands hidden in mist. The Lighthouse cottage, her cottage, sat small and gray on the bluff, smoke wisping from the chimney she didn't remember lighting, which meant she'd left the pilot going. Graham had brought her up here dozens of times. They'd stand at the glass, Graham's hand on the back of Claire's neck, warm and steadying, and Graham would name things. The headland to the north was Sorcerer's Point. The rock offshore was Old Tom, named for a fisherman who'd wrecked there in 1912 and walked away because the sea, Graham said, sometimes had a sense of humor. The lights across the water on clear nights were other lives, other kitchens, other women standing at windows. "You can see everything from up here," Graham had told her once. "That's the point, not the light, the seeing." Claire pressed her forehead against the glass. It was cold and slightly gritty. "I should have come back," she said aloud. Her voice sounded foreign in the empty chamber, flattened by stone and glass. "I should have come back every summer, every Christmas. I should have—" What? Defied David? He'd never forbidden it. That was the cruelest part. He'd simply made it clear, through 1,000 small calibrations. The sigh when she mentioned the coast, the way he'd check his phone when she talked about Graham, the gentle redirection toward trips that made sense for his work, his friends, his sense of what mattered, that Tidewater Cove was not a priority. And she'd let it happen. She'd let herself be redirected year after year until the woman who'd spent a childhood naming stars from a widow's walk couldn't even make a phone call without feeling like she was asking for too much. "You could have come alone," said a voice that sounded like Graham's and was probably her own. "I know. You could have gotten in the car any weekend. I know. But you didn't. I know." She stood in the tower for a long time, watching the harbor below, the tiny movements of people and boats, the gulls circling, a figure she thought might be Jonah moving between the dock and his building. The glass was scored with initials she hadn't noticed before, scratched lightly into the surface with something sharp. WC plus RC, and beneath it, a date too faded to read. Walt and Ruth. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She almost didn't look, but habit, the deep, trained habit of a woman who'd spent 8 years responding to a husband who expected responsiveness, pulled it from her jacket before her brain could object. David, calling, not texting, which was unusual. David texted. Calling suggested either an emergency or something he wanted to say but didn't want in writing. She answered against her better judgment, pressing the phone to her ear in the lighthouse tower, surrounded by glass and ocean and the initials of her dead grandparents. "Claire?" He said her name the way he always had, like a statement of fact, a box checked. "I'm having your mail forwarded. The post office needs your new address." "I'll send it." "Are you still at your grandmother's place?" "I'm at the Lighthouse." A pause. "The Lighthouse? Is it even safe?" "Structurally, yes. Emotionally, jury's out." He didn't laugh. He'd stopped finding her funny around year 4. "I need to know if you want to keep the joint credit card active for another month," Sarah in accounting asked. Sarah in accounting. His firm, his world, his system of people who kept his life orderly. Claire had been part of that system once, the wife slot, managing his social calendar, hosting dinners for partners, shrinking to fit the shape he needed. She waited for the ache that should accompany this thought, the loss, the anger. It didn't come. What came instead was a peculiar lightness, almost buoyant, like stepping off a boat onto solid ground and feeling the world stop rocking. Relief. She felt relief. And the relief was so clean and total that it frightened her, Because what did it say about 8 years of marriage that the dominant emotion in its aftermath was not grief, but, "Oh, I can breathe now"? "Close it," she said. "I have my own account." "Fine, I'll let Sarah know." Another pause. This one weighted differently. "You sound different." "Different how?" "I don't know, farther away." She almost laughed. She was standing in a decommissioned lighthouse tower on a cliff above the Pacific Ocean, 400 miles from the life she'd shared with him, and he'd managed, without irony, to identify the exact geography of her departure. "I am farther away, David." "Right, well," he cleared his throat. "Take care of yourself." "You too." She hung up, set the phone on the windowsill, watched it sit there, dark and silent, a rectangle of Seattle in her Oregon morning. She didn't feel pain. And the absence of pain was its own kind of grief, mourning not the loss of love, but the realization that what she'd called love had been something thinner, something with David's shape but not his warmth, something she'd poured herself into until there was nothing left of her to pour. She picked up the phone, pocketed it, and descended the 52 iron steps, her footsteps ringing in the empty tower like a question asked and answered in the same breath. Evening came the way it does on the coast, not gradually but as a pronouncement, the sun dropping behind a bank of clouds stacked on the horizon like gray laundry, the temperature falling 10 degrees in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Claire stood at the kitchen window. Graham's flannel shirt hung from her shoulders, too big, the cuffs rolled twice. The shoebox sat on the table behind her, 9 letters remaining, each one someone's name in Graham's handwriting, each one a conversation that had been waiting decades to happen. She'd spent the afternoon making a list of repairs on the back of a grocery receipt. Porch posts, front window, kitchen cabinet hinge, linoleum near the stove. The list kept growing. The cottage kept revealing itself, showing her what needed fixing the way a patient person shows you their wounds, one at a time, in order of severity. Captain had returned at 4 o'clock, materializing on the porch with no explanation, a faint smell of fish about him that suggested he'd stopped by the commercial dock on his way home. He'd eaten half a can of tuna, washed his face with thorough precision, and claimed the windowsill beside the kitchen sink, where he now sat, his golden eye fixed on something outside that Claire couldn't see. She followed his gaze. The harbor was dimming. Most of the boats were dark, their crews gone home. But one, a modest fishing boat moored at the end of the middle pier, had a light on. A lantern, she thought, or one of those battery camping lamps. It threw a warm circle onto the deck, and in that circle sat a figure she recognized even at this distance, even in the fading light, because he was the kind of man whose silhouette was distinct, tall, broad-shouldered, and very still. Jonah was reading. She could see the rectangle of the letter in his hands, the way he held it close, the way the light fell on the cream stationery. He was reading slowly. She could tell because his head didn't move the way it would if he were scanning, the quick left, right, left of someone extracting information. He was reading the way you read something that matters, word by word, giving each sentence its full weight before moving to the next. Claire stepped back from the window. She had no right to watch this. It was private. A man alone with the words of a dead woman who'd known him, cared for him, written things to him she'd never found the courage to say out loud. Claire knew what that felt like, receiving words from Graham. She knew how they landed, heavy and warm and exactly true, like a hand pressed to your chest. But she didn't step back far enough, and she didn't close the curtain, and so she saw what happened next. Jonah finished reading. He sat for a moment, the letter resting on his knee, his face turned toward the harbor mouth where the open ocean began. Then he folded the letter, not hastily, deliberately, along its original creases, pressing each fold with his thumb. He lifted it and tucked it into the chest pocket of his jacket, the left side over his heart. He sat there for another minute, hand flat against the pocket, and Claire's eyes burned. She didn't know what Graham had written to him. She didn't know what quiet kindnesses the letter had thanked him for, what moments it had named, what truths it had spoken into the space between an old woman on a bluff and the man who'd checked on her when nobody was watching. But she knew, from the way he held the letter against his chest, from the way he didn't move, from the stillness that was not emptiness but fullness, a cup too full to carry without spilling, that whatever Graham had said, it had reached him. Captain pressed his forehead against the window pane. The glass fogged around the point of contact, a small circle of warmth. "You knew him," Claire said quietly. "Before me, before all of this, you knew him." Captain's purr started low and built, vibrating through the sill, through Claire's fingertips where they rested beside him. She thought about Margaret's tears. She thought about Jonah's hand over his heart. She thought about 9 remaining letters in a shoebox, each one carrying Graham's voice into a silence that had lasted too long. She thought about the phone call with David, the relief that tasted like freedom and guilt in equal measure. She thought about 52 iron steps and initials scratched in glass, and a woman who'd learned to say in writing what she couldn't say in person, and still hadn't managed to mail the words. Outside, Jonah's lamp went dark. The harbor disappeared into the evening, just shapes and the sound of water against pilings, and somewhere a halyard clinking against a mast in the wind. Captain jumped down from the sill and padded to Graham's reading chair, circling once before settling into the impression that still held the shape of a woman who'd sat there for 60 years. He tucked his nose under his tail, and his single ear rotated once toward Claire, then went still. She turned off the kitchen light. In the darkness, the cottage settled around her, old wood adjusting to the temperature drop, the familiar creaks and sighs of a house that had been breathing for a century. Through the window, the bluff path was a pale line against dark grass, leading from her door down to the harbor, down to where a man she barely knew was carrying her grandmother's words against his heart. 2 letters delivered, 2 silences broken, 8 to go. And somewhere in the quiet, between the rhythm of Captain's breathing and the ocean's endless conversation with the shore, Claire felt the small flame of purpose she'd found the night before on this porch, that match struck in a dark room, settle into something steadier. Not a match anymore, a pilot light, the kind you build a fire around. She climbed the stairs to her childhood bedroom, where the ceiling sloped and the window faced the ocean, and she slept without dreaming for the first time in months. Chapter 5. The Girl with the Sketchbook. The knock came at 9:10 on a Thursday morning, 3 sharp raps that sounded more like a demand than a request. Captain lifted his head from Graham's reading chair, both ears, well, ear and nub, rotating toward the front door. Claire set down her coffee and the hardware store receipt she'd been using as a bookmark in Graham's dog-eared copy of The House of Mirth, and went to answer. The girl on the porch was all angles and contradictions, lanky with dark curly hair that fell past her shoulders in a way that suggested it did whatever it wanted, and she'd stopped arguing about it a long time ago. Paint stains on her fingers, not fresh but layered, the kind that accumulated over weeks and months until they became as permanent as freckles. She wore an oversized flannel shirt that might have been her father's, ripped jeans, and red Chuck Taylors with one lace untied. A spiral-bound sketchbook was tucked under her left arm like a shield. She looked at Claire with eyes that swung between fierce and fragile so fast it was hard to tell which was the default. "I'm here for the cat," she said. Claire leaned against the doorframe. "Good morning to you, too." "Sophie, hail. My dad's the harbor master." "I know who you are." Something flickered across Sophie's face. Surprise, maybe, or annoyance at being known before she'd chosen to be. "Ellie told me Captain's back. She said he's been staying here." "He seems to think so." Sophie shifted her weight, the sketchbook pressing tighter against her ribs. "I used to draw him. Before, when your grandmother was—" She stopped, swallowed, started again with a harder edge. "I just want to sketch him. I'm not here for, like, a social visit or whatever." Claire stepped back from the door. "He's in the living room, the chair by the window." Sophie walked past her without another word, her untied shoelace whispering against the floorboards. She moved through the cottage with the directness of someone who'd been here before. No hesitation at the hallway, no glance around for orientation. She knew where the living room was. She knew which chair. Captain regarded Sophie with his imperious golden stare for exactly 3 seconds, then closed his eyes and resumed the dedicated napping that constituted roughly 80% of his daily schedule. Sophie settled cross-legged on the floor about 4 feet from the chair, opened her sketchbook to a blank page, and pulled a graphite pencil from behind her ear. Claire watched from the kitchen doorway. The girl's hand moved with startling confidence, fast, light strokes for the general shape, then slower, more deliberate lines for the details. She drew Captain's missing ear not as an absence, but as a feature, the smooth nub rendered with the same attention she gave the Baroque curve of his remaining ear. Her shoulders dropped incrementally, her jaw unclenched. Whatever walls Sophie Hale carried with her, she set it down when she drew. Claire turned back to the kitchen, refilled her coffee, and did not hover. She'd spent enough years being watched and assessed, David cataloging what was useful, discarding what wasn't, to know the value of being left alone in someone else's space. She opened the cabinet under the sink, found Graham's cleaning supplies, Murphy's oil soap, white vinegar, 3 sponges still in packaging, and started scrubbing the kitchen counter. The steady rhythm of the work was grounding. Scrub, rinse, wring. The linoleum near the stove was peeling worse than she'd realized. She added it to the growing list on the back of the hardware store receipt. 40 minutes passed. Claire was on her hands and knees investigating the gap between the stove and the wall, where she found a pencil, 2 rubber bands, and a photograph of Graham standing next to the lighthouse in what looked like the 1980s, squinting into the sun and holding a casserole dish, when Sophie appeared in the kitchen doorway. "He moved," Sophie announced. "Rolled onto his back. His belly's out." "He does that. I think it's a trap." "It's definitely a trap," a ghost of a smile. "Your grandmother used to say he was half cat, half con artist." Claire straightened, holding the dusty photograph. "That sounds exactly like something she'd say." Sophie's gaze dropped to the photo. Her expression tightened, then smoothed over with the practiced control of someone who'd gotten very good at not reacting. "Can I come back tomorrow?" she asked. "I'm working on a series, Cats in Domestic Settings, for my portfolio." It was such a transparent excuse that Claire nearly smiled. "Anytime. Door's usually open. If it's not, check the porch. He sits out there in the mornings." Sophie nodded once, tucked her sketchbook back under her arm, and headed for the front door. She paused at the threshold. "The porch posts need replacing," she said, not looking back. "The left side especially. You can see where the wood's gone soft at the base." "I know. Margaret told me." "Margaret tells everybody everything." Sophie stepped off the porch, then turned. "Your grandmother was nice to me. After my mom died, she didn't try to make it better or say stupid things about God's plan. She just brought lemon cake and sat with me." Her voice was careful, like she was carrying something full to the brim and couldn't afford to spill a drop. "So, thanks for letting me draw your cat." She was gone before Claire could respond, long legs carrying her down the bluff path at the pace of someone fleeing a conversation she hadn't meant to have. Claire stood in the doorway with the photograph of Graham in one hand and her coffee growing cold in the other. Captain appeared at her ankles, pressed his barrel body against her shins, and emitted a low, rumbling purr that vibrated up through her bones. "She's something, isn't she?" Claire said. Captain blinked his golden eyes, slow, deliberate, the kind of blink cats give when they mean, obviously. Sophie came back the next morning, and the morning after that. She arrived between 9 and 9:30, let herself in without knocking after the first day, and settled on the living room floor with her sketchbook. She rarely spoke beyond a greeting, and Claire learned quickly not to push. The girl's silence wasn't hostile, it was concentrated, all her energy funneled into the pencil in her hand. Captain seemed to understand his role as model and performed it with magnificent indifference, offering Sophie his full catalog of poses. Regal sphinx on the chair, boneless sprawl across the windowsill, intense stare at nothing in particular that suggested either deep spiritual contemplation or a dust mote. On the third day, Claire was sanding the kitchen cabinet door when she passed through the living room for more rags and caught a glimpse of Sophie's open sketchbook. The page showed Captain on the porch railing with the ocean behind him, the horizon line crisp and clean. But below Captain, at the water's edge where the bluff met the sea, Sophie had drawn a woman. She was turned away, facing the waves, her dark hair caught by wind. She had no face, just the suggestion of a profile, a chin lifted toward something distant. The figure was rendered with a tenderness that made the rest of the drawing look like warm-up exercises. Claire kept walking. She didn't mention it. On the fourth day, she saw it again. A different drawing, Captain asleep in the garden, lavender gone wild around him, but the same woman at the edge of the composition, this time standing on the rocks, small and solitary against the water. Same dark hair, same turned-away face. Every ocean drawing had her, every single one. Claire understood then. She understood in the way that people who've lost someone understand without needing to be told, the way grief writes itself into the margins, the way the missing person shows up everywhere you look because you're terrified that if you stop looking, they'll really be gone. Sophie was drawing her mother. Thursday afternoon, Claire walked to Tidewater Community Church with Graham's letter to Pastor Tom Fielding in her jacket pocket. Captain declined to accompany her, having stationed himself on the porch railing to monitor what Claire suspected was a chipmunk living under the lavender. He watched her go with the expression of a general sending troops into a situation beneath his personal involvement. The church was a simple, white-steepled building on 2nd Street, set back from the sidewalk behind a patch of well-tended grass. The side entrance was propped open, and Claire could hear voices and the clatter of ladles against pots. A hand-lettered sign taped to the door read, "Thursday Soup Kitchen, all welcome, seriously, all." Inside, the church basement was warm with steam and the smell of chicken stock. Folding tables lined with mismatched chairs held about 30 people in various stages of eating. Some Claire recognized from Main Street, some she didn't. A woman in a Seahawks jersey was pouring lemonade. A teenage boy was clearing trays, and at the center of the controlled chaos, ladling chowder from a pot that could have doubled as a baptismal font, stood Pastor Tom Fielding. He was round-faced and mostly bald, with a fringe of white hair and kind brown eyes that crinkled when he smiled, which appeared to be his resting state. His hands were red from dish soap, and his apron had a stain on it that might have been soup or might have been there since the Carter administration. He saw Claire, and his face brightened with the instant recognition that comes from a lifetime in a town of 2,400 people. "Claire Bennett, I heard you were back." He set down the ladle and wiped his hands on his apron, making the stain situation slightly worse. "You look like Ruth." "Everyone keeps saying that. I think it's the worried expression." He laughed, a genuine full sound that made 2 people at the nearest table look up and smile reflexively. "Your grandmother worried beautifully. Come, have some chowder. Mrs. Okafor made cornbread." "Actually, I'm here to give you something." Claire pulled the envelope from her pocket. Cream stationery, Lighthouse watermark, a stamp from what looked like the late 1990s. "I found a box of letters in Graham's attic. She wrote them to people in town but never mailed them. This one's yours." Pastor Tom's hands went still. He looked at the envelope, at Graham's careful handwriting. "Pastor Tom Fielding, Tidewater Community Church." And something passed over his face that was deeper than surprise. He took it gently, the way Claire had seen Jonah take his, like it might be alive. "Would you mind?" He gestured toward a door at the back of the room. "My office, if that's all right." Of course. She followed him into a small room crammed with bookshelves, a desk buried under papers, and a framed photograph of a woman with laughing eyes whom Claire assumed was his late wife. He sat down heavily in his desk chair, turned the envelope over, and opened it with his thumb. His reading glasses were already on, perched on the end of his nose. Claire started to leave. "Stay," he said quietly. "Please." She sat in the wooden chair by the door and folded her hands in her lap. Tom read. The letter was a single page. Claire could tell by the way the light passed through the paper. Short, then. Graham at her most concentrated. His lips moved slightly as he read, and Claire watched his kind face shift through emotions like weather over the coast. Surprise, then warmth, then something that buckled the composure of a man who had held other people's grief for 40 years. His eyes filled. He took off his glasses and pressed the heel of his hand against the bridge of his nose, and a sound came from him that was somewhere between a breath and a sob. Small, private, the kind of sound people make when they've been seen in a way they didn't know they needed. "She." His voice caught. He tried again. "She thanked me for sitting with her. After Walt died, and then again after her stroke scare, the one before—" He stopped. She had a period of about 2 years where her faith just... She couldn't find it. Couldn't pray. Couldn't feel anything when she walked through those doors. She told me, and I... He shook his head. "I didn't try to fix it. I just sat with her, every Wednesday afternoon. She'd bring tea and I'd bring silence, and we'd sit in the sanctuary, and I always thought I was failing her." "You weren't." "No." He looked down at the letter again, and the tears came properly now, rolling down his round cheeks without any attempt to stop them. "She said it was the only honest thing anyone did for her that whole time. That everyone else tried to talk her back into believing, and I let her not believe for a while, until she was ready." He laughed, wet and rough. "She says here, 'Tom, you trusted God more than anyone I know because you trusted him enough to let me be angry with him. That's a rare thing in a pastor.'" Claire's throat tightened. She could hear Graham's voice in those words, direct, warm, unflinching. The voice of a woman who had learned the cost of silence and spent her final years trying to break it in writing, even if she never quite managed to walk the letters to the mailbox. Tom folded the letter and held it against his chest, and Claire thought of Jonah on his boat, pressing the envelope to the same place. These letters landed in the body, not just the mind. "You know what these are doing, don't you?" Tom said after a long moment. He put his glasses back on and looked at Claire with the steady warmth of someone who'd spent 4 decades listening to people. "These letters, they're reminding this town of its own goodness. People forget. We get busy, we get tired, we do a kind thing and we don't remember it. But the person we did it for, they remember. They remember forever. Ruth remembered everything." He smiled. "She's reminding us who we are." Claire nodded. She didn't trust her voice. "I've been doing this soup kitchen for 18 years, Tom said. "Some days I wonder if it matters. If any of it. The sermons nobody listens to, the casseroles I bring to people who don't want visitors, the prayers I say into rooms where I'm not sure anyone's listening, including God." He tapped the letter against his palm. "And then a dead woman reaches out from 6 feet under and tells me the one thing I did that mattered was sitting still in a room and keeping my mouth shut." He laughed again, louder this time. Ruth always did have a sense of humor about these things. Claire stood and offered her hand. He took it in both of his, warm, slightly damp from the dish soap, and held it. "Come to the soup kitchen any time," he said. "We always need someone to cut cornbread." "I might take you up on that." "I know you will." He released her hand and picked up the letter again. "Claire, how many letters are there?" 10. I've delivered 3 now." He nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd already suspected. "Keep going." Sophie was still at the cottage when Claire returned. though she'd migrated from the living room to the porch, where Captain had arranged himself in a patch of afternoon sun on the top step. Sophie sat on the bottom step with her sketchbook open, working in charcoal now instead of graphite, her fingers smudged black. She didn't look up when Claire came through the gate, but she shifted slightly to make room on the step, which Claire understood as an invitation. They sat in silence for several minutes. The ocean filled the space between them, the constant wash and pull, the cry of gulls wheeling over the harbor. The air smelled of salt and the first warmth of a day that had started in fog. Claire's wild lavender was beginning to bloom along the path, and the scent mixed with the brine until the whole bluff smelled like something between a garden and the sea. "Your grandmother's lavender needs cutting back," Sophie said, not looking up from her sketch. "It gets woody if you don't prune it in spring." "I know, it's on my list." "You have a list?" "It's a long list." Sophie's pencil stilled for a moment. "My mom had lists. For everything. Grocery lists, to-do lists, lists of books she wanted to read. After she died, I found one in her nightstand. It just said, 'Call dentist, return library books. Tell Sophie her painting of the harbor is the best thing I've ever seen.'" Sophie's voice held its edge, but beneath it, the tremor. "She never told me. It was just on a list." Claire sat with that. She didn't try to make it better or say something about God's plan or suggest that Sophie's mother was watching from heaven. She thought of Graham and Pastor Tom in the empty sanctuary, and she offered Sophie the same thing. Silence. Presence. The simple, radical act of not fixing. Captain stretched, yawned enormously, and relocated himself to Sophie's lap. He was far too large for this arrangement. His hind legs dangled off one side, and his tail swept the step on the other. But Sophie's free hand came down automatically to scratch under his chin, and he closed his eyes and purred like a small, furry outboard motor. "He's gotten fatter," Sophie said. "I'm not overfeeding him. He supplements his diet by stealing from the harbor." "Oh, I know. Ray Dominguez has a whole monologue about it." Something almost a smile. "He does this thing where he brings a fish back and leaves it on the porch like he's presenting a sacrifice. Have you gotten that yet?" "Twice, both times at 5 in the morning. He used to do it for your grandmother, too. She'd find them on the kitchen mat." Sophie's hand moved steadily on Captain's chin. "She said he was the real lighthouse keeper." The words hung in the warm air, and Claire was about to respond when the sound of boots on gravel brought both their heads up. Jonah Hale was coming through the gate, tall and unhurried, his canvas work jacket open over a blue flannel shirt that had been washed to the color of fog. His gray eyes found Sophie first, always Sophie first, Claire noticed, the way a compass finds north, and then moved to Claire with something careful and warm. "Hey, Soph, time to head out." "Already?" Sophie didn't move. Captain didn't move. Claire suspected the cat was making a strategic decision to be as heavy as possible. "You've got that history paper." "It's not due till Monday." "Which is why you're starting it tonight." Jonah's voice was mild but certain, the tone of someone who'd had this particular negotiation 1,000 times. He climbed the porch steps and Claire stood, brushing off her jeans. "Can I get you some coffee?" The words came out before she'd decided to say them. "I just made a pot." Jonah hesitated. She could see the calculation, the protective instinct that said, "Don't get comfortable here." The part of him that had spent 3 years not wanting anything for himself, warring with something simpler that just wanted to sit on a porch with a cup of coffee and a woman who didn't demand anything of him. "Sure," he said. "Black if you've got it." "I've got it. The only other option is black. I haven't bought cream yet." He almost smiled. "Works out." Claire went inside and poured 2 mugs, Graham's blue-glazed one for herself, a sturdy white one for Jonah, and brought them out. Sophie had moved to the far end of the porch with her sketchbook, giving them space with the theatrical unsubtlety of a teenager who wanted to make clear she was giving them space. Captain had followed her, reclaiming her lap with the same air of entitlement he brought to every surface in the cottage. Claire handed Jonah his mug, and they sat in the 2 wooden chairs that had always been there. Graham's chairs, positioned to face the ocean, angled just slightly toward each other. The wood was silver with weather, and the seats were concave from decades of use. "She's been here every morning this week," Claire said, nodding toward Sophie. "I know. She told me." Jonah wrapped both hands around the mug. His hands were large, calloused, the kind of hands that knew the weight of rope and the tension of a mooring line. "She hasn't drawn this much since—" He stopped, took a sip. "She draws a lot." The unfinished sentence sat between them. Since Mariah died. Claire heard it the same way she heard the spaces in Graham's letters. The words that mattered most were the ones that almost didn't get said. "She's talented," Claire said. "Really talented. The way she captures Captain, she gets his personality, not just his shape." Mariah was the same way. Her mother. He said the name carefully, like picking up something fragile from a high shelf. "She painted. Watercolors mostly. The harbor, the boats, the light on the water at different times of day. We've got about 40 of them at the house. Sophie grew up watching her work." "That's a beautiful thing to inherit." Jonah looked at her. His gray eyes were steady and clear, and in the late afternoon light they caught the color of the ocean behind him. Not blue, not green, but that indefinable shade the Pacific turns when the clouds thin just enough to let the sun through without fully committing. "Some things pass on whether you want them to or not." They drank their coffee. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was the kind of silence that happens when 2 people are each deciding how much to say and finding that less is more, for now. The wind moved through the Sitka spruce at the edge of the property, a sound like breath through a cathedral. Below the bluff, a boat's engine coughed to life in the harbor. "How's the cottage treating you?" Jonah asked. "It's structurally optimistic, like it's holding together through sheer stubbornness." "Sounds about right for anything Ruth built." "The porch posts need replacing, the left side especially." "I know. I offered to fix them last fall. Your grandmother told me they had at least another winter in them, and then changed the subject to whether I'd tried her blackberry jam." Claire laughed. "Had you?" "Everybody had. She left jars on porches like other people leave business cards." He paused. "She kept this place going through love and stubbornness, and I think the house knew the difference." "What do you mean?" He set his mug on the porch railing and leaned back, looking out at the water. "Some houses hold up because they're built well. Some hold up because somebody cares enough to notice every crack before it spreads. This one was the second kind. Ruth noticed everything." His voice dropped, and Claire felt the shift, from general observation to something personal, private, a door opening half an inch. She noticed when people were holding up through stubbornness instead of structural integrity, too. Claire turned the blue-glazed mug in her hands. She was good at that. She was the best at it. He glanced toward Sophie, who was drawing with fierce concentration at the other end of the porch, earbuds in now, her world narrowed to the page. He lowered his voice, not conspiratorially, but gently, the way you speak about someone you love who you don't want to worry. Sophie stopped coming out of her room for about a month after Mariah died. Didn't draw, didn't eat much, barely talked. Your grandmother just showed up, every day for 3 weeks with some excuse, a book she'd found, a jar of jam that needed tasting, a question about whether Sophie thought the lavender was blooming early this year. She never once mentioned grief or loss or moving on. She just kept showing up. Claire's chest ached. She thought of Pastor Tom in the sanctuary, sitting in silence, of Graham's letter to Margaret, breaking a 40-year quiet. Of all the ways her grandmother had moved through this town like water through sand, filling in wherever someone was dry. "I'm glad," Claire said. "I'm glad she was here for Sophie. When I wasn't—" She stopped. The guilt pressed in, familiar and heavy. 5 years. 5 years of shorter phone calls and postponed visits, of letting David's sighs redirect her until Graham became a voice on the phone that got smaller and further away. "Hey," Jonah's voice cut through. Not sharp, just certain, like a hand on a tiller. "You're here now." She looked at him. The sun was lower, throwing the porch into gold, and his weathered face was half lit, half shadowed, and the patience in his gray eyes was so steady it made her want to tell him things she hadn't told anyone. About the marriage that made her invisible. About the relief that tasted like freedom and guilt. About finding her grandmother's handwriting on a sticky note and weeping on the kitchen floor. She didn't say any of that. Not yet. "I delivered another letter today," she said instead. "Pastor Tom." "How'd he take it?" He cried. Then he told me the letters are reminding the town of its own goodness. Jonah was quiet for a long moment. Tom's not wrong. This town's been holding its breath since March, like it's waiting for something and doesn't know what. He picked up his mug again and took a slow sip. Maybe it was waiting for the letters. Maybe it was waiting for someone dumb enough to deliver them. He did smile then, small, slow, a thing that started at the corners of his mouth and reached his eyes in its own time, like sunrise over the harbor. "I don't think that's the word I'd use." The air between them shifted. Not dramatically, not with any single word or gesture she could point to later and say, "That's when it changed." It was subtler than that. It was the angle of his body turning 2 degrees toward hers. It was the way his gaze dropped to her hands around the mug and came back up, unhurried. It was the way the silence after his words felt warm instead of empty, like a room where someone has just been. Claire felt it in her sternum, a flicker, a small, bright thing, the pilot light she'd been tending these past days suddenly throwing off a little more heat than she'd planned for. "Dad," Sophie pulled out an earbud. "If we're going, we should go. I need to stop at Ellie's for hot chocolate." "You have hot chocolate at home." "Ellie's is different. She uses real vanilla." "Of course she does." Jonah stood, and the porch felt larger without him in the chair. He looked down at Claire. "Thanks for the coffee." "Thanks for... what, sitting here, talking, being patient enough to let silence mean something?" "Thanks for telling me about Graham and Sophie." He nodded. Then he turned toward his daughter, and Claire saw it again, the way his whole body oriented toward Sophie, the compass finding north, the protectiveness so bone deep it wasn't even a choice. Sophie stood, depositing Captain onto the step with an apologetic ear scratch, and tucked her sketchbook under her arm. "Same time tomorrow?" Sophie asked, looking at Claire with an expression that dared her to make it a bigger deal than it was. "Same time tomorrow." Sophie nodded and headed down the steps. Jonah followed, then paused at the gate. He looked back at Claire on the porch, the cottage behind her with its cracked window and sagging posts and blue door, and something moved across his face, quick, unguarded, gone before he could name it. "Those porch posts," he said. "I could help. On Saturday, if you want." "I'd like that." He held her gaze for 1 beat longer than necessary. Then he turned and followed Sophie down the bluff path toward town, his tall frame steady against the wind, his daughter's dark curls bouncing beside him. Claire watched them go. Captain climbed into the chair Jonah had left, still warm, she realized, and began washing his face with an air of elaborate disinterest that fooled absolutely no one. "Don't start," Claire told him. Captain paused mid-lick, one paw suspended, and gave her a look of such transparent innocence that it constituted a complete argument. She picked up both mugs and went inside. The shoebox sat on the kitchen table where it always sat, 7 remaining letters fanned slightly from where she'd thumbed through them that morning. She ran her fingers over the names. Raymond Dominguez, Helen Park, Sophie Hale, Edward Kim, Tidewater Cove Town Council, Linda Calloway Bennett, Claire Bennett. 7 letters. 7 silences waiting to be broken. But tonight, standing at the kitchen sink with the water running warm over her hands and the last of the daylight turning the window into amber, what she kept coming back to wasn't the letters. It was the way Jonah had said, "You're here now." 2 words that cut through 5 years of guilt like a lamp through fog. And the way Sophie had asked to come back tomorrow like it cost her something. And the woman at the water's edge in every one of Sophie's ocean drawings, forever turned away, forever just out of reach. Claire dried her hands and looked out the window toward the bluff path. They were gone. The path was empty in the evening light, a pale line through dark grass leading down to the harbor. Captain jumped onto the windowsill and pressed his forehead against the glass, fogging it in a small, warm circle, exactly as he'd done the night she'd watched Jonah read Graham's letter on his boat. "You know what you're doing, don't you?" Claire said, "sitting in her chair while Sophie draws you, leading me to the letters, bringing everyone to this porch." She scratched behind his remaining ear. "Graham always said you were the real lighthouse keeper." He purred. The glass fogged and cleared, in rhythm with his breath. In Sophie's sketchbook, she'd left it open on the porch step, Claire realized, either by accident or by the kind of deliberate carelessness teenagers specialized in. The last drawing of the day showed Captain in Claire's kitchen, sunlight striping across the floor. And in the window behind him, 2 figures on the porch, one sitting, one standing, their shapes softened by the glass between them, caught in the middle of a conversation that could have been about anything or everything. Between them, barely visible, a 3rd figure at the far edge of the composition. A woman at the water, dark hair, turned away. Still there, still watching. Claire closed the sketchbook gently, set it inside the door where Sophie would find it tomorrow morning, and climbed the stairs to bed. Outside, the fog was rolling in, and somewhere on the water a foghorn sounded its low, steady call. The same note it had sounded her whole life. The same note that meant, "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." She lay in her childhood bed under the sloped ceiling and thought about porch posts and patience, and a 15-year-old girl who drew her dead mother into every ocean, and a man who noticed cracks before they spread, and a grandmother who knew that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was just keep showing up. The pilot light in her chest burned a little brighter, and for the first time, she wasn't sure whether that terrified her or saved her. 3 letters delivered, 7 to go, and Saturday, Jonah Hale was coming to fix her porch. Chapter 6. Tides Turning. Saturday arrived with a sky so blue it looked scrubbed, and Jonah Hale appeared at 8 o'clock sharp carrying a toolbox, 2 replacement porch posts, and a thermos of coffee he'd made at home because, as he explained while setting down the lumber, he wasn't sure Claire's kitchen was equipped for anything beyond black. "It's equipped for black," Claire said from the doorway, still in Graham's flannel shirt, her braid half undone from sleep. "Black is a legitimate coffee choice. Black is what happens when you give up." He said it so flatly that it took her a beat to catch the humor in his gray eyes. Then that small, slow smile, sunrise over the harbor, and he turned to inspect the sagging left porch post with the professional attention of a man who understood weight-bearing structures. Captain sat on the porch railing, supervising. They fell into a rhythm that first morning that neither of them discussed and both of them repeated. Jonah worked the structural repairs, the posts, the rotted section of decking near the front steps, the cabinet hinge that had been hanging loose since before Claire arrived. Claire sanded, painted, scrubbed. They traded the thermos back and forth. When it ran out around 10, Claire made a pot of black coffee on the stove, and Jonah drank it without complaint, though she caught him wincing once when he thought she wasn't looking. Sophie showed up at 9:15 with her sketchbook and disappeared into the living room to draw Captain, who had arranged himself in a shaft of sunlight with the exaggerated nonchalance of someone who knows he's being watched. By the second Saturday, Jonah brought cream. By the third, Claire had it waiting. She didn't mark the shift on a calendar. There was no single moment she could point to and say, "There, that's when it changed." It was the accumulation of small things. The way Jonah would hand her a tool before she asked for it, reading the project the way he read the Harper, anticipating what came next. The way he started sentences and then stopped, holding back, then trying again, as if speech were a skill he was relearning. The way his body oriented towards Sophie first whenever his daughter was in the room, like a compass finds north, but then, increasingly, his gaze would drift to Claire, and he'd hold it one beat past polite before looking away. "You don't have to keep coming," she told him on the third Saturday, halfway through replacing the linoleum near the stove. They were both on their knees on the kitchen floor, and Claire's right hand was cramping from gripping the utility knife. "I mean it. I can hire someone." "You could." He measured a section of new flooring with a carpenter's pencil, his movements unhurried. "But Frank overcharges on labor, and the Hemmings brothers are decent, but they don't start before noon, and they'll want to talk about the ducks for the first 40 minutes. Still. He looked at her across the half-torn linoleum. "This is the first Saturday in 3 years I've had somewhere to be that isn't the Harbor or Sophie's art supply store in Cannon Beach." He said it quietly, the way he said most things, but something in the words landed heavy. "So, unless you're asking me to leave." "I'm not asking you to leave." "Good." He went back to measuring. Captain padded in from the living room, stepped onto the exposed subfloor, and sat directly on the section Jonah needed to cut, tail curling around his enormous orange body with the air of a foreman calling a break. "Your cat has opinions," Jonah said. "He's not my cat." "Tell him that." The letters kept finding their way to the people they belonged to. On Tuesday of the second week, Claire walked to 8 Harbor Lane and knocked on Raymond Dominguez's door. Ray was a compact, sun-darkened man in his 60s, with forearms roped with old muscle and a laugh that carried halfway to the breakwater. He opened the door, saw the cream envelope, and immediately started talking about Captain. "That cat owes me $12 in sockeye. $12! You know what he did? Sat on my cooler lid." Ray was already waving Claire inside, the letter unopened in his hand, the story of the sockeye apparently requiring both a kitchen table and hand gestures. His house smelled of coffee and fish and lemon cleaner. A crucifix hung over the kitchen doorway. A framed photograph on the counter showed a younger Ray on a fishing boat with a dark-haired woman and 2 small children. He read Graham's letter standing up, holding it at arm's length because his reading glasses were somewhere he couldn't remember. Claire watched his face cycle through surprise, confusion, and something that crumpled his weathered features into softness. He sat down heavily. "She wrote that I taught her to mend nets," he said, staring at the letter. "She said I was the first person who treated her like she belonged on the dock and not just in the keeper's cottage. She said," his voice caught, "she said I was the kind of man who fed a stray cat for 2 weeks, even though the cat robbed him blind, and that said more about my character than anything she could put in words." He pressed the letter to his chest, the same gesture. Claire's throat tightened, watching the third man hold Graham's words against his heart. "She was something, your grandmother." Ray wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, unembarrassed. "You know what? I'm going to fix that garden gate of hers, the one by the bluff path. I noticed it hanging last month and I thought, that's not right, Ruth would hate that, but I didn't." He shook his head. "I'll come by this week." On Thursday, Claire visited the Tidewater Cove Public Library, a squat brick building with arched windows and a wooden sign so weathered the letters had nearly vanished. Helen Park was a small, precise woman in her 50s with wire-rimmed glasses, a cardigan buttoned to the neck, and a filing system so exacting that even her paper clips were organized by size. She accepted the letter with both hands and read it in the fiction section, between the G's and the H's, standing beneath a window that cast a column of light across the page. Graham had written about the summer reading programs Helen had run for 30 years, about how she'd once driven 45 minutes each way in a January storm to deliver books to an elderly man on the coast road who couldn't make it to the library, about how the library was the second warmest place in town after the church basement, and that warmth had nothing to do with the heating system. Helen didn't cry. She straightened her glasses, refolded the letter precisely along its creases, and said, "I'm going to start a story hour again. I stopped after the budget cuts, but I'm going to start it again. On Wednesdays. Your grandmother used to bring the children lemon cake." 5 letters delivered. 5 silences broken. And the letters did something Claire hadn't anticipated. They didn't just reach the people they were addressed to, they rippled. Ray fixed the garden gate and then came back the next day with 2 other fishermen to help patch the cottage's south side foundation, the settling problem Margaret had warned Claire about. Helen put up a display in the library about Tidewater Cove's lighthouse history, featuring photographs she'd found in the archive that no one had looked at in 20 years. At Pages and Pores, Ellie told Claire that 3 different people had come in that week asking about the letters, about Claire, about the cottage. "You're becoming a local institution," Ellie said, sliding a lavender latte across the counter. "It's been 2.5 weeks and you're already outpacing the Lighthouse for cultural significance." I'm just the delivery woman." Ellie's dark eyes sharpened with the look she got when she was about to say something true. "Uh-huh. And I'm just a lady who makes coffee." It was during the 4th Saturday, mid-June now, the days stretching long and the tourist season beginning to stir along Main Street, that the conversation changed. Sophie had left early for a study session, and Claire and Jonah were on the porch replacing the last of the 3 damaged posts. The new wood gleamed pale against the weathered gray of the original structure, and the porch no longer sagged to the left. Claire was applying marine-grade primer, matte, not satin as Margaret had prescribed, to the fresh posts while Jonah cleaned his tools. The coffee was gone. The morning fog had burned off, and the Pacific shone flat and silver below the bluff. "Can I ask you something?" Claire said, not looking at him, concentrating on the brush strokes. "You're going to anyway." She almost smiled. "When did you start coming back? I mean, after Mariah. When did you start feeling like yourself again?" The sound of him wiping a wrench with a cloth stopped. The silence that followed had texture to it, not empty but full of things being weighed. "I haven't," he said finally. Claire looked up. He was sitting on the top step, forearms on his knees, the cloth hanging from one hand. His gray eyes were fixed on the harbor below, where boats moved in slow patterns she imagined he could read like sentences. "The first year was just getting Sophie through," he said. "Making sure she ate, making sure she went to school, making sure the house didn't fall down around us. The second year was when everyone decided I should be fine. People stopped bringing casseroles, stopped calling, not because they didn't care, they just ran out of ways to say it. And the third year," he folded the cloth into a precise square. "The third year I realized I'd gotten so good at being Sophie's father that I'd forgotten I was anything else. Like I lost I don't know." He searched for the word. "My size. I used to take up space. Mariah used to say I filled a room just by walking in, which she meant as a complaint half the time. And then she was gone and I just shrank, down to one thing, one purpose." Claire set down the paintbrush. The primer was drying on the bristles, but she didn't care. "I know what that's like," she said. "The shrinking." He looked at her. "With David, it was slower, gradual. He didn't do it on purpose, or maybe he did, I honestly don't know anymore. But somewhere around year 4, I stopped saying things that I knew he'd dismiss. And then I stopped thinking the things, and then I stopped—" She pressed her lips together. "I forgot what I sounded like. My own voice. I'd be in the grocery store and someone would ask me a question and I'd hear myself answer and think, who is that? Like I was listening to a recording of someone pretending to be me." She wiped primer off her thumb onto her jeans. The day I knew it was over was the day I laughed at something. I can't even remember what. And David looked up from his phone and said, "Since when do you laugh like that?" And I realized he didn't know my laugh. After 8 years. He didn't know my actual laugh because I'd been giving him a smaller one the whole time. Jonah was watching her with those calm gray eyes that missed nothing, and she realized he wasn't going to fill the silence with reassurance or redirect her toward gratitude or tell her she was better off. He was just going to sit there and let her words exist. "Graham knew," Claire said. "I think she knew before I did. The phone calls got shorter and I kept saying, 'Everything's fine,' and she kept not believing me, but she never pushed. She just—" Claire's voice wavered. "She kept leaving the porch light on. Every time I called, she'd say, 'The porch light's on, Claire Bear.' Like if I ever showed up at 3 in the morning, the light would be there." That sounds like Ruth. "I should have come sooner." "You're here now." He'd said it before, weeks ago, and it had cut through her guilt like a lamp through fog. This time it settled differently, not a release from guilt, but an invitation into the present, into this porch, this morning, this man who understood shrinking because he'd done it too. "Can I tell you something strange?" Jonah said after a while. "Please." Sometimes I catch myself reaching for the phone to call her. Not Mariah, Ruth. Just to hear her tell me I was overcharging for dock permits or undercharging for patients. His mouth did something that was almost a smile. She had opinions about everything. Brought me blackberry jam like other people leave business cards. Claire laughed, her real laugh, the loud one that David had never recognized, and Jonah turned at the sound as if she'd tapped his shoulder. Something moved behind his eyes, quick and unguarded, and for a second neither of them looked away. Then Captain came around the corner of the cottage, dragging a fish nearly half his size, trailing seaweed, and deposited it with ceremonial gravity on the freshly primed porch step. "Oh no," Claire said. "Third time this week," Jonah said, leaning back. "He's going to ruin the primer." "He doesn't care about your primer. That's a tribute." Captain sat back on his haunches and regarded them both with imperious satisfaction, fish scales glinting on his whiskers. His single remaining ear was angled forward at an angle that suggested he expected applause. Claire looked at the fish, at the cat, at the man sitting on her grandmother's porch, and felt something loosen in her chest, a knot she hadn't known was tied. The potluck happened because of Ellie, who organized community events the way other people breathed, automatically and with the assumption that resistance was futile. "Saturday," she told Claire at the counter on a Wednesday morning. "I'm bringing everyone. Margaret's making scones, Ray's bringing chowder. Helen said she'd come if no one makes her sing. Tom's bringing cornbread from the soup kitchen. I've already told Jonah." "You've already told, and Sophie wants to paint the garden shed. She asked me. Something about Captain. I said yes on your behalf because I am excellent at overstepping boundaries. You're welcome." Claire opened her mouth and closed it. "Also," Ellie said, topping off the lavender latte, "the Hemmings brothers volunteered to fix the attic window. They're bringing their own tools. I told them they had until noon before they could mention the ducks." Saturday came in warm and golden, with a breeze off the water that smelled like salt and wild roses. By 10 in the morning, Claire's yard was full of people. Ray arrived first with a dented stockpot of chowder and 2 men Claire didn't recognize, who turned out to be his nephews from the commercial dock. They went straight for the foundation work Ray had started. Margaret appeared at exactly 9:45, carrying a basket of cranberry-orange scones wrapped in a linen cloth, wearing a gray linen blouse Claire had never seen, her silver hair still pulled back severely, but with what might have been a touch of lipstick. She deposited the scones on the kitchen table, inspected Claire's primer work on the porch posts, and declared it adequate, which Claire was beginning to understand was Margaret's highest form of praise. Pastor Tom brought cornbread and his quiet, steady presence. He stood on the porch watching the activity with his kind brown eyes crinkled into their resting smile and said to Claire, "Your grandmother would have loved this. She always said a house needed noise to stand up straight." Helen Park arrived with a box of books for the cottage, novels she'd pulled from the library's discard shelf, pressed into Claire's hands with the instruction to populate those shelves properly. The Hemmings brothers, who were in their 30s and built like brick walls, fixed the attic dormer window in an hour and managed to confine their football commentary to a reasonable 17 minutes. And Sophie. Sophie arrived with 2 cans of house paint, barn red and butter yellow, a set of brushes from the art supply store in Cannon Beach, and a vision. The garden shed stood at the back of the property, a weathered structure the size of a large closet where Graham had once kept trowels, twine, and bags of compost. Its wood siding was gray and bare. Sophie studied it from 3 angles, then pulled her sketchbook from under her arm and drew quickly, her pencil moving in swift, sure strokes. She showed Claire the sketch without being asked, the first time she'd voluntarily offered her work. Captain sprawled across the shed's entire south-facing wall, 9 feet long, rendered in overlapping warm tones. His single ear pointed at the sky. His golden eyes were half closed in that expression of magnificent indifference Claire had come to recognize as his resting state. Behind him, barely suggested in washes of blue and gray, was the lighthouse. "It's perfect," Claire said. "It's a cat on a shed," Sophie said. But her eyes were bright. She painted for 3 hours while the rest of the town moved around her, and nobody interrupted, and nobody told her to hurry, and nobody said a single well-meaning word about how nice it was that she was using her talent. Claire understood, watching from the kitchen window while she arranged Helen's donated books on the living room shelves, that the greatest gift anyone could give Sophie Hale was the space to work without being watched. By late afternoon, the cottage was unrecognizable. The porch stood level and solid on its new posts, primed and ready for paint. The front window's diagonal crack had been replaced with new glass the Hemmings brothers cut from stock they'd brought. The attic no longer leaked. The foundation was patched. The garden shed blazed with Captain's portrait, still wet, the colors luminous in the slanting light, so alive that the real Captain had walked up to it, sniffed, and stalked away with the affronted dignity of a celebrity who hadn't approved his own publicity photo. Inside, the kitchen had a working cabinet hinge, fresh linoleum near the stove, and clean shelves lined with Helen's books. Graham's blue-glazed mug sat on the counter next to a fresh bag of coffee. The reading chair still held its impression, but the rest of the room had been dusted, swept, and polished until the old wood glowed. They ate in the yard as the sun dropped toward the Pacific. Ray's chowder, Margaret's scones, Tom's cornbread, a salad someone had brought. Ellie's contribution of brownies she admitted came from a box mix because she was a barista, not a baker. Paper plates and mismatched glasses. Captain moved between people's feet, accepting tributes of chowder and scone crumbs with the benevolent air of a king holding court. Claire stood at the edge of the group and felt something she couldn't name press against the inside of her ribs. Not happiness, exactly. That word was too simple. Something more like recognition. This was what it looked like when people chose to show up, not because they owed you anything, not because showing up served them, but because that's what community meant. Graham had known. Graham had been the one who taught them, year after year, potluck after potluck, jar of blackberry jam after jar of blackberry jam. Claire caught Jonah's eye across the yard. He was leaning against the garden gate Ray had fixed, holding a paper plate he'd barely touched, watching her. The late light caught his face and turned his gray eyes into something indefinable, that particular Pacific shade that wasn't quite blue and wasn't quite silver and kept changing depending on how you looked at it. He raised his paper plate slightly. A toast without a glass. She raised hers back. After everyone left, Margaret first, as always, at precisely 6 o'clock, then Ray and his nephews, then the Hemmings brothers, then Helen with a quiet nod, then Ellie, who hugged Claire hard and whispered, "You did this." Jonah stayed to help clean up. Sophie had gone home an hour earlier, paint-streaked and quiet, her sketchbook under her arm. They gathered paper plates and napkins in a trash bag. Claire washed the borrowed dishes. Jonah dried. They worked in silence that felt like conversation. "Can I show you something?" Claire said when the last plate was stacked. She led him up the narrow staircase to the widow's walk, the railed platform atop the cottage's highest gable, accessible through a door at the top of the stairs that stuck on its hinges and required a shoulder. The walk was barely large enough for two people to stand abreast. The railing needed repainting. The view needed nothing. The Pacific stretched west to the edge of the world, dark blue going to indigo where it met the sky. The sun had slipped below the horizon but left a wash of peach and gold along the water's edge. Below them, the harbor lights were coming on, one by one, yellow pinpricks in the gathering dusk. The lighthouse stood dark on the bluff to their right, the beam long extinguished, the tower locked and empty. But the cottage was lit. Every window glowed. "Graham used to bring me up here," Claire said. "She taught me every star. She'd point and name them, and I'd repeat them back, and she'd correct my pronunciation, and we'd argue about whether that was Polaris or just a very bright airplane. She won every time." Jonah leaned on the railing, his hands resting on the weathered wood. "I can see my boat from here." "You can see everything from here. That was the point," Graham always said. "Not the light, the seeing." They stood watching the harbor lights multiply as the town settled into evening. A fishing boat motored in through the harbor mouth, its running lights red and green against the dark water. Somewhere below, Captain was patrolling the yard, a shadow among shadows. "This was a good day," Jonah said. It was. She'd have been proud. Ruth. All those people showing up. She'd have made lemon cake and told everyone the primer was wrong. He laughed, a real laugh, low and rough, surprised out of him, as though his own amusement had caught him off guard. It was the first time Claire had heard him laugh like that, without checking first, without measuring it against what was appropriate for a man still wearing his grief like an old coat. She laughed too, and their laughter met in the small space between them, and for a moment, the widow's walk felt like the warmest place in the world. The wind shifted. Claire's braid blew across her face, and she reached up to tuck it back, and her hand brushed his forearm on the railing. Neither of them moved. His skin was warm beneath the rolled sleeve of his flannel, and she could feel the fine hair on his forearm and the ridge of tendon underneath, and the contact was so slight, the backs of her fingers against his wrist, that it might have been accidental except that neither of them corrected it. His hand moved a quarter inch. His pinky finger settled against hers on the railing, not holding, just touching, the smallest possible claim. Claire's heart was doing something complicated and fast, and she kept her eyes on the harbor because if she looked at him, she would either say something real or lose her nerve entirely, and she wasn't sure which frightened her more. The pilot light in her chest was throwing off more heat than a pilot light had any right to. "Claire," he said. "Yeah." A pause. He drew a breath. "Dad?" The voice came from below, sharp, incredulous, carrying the particular freight of a 15-year-old who has just been ambushed by the universe. Claire and Jonah both turned. Sophie stood at the base of the cottage, looking up at the widow's walk. She must have come back up the bluff path. Her sketchbook was under her arm, her red Chuck Taylors dusty from the trail, one lace still untied. The yard light caught her face, and even from the height of the widow's walk, Claire could see the expression on it, the collision of recognition and betrayal, the way her dark eyes went from her father to Claire and back again, calculating the distance between them, the way they were standing, the laughter she must have heard floating down through the evening air. Jonah stepped back from the railing. "Sophie, hey, I thought you went home." "I forgot my paint tray." Her voice was flat, controlled, the kind of controlled that comes right before it isn't. "By the shed." "Okay, we were just..." I can see what you were just. She held her sketchbook tighter against her side. Her chin lifted, that fierce angle Claire had come to recognize, the one that meant Sophie was holding herself together with stubbornness instead of structural integrity. It's fine. I'll get my tray and go. She walked to the garden shed without looking back. Jonah was already moving toward the stairs, but Claire caught the look on his face in the light from the window below, the color draining, the jaw going tight, the recognition of a damage he couldn't undo by fixing it. By the time they got downstairs and out the front door, Sophie had the paint tray in one hand and was walking fast down the bluff path, her shoulders rigid. Sophie, wait! She stopped, turned, and whatever control she'd been maintaining collapsed. Mom's only been gone 3 years. Her voice broke on the word 3, as though the number itself was an accusation. 3 years, Dad, and you're up there like she never... She pressed the sketchbook against her chest, the same gesture, Claire realized with a shock, the same pressing of words against the heart, only Sophie's words were drawings, and the heart was 15 years old and already carrying more than it should. How can you just forget her? Sophie, I would never. You were laughing. She said it like laughing was the worst thing a person could do. Worse than crying. Worse than silence. Because laughter meant something had started to feel good again, and feeling good meant moving on, and moving on meant the woman at the water's edge would finally turn away for the last time and disappear. That doesn't mean I've forgotten. Then why does it feel like you have? She ran, down the bluff path in the near dark, one untied lace slapping against her ankle, paint tray banging against her leg, and Jonah took 2 steps after her and then stopped, standing in the yard between the primed porch and the still wet mural of a one-eared cat who watched everything with golden eyes that gave nothing away. Claire stood in the doorway. She could see the rigid line of his shoulders, the way his hands hung at his sides, useless, helpless, the hands of a man who knew how to mend nets and replace porch posts and read the weather on the water but could not reach his own daughter. Jonah. He didn't turn around. I should go after her, he said. His voice had lost its steadiness, the low, rough sureness stripped away, and what was left sounded like a man standing in the space between the person he'd been and the person he was becoming. And the ground had just shifted under him. Yes, Claire said. Go. He went, down the bluff path after Sophie, his broad shoulders disappearing into the dusk. Claire watched until she couldn't see him anymore, until the path was empty again, that pale line through dark grass leading down to the harbor, and the only sound was the foghorn beginning its nightly call and Captain winding around her ankles, pressing his warm weight against her shins. She looked at the widow's walk above her, the railing where their hands had almost held. She looked at the shed where Sophie's captain glowed in barn red and butter yellow, his painted eyes staring out at the darkening ocean with the calm certainty of a creature who had never once doubted where he belonged. Inside, the cottage was warm and clean and full of the after-image of a community that had chosen to show up. Graham's reading chair held its impression. The shoebox sat on the kitchen table with 5 letters remaining. Sophie Hale, Edward Kim, Tidewater Cove Town Council, Linda Calloway Bennett, Claire Bennett. 5 letters. 5 silences. And somewhere on the bluff path between here and the harbor, a father was trying to reach a daughter who was running from the one thing she feared more than grief, the possibility that grief could end. Claire sat on the porch step, in the exact spot where Sophie left her sketchbook open every morning and wrapped her arms around her knees. Captain settled against her hip, a furnace of orange fur, his purr steady and indifferent to catastrophe. The pilot light in her chest was still burning. But tonight it felt less like warmth and more like the bare, exposed filament of something that could just as easily go dark. Chapter 7. What Sophie Carries. The silence arrived on Sunday morning like weather. Claire woke to Captain on her chest, his usual announcement that consciousness was required, and for 3 heartbeats, she lay in the sloped-ceiling bedroom listening for what wasn't there. No truck tires on gravel, no toolbox clanking against a porch post, no thermos cap unscrewing, no low voice saying, "morning," as if the word itself were a complete philosophy. She fed Captain, made coffee in Graham's blue-glazed mug, and sat in the kitchen with the shoebox of 5 remaining letters. The cottage smelled of fresh paint and Murphy's oil soap, and the phantom warmth of 30 people who'd crowded into it yesterday for a potluck that now felt like it belonged to a different life. Her phone stayed dark. No text from Jonah. She hadn't expected one, but the absence had weight. The way a missing tooth has weight. Your tongue keeps finding the gap. She texted him once, at noon. "I hope Sophie's okay." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again, then, "She's with me. We're figuring it out." 5 words, spare as the man himself. Claire read them 4 times, hearing his voice in the spaces between letters, and set her phone face down on the table. Monday, she walked to the hardware store and bought weather stripping for the attic dormer the Hemmings brothers had fixed. Frank rang her up and asked if Jonah would be by Saturday. She said she didn't know. Tuesday, she sat in the Pages and Pores window seat with a mocha that Ellie had nudged across the counter without being asked, and watched Main Street do its unhurried Tuesday business. Margaret Byrne passed at her usual time, bound for Earl Grey and the Times crossword. A tourist couple examined the painted rocks on the breakwater. The harbor glinted beyond the rooftops, and somewhere down there Jonah was coiling rope or reading tide charts or doing any of the 100 quiet things that constituted his days, and none of them involved her porch. "You look like someone stole your dog," Ellie said, sliding into the opposite chair with her own cup, something involving espresso and what appeared to be an unreasonable amount of caramel. "Or your cat, which, knowing Captain, is a realistic concern." "Captain's fine. Captain's always fine." Claire turned the mug in her hands. "He brought a fish to the porch this morning that I'm fairly sure outweighed him. His love language, rotting protein." Ellie propped her chin on her fist. "So, Jonah..." Claire looked up. "Small town, Bennett. Sophie came into the shop yesterday for hot chocolate and wouldn't make eye contact with me, which is a Sophie Richter scale event because that girl stares you down like she's daring you to exist. And Jonah hasn't been on your bluff in 3 days. 3 days, which in new whatever you two are time is approximately a geological age." Claire pressed the heel of her hand against her sternum, where the pilot light sat, dimmer now. "He's not wrong to pull back. Sophie comes first. She should come first." "Of course she should." Ellie's voice softened. "But you're allowed to be sad about it." "I'm not..." Claire stopped. Tried again. "It's not about me." "It's a little about you. It's about a 15-year-old girl who lost her mother 3 years ago and walked in on her father standing too close to a woman she barely knows. I'd have run too." Ellie was quiet for a moment. Behind the counter, the espresso machine hissed and settled. "Can I say something that might land weird?" "You're going to regardless." "Fair." Ellie leaned forward. The overhead light caught the espresso stain on her apron, a permanent feature, like a birthmark. "You came here to deliver those letters, right? That's the mission. That's the purpose. Graham's unfinished business." "Yes. But I've been watching you these past few weeks, and I think..." She paused, choosing words with a care that was unusual for a woman who typically deployed sentences like friendly grenades. "I think the letters are delivering you, Claire. Every door you knock on, every silence you break, you're not just finishing Graham's work. You're finding out who you are when someone isn't shrinking you." The mocha blurred. Claire blinked hard. "And the thing is," Ellie continued gently, "you can't keep doing that forever. Eventually the letters run out, and then it's just you, in a cottage on a bluff, deciding whether you actually live here or whether you were just passing through on an errand. Claire set the mug down. Her fingers were trembling, which irritated her. I still have 5 letters. I know. So the errand isn't over. No, Ellie agreed. But one of those letters is addressed to you. And I think you've been using the other 9 as a pretty good excuse not to open it. The accuracy of this landed like a stone in still water, concentric rings spreading outward, touching everything. Claire opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. When did you get so annoyingly perceptive? Somewhere between the grease trap fire and the insurance paperwork. Catastrophic loss really sharpens the observational skills. Ellie grinned, but her eyes stayed serious. Go home, Claire. Not because I'm kicking you out, but because I think there's something at the cottage you need to sit with. She didn't go straight home. She walked the long way, past the church where Pastor Tom's soup kitchen was being prepped. She could smell onions through the open basement window, and up the hill along 2nd Street to where the sidewalk ended and Lighthouse Road began its climb through the Sitka spruce. The afternoon light fell in shafts through the canopy, and the air smelled of salt and warming pine pitch, and somewhere in the trees, a Steller's jay was screaming at something that probably didn't deserve it. Claire walked and thought about Ellie's words. The letters are delivering you. She turned the idea over, resistant, the way she'd been resistant to every true thing anyone had told her for the past decade. David had trained her in that resistance without either of them knowing it, a slow education in dismissal that made her distrust her own instincts the way someone who's been corrected too many times at a piano eventually refuses to play. But Ellie wasn't David, and the truth of it sat in Claire's chest alongside the pilot light, crowding the space. She had been hiding. Behind Graham's handwriting and Graham's stationery and Graham's lighthouse watermark, carrying other people's revelations so she wouldn't have to sit still with her own. 5 letters remained. 1 for Sophie, who wasn't speaking to her, 1 for Edward Kim, whom she hadn't met, 1 for the town council, 1 for her mother in Tacoma, and 1 for herself, the thickest envelope bearing Graham's thumbprint on the seal, waiting at the bottom of the shoebox like an anchor. She'd told herself the order mattered, that she'd deliver every other letter first, that hers was last because Graham put it there deliberately. And maybe Graham had. But Claire was honest enough, walking under the spruce with the jay still screaming, to admit that the order also served a different purpose. As long as there were letters to deliver, she didn't have to open her own. As long as she was Ruth Calloway's granddaughter on an errand, she didn't have to be Claire Bennett deciding what came next. She climbed the hill and emerged from the trees. The cottage waited, blue door catching afternoon light. Captain was on the porch railing, monitoring the chipmunk beneath the lavender with the unblinking focus of a surveillance operative who took his work very seriously. Claire stopped at the gate. There, on the top porch step where Sophie usually sat, was a spiral-bound sketchbook. She knew what it was before she picked it up. The green cover was soft from handling, the spiral binding slightly warped, and there were charcoal smudges along the edge where Sophie rested the heel of her hand. She must have left it Saturday evening when she came back for the paint tray, set it down on the step, and then everything happened and she forgot. Claire held it for a full minute without opening it. The weight of it was wrong for its size, heavier than paper and binding should be, as if what was drawn inside had mass. She should return it. Walk down to the harbor, find Jonah's house, leave it on his porch the way she'd left Margaret's letter, a delivery with no conversation required. A 15-year-old girl's sketchbook was private. Claire understood private. She'd spent 8 years with a man who opened her mail and read her journal and called it intimacy, and she knew the difference between sharing and trespass. But Sophie had left it open on this same step before. The morning after her first visit, and twice more that week, pages turned to a drawing she'd finished, left like a message in a language she was teaching Claire to read. Sophie communicated through what she chose to show. Claire sat down on the step. Captain dropped from the railing to her lap, 14 pounds of orange conviction that wherever Claire was sitting was where he belonged. She rested her hand on the sketchbook's cover and looked out at the ocean. Then she opened it. The first pages were Captain. Claire had seen these drawings before, or versions of them, the enormous tabby in various poses of magnificent indifference, his missing ear rendered not as damage but as character. These were the portfolio pieces Sophie had mentioned, precise and controlled, the work of a young artist who already understood that the interesting part of any subject was what was missing. Claire turned pages. More Captain. Captain on the windowsill. Captain sprawled in Graham's reading chair, fitting perfectly into the cushion's impression. Captain on the harbor dock, tail wrapped around his paws, watching boats. The drawings were beautiful, technically accomplished, the shading work alone remarkable for a 15-year-old. But they were also safe. Claire recognized safe. She'd lived inside safe for years. Then the drawings changed. Page 17. The ocean, wide and gray, rendered in charcoal so soft it looked like fog made solid. And at the water's edge, almost indistinguishable from the mist, a woman. Dark hair, turned away, no face. Page 18. The same woman, closer, standing on what might have been the breakwater or might have been nothing at all, just a line between water and shore. Her hair was different, shorter or maybe just caught by wind, still turned away. Page 19. The woman again, knee-deep in waves that didn't quite look like waves, more like hands reaching. Dark, curly hair, a suggestion of shoulders, the angle of a neck, no face. Claire turned pages with increasing care, as if the paper might dissolve under her fingers. The woman appeared again and again, 20, 30, 40 times at least, scattered between other drawings, inserted into landscapes and harbor scenes and cottage interiors, like a ghost who couldn't quite leave. No two drawings were identical. In some, the woman was tall, in others, smaller. The hair changed, longer, shorter, curlier, straighter. The posture shifted, the distance from the water varied. In one, the woman's hand was raised, as though waving or reaching, and Claire felt something crack inside her chest. Sophie was drawing her mother, and every version was slightly different because Sophie was 15 and her mother had been dead for 3 years, and she was starting the details. The shape of her mother's shoulders, the exact way her hair fell, whether she was tall enough that her father had to lean down to kiss her, or whether they were nearly the same height. Whether her hands were narrow or broad, whether she stood with her weight on her left foot or her right. The 1,000 small physical facts that constitute a person, the architecture of someone you love, and Sophie was trying to hold them all in graphite and charcoal, and they kept shifting, kept refusing to solidify, because memory is not a photograph. Memory is a tide pool, and every wave changes what's inside it. Claire closed the sketchbook. She sat on the porch step and cried. Not the way she'd cried her first night in the cottage. That had been grief for Graham, sharp and overdue. This was something older and more frightening. Recognition. Because Claire knew exactly what Sophie was doing. She'd been doing it herself for months, not with a sketchbook, but with stories, with anecdotes, with the way she kept touching Graham's flannel shirt and pressing her nose to the collar for the fading lavender. She was trying to hold on to someone who was already gone, and the harder she held, the more the details slipped through, and the slipping was unbearable because it felt like a second death. And she understood, finally, the cruelty of what she'd done, not to Sophie, but to herself. 5 years. 5 years of shortened calls and postponed visits, letting David's 1,000 small calibrations redirect her away from the only person who'd ever made her feel entirely, uncomplicatedly seen. She could have driven 4 hours south any Saturday. She could have come for a weekend, for a week, for any of the ordinary, unheroic stretches of time that are actually what love is made of. She could have sat in the reading chair while Graham sat in the kitchen and Captain sprawled between them, and they could have said nothing or everything, and either would have been enough. Instead, she'd waited. And now Graham was a flannel shirt and a sticky note and a shoebox of words she'd never managed to mail, and Claire was sitting on a porch step trying to reconstruct the exact sound of her grandmother's laugh and finding she couldn't be sure whether it started high and went low or the other way around. Captain pressed his head against her chin. His purr was a rumble that seemed to originate somewhere below the porch and travel up through the wood. "She was afraid of forgetting," Claire said to him. "That's all it is. She's afraid of the same thing I'm afraid of." Captain regarded her with his golden eyes, and his expression suggested he had known this for some time and was pleased she'd finally caught up. Claire dried her eyes, went inside, and pulled Graham's recipe card off the refrigerator. Ruth's lemon cake. Use real lemons. The bottled stuff is an abomination. Zest of 3 large lemons from the Italian market if Frank has them. Frank at the hardware store did not, as it turned out, carry Italian lemons. But the small grocery on Pine Street had Meyer lemons that were close enough, and Claire bought 6 because Graham always believed in abundance over precision. She baked. The kitchen filled with the scent of lemon zest and warm butter and sugar, and it was so much like walking into Graham's kitchen at age 10 that Claire had to stop twice and press her hands flat on the counter and breathe. The recipe was in Graham's handwriting, the same hand that had addressed 10 envelopes on cream stationery with a Lighthouse watermark, and following the loops of her letters felt like holding a conversation across an impossible distance. Cream the butter and sugar until fluffy, really fluffy, Claire Bear, not the half-hearted fluffing your mother does. Claire hadn't noticed the Claire Bear before. She looked at the recipe card again. Right there in parentheses after fluffy, really fluffy, Claire Bear, not the half-hearted fluffing your mother does. She'd read this card a dozen times and somehow missed it. Or maybe she'd needed to be standing in this kitchen with lemon on her fingers and grief in her throat to see it clearly. Graham had written this recipe for her. Not for posterity, not for a cookbook, for Claire. As if she'd known, even then, even while Claire was drifting farther and farther into a marriage that made her smaller, that someday her granddaughter would stand in this kitchen and need instructions for something more nourishing than cake. Share it. Cake eaten alone is just flour and regret. The cake came out golden, fragrant, slightly lopsided in the way that announced it had been made by human hands in a real kitchen. Claire let it cool on a wire rack while the evening fog crept in from the ocean. She found Graham's old cake carrier in the pantry, pale blue ceramic with a chip on the lid, and settled the cake inside. At 7 o'clock, she walked down Lighthouse Road. She didn't know where Jonah lived exactly, but Tidewater Cove was a town of 2,400 people, and the harbor master's address wasn't a secret. She passed Margaret's house, lights on, the faint sound of typing, which made her chest ache in a good way, and continued down the hill to where Lighthouse Road met Spruce Street. Captain trotted beside her, 6 feet ahead as usual, leading her with the confidence of an animal who'd been navigating this town since before she was born. Jonah's house was a white clapboard with green shutters on a quiet street 2 blocks from the harbor. A modest yard, a garage with the door half open, tools visible inside. A porch light was on, which made Claire think of Graham, who always kept hers burning, and through the front window she could see the warm glow of a lamp, but no movement. She climbed the porch steps, set the cake down beside the front door, and stepped back. No note. She'd considered one and rejected every version. "I'm sorry," was wrong. She hadn't done anything to apologize for. "I'm here if you need me," was presumptuous. "This is my grandmother's recipe," was obvious. Every combination of words she assembled felt like either too much or too little, and she finally understood why Graham had written 10 letters and mailed none of them. Sometimes the distance between what you feel and what language can carry is so vast that the only honest choice is silence. She set the cake on the porch. The blue ceramic lid glowed faintly in the porch light. "Stay," she told Captain. He looked at her with open contempt, an expression that suggested he had never, in his entire indeterminate life, obeyed a command from a human, and was not going to begin with one this absurd. But he settled his haunches on the welcome mat beside the cake with the air of a sphinx assuming his post, and Claire walked away. She didn't look back. She wanted to. The desire to glance over her shoulder was almost physical, a pull behind her ribs, but she kept walking. Down Spruce Street, up Lighthouse Road, past Margaret's typing, through the spruce canopy where owls were beginning their evening arguments, and home to the blue door. Sophie's sketchbook sat where she'd left it on the kitchen table, beside the shoebox. Claire placed it carefully on the shelf by the door, visible, accessible, waiting for its owner to come back and claim it whenever she was ready. She washed the mixing bowls, wiped down the counter, read Graham's recipe one more time. Share it. Cake eaten alone is just flour and regret. She placed the card back on the refrigerator with its magnet, a faded ceramic lobster that had been there so long it had left a shadow on the paint. She climbed the stairs to her childhood bedroom, Captain following with his heavy, certain tread. Through the window, the ocean was black beneath a half moon. The foghorn called. She thought about Sophie drawing her mother's face over and over, each version a prayer against forgetting. She thought about Jonah tucking Graham's letter into his chest pocket and pressing his hand flat. She thought about Ellie saying, "The letters are delivering you," and the terrible, clarifying accuracy of it. She thought about Graham, alone in this kitchen in March, the stroke arriving without warning, and whether in those final moments she thought about the shoebox, the 10 letters she'd written and stamped and addressed and never sent, and wished she'd been braver sooner. Claire pressed her face into Graham's flannel shirt. It still smelled of lavender. Fainter now than 3 weeks ago, but there. "I'm sorry I didn't come back," she whispered into the fabric. "I'm sorry I let him make me small enough to forget where I belonged." Captain settled against her hip, his purr vibrating through the mattress. Outside, the foghorn called and called, the way it always had, the way it would whether anyone was listening or not. She found it at 7 the next morning. She'd come downstairs to make coffee, Captain winding between her ankles with the urgency of a creature who believed each sunrise might be the last and intended to spend it eating. And she'd opened the front door to check the weather, a habit she'd picked up from Graham, who always said you couldn't trust a coast you hadn't looked at before coffee. On the porch step, exactly where she'd left Sophie's sketchbook the day before, sat the blue ceramic cake carrier. Empty, washed clean. And inside it, resting on the pale blue surface like a small declaration, was a single wildflower. Purple and yellow, with a thin green stem, a coastal lupine, the kind that grew in dense clusters along the bluff path between the cottage and the harbor. Someone had picked it carefully, cutting the stem at an angle the way you do when you want a flower to last. No note, no words at all, just the clean pan and the flower inside it, which said everything that words right now could not. Claire picked up the lupine and held it to her face. It smelled of salt and something sweet and green, and the morning fog was just beginning to thin above the harbor, and Captain was already on the porch railing resuming his surveillance of the chipmunk, and somewhere down the hill in a white clapboard house with green shutters, a man who spoke in fragments had chosen the only language available to him. She found a juice glass in the cabinet, one of the pair she and Margaret had drunk wine from that first night, and filled it with water and set the lupine inside it on the kitchen windowsill, where the morning light would reach it. Then she sat down at the table with her coffee and the shoebox and looked at the 5 remaining envelopes. Sophie's, Edward Kim's, the town council's, her mother's, her own. Sophie's sketchbook waited by the door. The wildflower glowed purple and yellow in its juice glass, a single stem doing the work of an entire conversation. Claire picked up her mug, Graham's blue-glazed mug, still warm, and allowed herself, carefully, like someone testing the weight of ice before stepping onto it, to hope. Chapter 8. Letters and Legacies. The Tidewater Cove Town Council met on the first and third Thursdays of every month in the community room above the fire station on Pine Street. Claire learned this from a flyer taped to the window at Pages and Pores, right between an advertisement for a lost golden retriever named Biscuit and a hand-lettered sign promoting the library's reinstated Wednesday story hour. The flyer listed the agenda in a typeface so small she had to lean close enough to fog the glass. Budget review, harbor maintenance schedule, seasonal parking permits, and, at the bottom, almost an afterthought, discussion, disposition of lighthouse property and structures. Disposition. As if a lighthouse were something that could be disposed of, like a filing cabinet or a surplus desk. She stood outside the shop on a Thursday morning, a day after finding the lupine in the cake carrier, holding a cream envelope with Graham's Lighthouse watermark and a forever stamp, addressed in firm blue ink to the Tidewater Cove Town Council. The envelope had been sealed so long the flap had bonded to itself, the paper slightly yellowed at the edges. Claire turned it over. No date, but the forever stamp told her Graham had written it sometime after 2007, when the Postal Service introduced them. Sometime in the last 15 or 16 years of her life. "You look like you're about to storm a castle," Ellie said from the doorway, wiping her hands on her espresso-stained apron. "Do you know what time the council meeting starts tonight?" 7. But people start showing up at 6:30 because Darlene brings cookies from the bakery and everyone wants the snickerdoodles before Frank eats them all. Ellie tilted her head. "Why?" Claire held up the envelope. "Graham had opinions about the lighthouse." Ellie's eyebrows rose. Ruth Calloway had opinions about everything, but that... She pointed at the envelope with a finger still dusted with cocoa powder. "That's going to be interesting. The developer's on the agenda tonight. Portland guy, been circling for months. Brought a PowerPoint last time." A PowerPoint. "Complete with renderings, boutique hotel and spa. Very tasteful, very expensive, very not a lighthouse anymore." Ellie crossed her arms. "You want backup?" "I want snickerdoodles." "I'll save you two." The community room smelled of industrial carpet cleaner and burned coffee. Folding chairs were arranged in crooked rows facing a long table where 5 council members sat with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Claire recognized the setup from every small-town meeting she'd ever imagined. The fluorescent lighting that made everyone look vaguely ill, the American flag on a tilting stand in the corner, the whiteboard behind the council table still bearing the ghost of a fire safety diagram someone had incompletely erased. She'd arrived at 6:40, and already the room was 2/3 full. More people than she'd expected. Ray Dominguez sat in the second row with his arms folded across his chest, flanked by 2 men she recognized from the foundation patching crew. Helen Park occupied an aisle seat near the front, cardigan buttoned to the neck, a folder of papers in her lap that Claire suspected contained the Lighthouse history materials from her library display. Pastor Tom sat 3 rows back with his hands clasped, looking like a man who'd come to listen rather than speak, but would speak if necessary. Ellie had claimed seats near the middle and was guarding an empty chair with her bag while simultaneously eating a snickerdoodle. She waved. Margaret Burns sat in the very last row alone, with her reading glasses on their chain and her spine as straight as a flagpole. She did not wave. She did not, in fact, appear to be looking at anyone. She was looking at the wall above the council's heads as though she could see through it to the ocean beyond. Claire slid into the seat Ellie had saved and immediately felt the envelope in her jacket pocket pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. "Snickerdoodle?" Ellie whispered, offering a napkin. "After." The council chair was a woman named Vera Ostrowski, mid-60s, short gray hair, bifocals, a no-nonsense manner that suggested she'd chaired these meetings for years and intended to keep doing so until someone pried the gavel from her hands. She called the meeting to order at exactly 7 o'clock, rattled through the first 4 agenda items in 18 minutes, and then paused to take off her bifocals, clean them on her shirt, and put them back on, a gesture Claire recognized as the bureaucratic equivalent of taking a deep breath. Item 5, Vera said. The Lighthouse. A ripple went through the room. Not sound exactly, more like a collective tightening, the way a harbor rope goes taut when the tide pulls. As you all know, the lighthouse and surrounding bluff property have been in county trust since the Coast Guard decommissioned the facility in 2004. The county has been maintaining minimum upkeep, emphasis on minimum, and the structure continues to deteriorate. We've received a formal proposal from Coastal Bluff Development out of Portland, and Mr. Weaver is here tonight to present the offer. After that, we'll open the floor to public comment. Vera gestured toward a man sitting at the end of the council table. Kyle Weaver was approximately 40, with the kind of calculated, casual appearance that cost more than it pretended not to. Open collar, sport coat with the sleeves pushed up, a leather portfolio that probably cost more than Claire's monthly grocery budget. He smiled at the room with the practiced warmth of someone who'd given this presentation in a dozen other small towns and knew exactly which notes to hit. He stood, and a laptop projected a slideshow onto the whiteboard, obliterating the fire safety diagram's ghost. Good evening, everyone. I know this is an emotional topic, so I want to start by saying, we love this lighthouse too. Claire's jaw tightened. Beside her, Ellie made a small sound like a cat who'd been offered inferior tuna. Weaver was good, she had to give him that. He spoke about economic decline in coastal communities, the burden of maintaining aging infrastructure, the promise of tourism revenue. He showed renderings of a boutique hotel called The Keeper, all reclaimed wood and floor-to-ceiling windows, a spa with ocean views, a restaurant serving locally sourced seafood. The lighthouse itself would remain, he assured them, preserved, visible, part of the brand. He used the word synergy only once, which showed admirable restraint. He quoted numbers: construction jobs, annual tax revenue, projected hotel occupancy rates. He mentioned a percentage that would go to a community fund. He pronounced Tidewater Cove with the slight overcorrection of someone who'd practiced it in the car. When he finished, the room was quiet. Not convinced quiet, Claire thought, calculating quiet. The numbers were real. The town's fishing revenue was down. The harbor needed repairs. She could feel people weighing Graham's lighthouse against new jobs, crumbling infrastructure against glossy renderings. Vera thanked Weaver and opened the floor. Ray Dominguez spoke first, standing up with the ease of a man who'd been speaking in public spaces his whole life: the dock, the harbor, the church. My family's fished this coast for 3 generations. That lighthouse kept my father off the rocks in '63. I know it's decommissioned. I know it's expensive. But some things aren't about expense. He sat down. Helen Park stood next, adjusting her wire-rimmed glasses. She read from a prepared statement about the lighthouse's historical significance: construction date, the keepers who'd served, the number of documented lives saved. Her voice was precise and flat, the voice of a woman who trusted facts to carry their own emotional weight. She'd brought copies for the council. 2 other residents spoke, one in favor of the development, citing his son who'd moved to Portland for work, and one against, a woman Claire didn't know who said her grandmother had memories of the lighthouse beam and didn't want to see it turned into a hotel lobby. Then there was a pause. The room breathed. Vera looked down at her notes. Claire stood up. Later, she wouldn't be able to say exactly what propelled her to her feet. Not courage, not confidence, something closer to obligation, the weight of the envelope against her ribs reminding her that she was carrying someone else's words, and those words had waited long enough. My name is Claire Bennett, she said, and her voice came out steadier than she felt. Ruth Calloway was my grandmother. I grew up spending summers in the cottage below the lighthouse, and I moved back. She paused. The word she'd almost said was home. She caught it, tucked it away. I moved back to Tidewater Cove 6 weeks ago. Some of you know that I've been delivering letters my grandmother wrote to people in this town. Letters she never mailed. She pulled the envelope from her jacket pocket. This one is addressed to the town council. Vera leaned forward. When was it written? I don't know exactly. Sometime in the last 15 years, based on the stamp. And you'd like to read it? If you'll allow it. Vera looked at the other council members. 2 nodded, 1 shrugged. The 4th, a younger man who'd been checking his phone throughout Weaver's presentation, put the phone down. Go ahead, Vera said. Claire broke the seal. The flap resisted and then gave way with a soft, tearing sound. Inside was a single sheet of cream stationery, both sides, Graham's handwriting in blue ink, the letters more deliberate than her usual scrawl, as though she'd thought about each word before committing it. Claire unfolded the letter and began to read. To the Tidewater Cove Town Council. I'm writing this because I'm better on paper than I am standing in front of people, and because some things need saying even if the person saying them is an 80-year-old woman who has been told, more than once, that she has too many opinions about things that aren't her business. The Lighthouse is my business. It was my husband's business for 31 years, and it was mine for every one of those years plus the ones after he died, when I kept walking up there to check on a light that wasn't burning anymore, because the habit of watching over something doesn't stop just because someone tells you it's been decommissioned. A murmur went through the room. Claire kept reading. I know there's money in selling it. There's always money in selling things. Someone will come along with drawings of what it could become. A hotel, a restaurant, a gift shop selling candles shaped like lighthouses, which would be ironic if anyone were paying attention. They'll talk about jobs and revenue and economic growth, and they won't be lying. The numbers will add up because numbers always do. That's the easy part. Claire heard Weaver shift in his chair. The hard part is deciding what you're willing to lose. A lighthouse isn't a building, it's a promise. It says, I see you out there in the dark, and I will not stop shining. You can't put that in a spreadsheet. Claire's voice caught. She swallowed, found the next line. I've lived in Tidewater Cove for 59 years. I've watched this town survive storms that took boats and roofs and, twice, people we loved. I've watched it survive the fishing regulations and the tourist slumps, and the year the highway flooded and nobody could get in or out for 4 days, and we discovered we had enough in our pantries and our hearts to keep going. This town doesn't need saving from the outside. It needs to remember what it already has. Turn the lighthouse into something that belongs to everyone. An arts center, a community space, a place where children can learn and old women can teach, and someone can stand at the top and see everything. Not just the ocean, but the town itself, the harbor and the houses and the church steeple and the bookshop and the boats coming home. That's what a lighthouse does. It doesn't just warn you away from danger, it shows you where home is. I'm not naive. I know this costs money. I know paint and plumbing and structural engineers don't work for free. But I also know that this town, when it decides to do something, does it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen fishermen repair a stranger's boat. I've seen teachers stay past dark because a student needed them. I've seen a whole neighborhood show up with casseroles because someone was hurting and didn't know how to ask for help. Don't sell the lighthouse, please. Not because of what it was, but because of what it still could be. With love and probably too many opinions, Ruth Calloway. Claire folded the letter along its creases. Her hands were trembling. The room was silent except for the hum of fluorescent lights and, from somewhere outside, the faint call of the foghorn. Ray Dominguez wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and didn't try to hide it. Vera cleared her throat. Thank you, Ms. Bennett. That's Ruth. The younger council member who'd been on his phone was sitting very still now, the phone face down on the table. But Kyle Weaver was already standing. If I may, he said, in the reasonable tone of a man who'd weathered emotional appeals before. Mrs. Calloway's passion is admirable, truly, but passion doesn't fix a deteriorating structure. The lighthouse needs a new roof, seismic reinforcement, electrical. The county's estimate is north of $800,000. Our proposal includes full restoration as part of the hotel design. The lighthouse wouldn't be lost, it would be decorated. The word came from the back of the room.
Everyone turned.
Margaret Byrne was on her feet. She hadn't raised her hand. She hadn't waited for Vera to recognize her. She was simply standing, tall and angular and silver-haired, with her reading glasses on their chain and her shoulders set in a way that dared anyone to tell her to sit down. "That's what you mean," Margaret said, her voice cutting through the room with the precision of a woman who'd commanded classrooms for 4 decades. "You'd keep the lighthouse the way someone keeps a vase on a shelf. Something to look at, something that matches the furniture." She paused. "I've been quiet for a very long time, 40 years. I know some of you remember me teaching at the high school, and some of you were my students, and I'm sure several of you still have nightmares about my grammar exams." A nervous laugh from somewhere in the middle rows. "I stopped speaking publicly because someone told me my words weren't good enough. A man from New York, in case you're curious. He stood in our library and told me my stories were provincial, and I believed him. I put my typewriter in a closet and I closed my mouth, and I let 40 years go by because I was afraid he was right." The room had gone absolutely still. Claire realized she was holding her breath. Ruth Calloway's letter didn't just give me an apology. Margaret's voice didn't waver. It sharpened. "It gave me my voice back, and I absolutely refuse to stand here and use it for the first time in 40 years only to watch this town sell its soul for a spa." She turned her gaze on Weaver with an expression that would have made Claire's high school algebra teacher weep with envy. "You have a lovely presentation, Mr. Weaver. Very professional, very polished. But I've been reading books and grading essays for my entire adult life, and I can tell when someone is selling a story instead of telling one. You don't love this lighthouse. You love what the land underneath it is worth." Weaver opened his mouth. Margaret held up one finger, the gesture of a teacher who was not, under any circumstances, finished. "Ruth Calloway was my neighbor for 42 years. She fed a one-eared cat every night. She baked lemon cake for children she wasn't related to. She walked to the harbor twice a week because she believed it was her job to check on things, even after there was nothing official left to check on. That's what a lighthouse keeper does. They keep showing up. They keep the light on." Her voice dropped, and the drop was more devastating than any rise could have been. "Don't you dare sell this lighthouse. Not for money, not for jobs, not for renderings. Ruth Calloway kept the porch light on for this entire town, and the least we can do is keep one light on for her." Margaret sat down. She picked up her purse, placed it in her lap, and stared straight ahead as if nothing extraordinary had happened. The room erupted. Not anger, something rawer and louder. People were talking over each other, some of them standing, Ray Dominguez saying something emphatic to the man beside him, Helen Park nodding so hard her glasses slipped down her nose. The younger council member looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Even Vera was gripping her gavel without banging it, letting the noise swell. Kyle Weaver sat very still with his leather portfolio closed. Vera finally brought the gavel down, once, twice, a third time. "Order! We'll have order!" She waited for the room to settle, though it settled reluctantly, like the sea after a squall. "Given the strength of public feeling, I'm going to propose we table the vote on the developer's proposal for 2 weeks. Give the council time to review alternatives, including the community arts center concept Mrs. Calloway described." She looked at the other council members. "All in favor?" 4 hands went up. The 5th council member, a woman in a windbreaker who'd been quiet all evening, hesitated, looked at the room, and slowly raised hers. "Unanimously tabled," Vera said. 2 weeks. This isn't over, but it's not decided." Claire exhaled so hard her vision blurred. Outside, the air smelled of salt and cooling asphalt and the particular sweetness of coastal evening in June. People spilled onto the sidewalk in clusters, voices animated, the energy of the meeting refusing to dissipate. Ray clapped Claire on the shoulder hard enough to make her stagger. Helen pressed her hand and said, "Your grandmother would have given that speech herself if she'd lived. Better she wrote it. Ruth always did better on paper. Claire looked for Margaret and found her standing alone near the curb, buttoning her cardigan against the evening chill with the meticulous precision of someone reassembling herself. "Margaret," Claire walked toward her. "That was impulsive and probably grammatically imperfect, and I don't wish to discuss it."
It was magnificent.
Margaret's hands paused on the top button. She looked at Claire for a long moment, and something shifted behind her eyes. Not softness exactly, but the acknowledgement that softness was present, and she was choosing, just this once, not to fight it. "Ruth always did know how to make me furious enough to do the right thing." I think that might have been her superpower. Among others. Margaret pulled her cardigan straight. "I'm walking home now. Don't follow me. I intend to pour a very large glass of wine and type for approximately 3 hours." "Your memoir?" Margaret's chin lifted. "Something new, actually. I haven't decided what it is yet. Possibly a strongly worded letter to a man named Weaver." She turned and walked toward Lighthouse Road with the stride of a woman who had reclaimed something heavy and was carrying it easily. Claire watched until she disappeared around the corner past the church. Ellie appeared at Claire's elbow, holding 2 snickerdoodles wrapped in a napkin. "That," she said, "was the best thing I've ever seen at a town council meeting, and I once watched Frank get into a fistfight with his brother over parking permits." She handed Claire a cookie. "Margaret Byrne just set that room on fire, with complete sentences." They walked together down Pine Street toward Main. The shops were closed, but the streetlights were on, casting warm pools across the sidewalk. Someone had left a bicycle leaning against the bench outside Scoops. "Claire." Ellie stopped walking. Her voice had changed, the fast, funny cadence gone, replaced by something careful. "Can I ask you something?" "You're going to, whether I say yes or not." "Probably." Ellie turned to face her. "Are you staying?" The question landed like a stone in still water. Claire felt the ripples move through her. "I mean it," Ellie said, not as a rhetorical question, not as friendly pressure. "You've been here 6 weeks. You've fixed the cottage. You've delivered most of Ruth's letters. You've got Margaret Byrne making speeches and Helen Park reopening programs and Ray Dominguez showing up with fishermen and tools. You've got Jonah—" She stopped herself, recalibrated. "You've got roots trying to grow whether you want them to or not. But roots don't count if the person attached to them is planning to leave." Claire opened her mouth. Nothing came out. "Because here's the thing." Ellie's espresso dark eyes were steady. "Everyone in that room tonight was fighting for something permanent. A lighthouse that stays, a community that lasts, and you were right there with them, reading Ruth's words like they were your own. But as I told you, the letters would eventually run out, Claire. And then it's just you, deciding whether this was just a beautiful detour." The foghorn sounded. Claire broke the snickerdoodle in half and ate one piece slowly, tasting cinnamon and butter and something close to panic. "I don't know," she said.
That's honest.
"Honest is okay." She touched Claire's arm. "Just don't wait too long. Some questions expire." They parted at the corner of Main and Harper. Ellie headed toward Pages and Poor's, where a single light burned in the upstairs apartment. Claire turned toward Lighthouse Road, walking uphill through the Sitka spruce, the scent of resin mixing with salt air. The trees thinned as she neared the bluff, and the cottage appeared in the darkness, porch light on, because she'd started leaving it on the way Graham always had. A habit she'd inherited without deciding to. Captain met her at the door with a headbutt to the shins and an imperious meow that clearly communicated dissatisfaction with both her absence and the emptiness of his food bowl. She fed him, washed her hands, and stood in the kitchen listening to the house settle around her. The shoebox sat on the table. She'd been avoiding it all day, the way you avoid a letter from a doctor's office, not because you don't want to know, but because knowing changes everything. She picked it up and carried it to the attic. The attic stairs creaked under her feet. the narrow hallway door with its hook latch swinging open at her touch. She'd been up here a dozen times now, replacing weather stripping, organizing boxes, dusting Graham's trunks, but tonight the space felt different. Charged. The dormer window the Hemmings brothers had fixed let in the blue dark light of a June evening, and she could see the lighthouse silhouette on the bluff above, darker than the sky behind it. She sat on the old steamer trunk beneath the window. Captain had followed her, of course. He materialized at the top of the stairs with the silent efficiency of a creature who moved through physical space only when it suited him, and settled beside her with his tail wrapped around his paws. 3 envelopes remained in the shoebox. She took them out and laid them on the trunk lid. Sophie Hale, care of Jonah. The handwriting firm, the stamp, a forever. Linda Calloway Bennett, 1847 Ridgeview Drive, Tacoma, Washington. Her mother's name in Graham's hand, a different kind of ache. And at the bottom, as always, the thickest envelope. Claire Bennett. No address, no stamp, just her name and Graham's thumbprint smudged into the seal, as though Graham had pressed her thumb there while the glue was still wet. A mark as intimate as a fingerprint, which was exactly what it was. She'd delivered 7 letters now, 7 silences broken, 7 doors knocked on, 7 people reminded of something they'd forgotten or forgiven or never said. Margaret had found her voice. Pastor Tom had wept. Ray had shown up with tools. Helen had reopened Story Hour. Jonah had tucked a letter into his chest pocket and pressed his hand against it like a heartbeat. Edward Kim's had slipped the pattern. He'd moved away, but the current resident of his old home had a forwarding address. Claire stood at the post office that morning and fed the envelope into the slot. No knock, no witness, just the quiet surrender of it. Somewhere down the coast, or farther, he would open it, or he wouldn't. Either way, the words were no longer waiting. And what had Claire found? Purpose, community, the shape of a life she hadn't known she was building. But Ellie was right. The letters would run out. 3 left, and then it was just Claire in a house on a cliff, deciding. She picked up Sophie's letter, turned it over. The seal was firm, the paper slightly yellowed. Whatever Graham had written to a girl who was maybe 11 or 12 when the letter was composed, a girl who would be 15 by the time anyone read it, a girl drawing her dead mother over and over in slightly different versions because memory was not a photograph, whatever those words contained, they could heal. Or they could shatter something already cracked. Claire set Sophie's letter down and picked up her own. The envelope was heavier than the others. Not just a single sheet, something more. She could feel the bulk of it, the thickness of multiple pages, maybe written at different times. She held it up to the dusky light from the dormer and could see the shadow of Graham's handwriting through the paper, lines and lines of it, dense and deliberate. She wasn't ready. She knew it the way she knew the tide schedule, the way she knew the 52 steps in the lighthouse tower, the way she knew that Graham's laugh had been something wonderful, even if she could no longer reconstruct its exact shape. She wasn't ready to read what Graham had to say to her, the granddaughter who called less and less, who let 5 years slip past without a single visit, who arrived for the funeral and left 2 days later before the casseroles ran out. Whatever grace or grief or hard truth that envelope held, Claire needed to earn it first. She needed to deliver Sophie's letter. She needed to face whatever was left to face. Captain extended one enormous paw and placed it, deliberately, on the envelope addressed to Claire. His golden eye, the left one on the side where his ear should have been, fixed on her with an expression that was not quite patience and not quite reproach. Something older than both. "I know," Claire whispered. "I'm not ready yet." Captain held her gaze for a long moment, his paw warm on the paper. Then he withdrew it, tucked it beneath his chest, and closed his eye. Claire put all 3 letters back in the shoebox and closed the lid. She sat in the attic with the trunk lid cool beneath her, the dormer window framing the lighthouse's dark silhouette against the sky, the foghorn calling from somewhere out on the water. Downstairs, the porch light burned. On her kitchen windowsill, a lupin was slowly opening its last petals in a juice glass of water. 7 letters delivered, 2 lives left to change, plus her own. And Ellie's question, settling into the spaces between her ribs like fog into a harbor, "Are you staying?" She didn't know, but somewhere in the dark, the lighthouse stood waiting for an answer. Chapter 9. The Letter for Sophie. Claire woke before dawn on Friday and lay in the dark listening to the ocean. Captain was not on her chest. She found him downstairs in Graham's reading chair, one enormous paw draped over the armrest, his golden eyes tracking her as she moved through the kitchen. He was not interested in tuna. He was not interested in the porch. He sat in the chair with the focused stillness of a creature waiting for something specific to happen. "I'm going," Claire told him. "I just need coffee first." She brewed it strong in Graham's blue-glazed mug, standing at the kitchen window while the sky shifted from black to charcoal to the bruised purple that preceded coastal dawn. The lupine on the windowsill had finally dropped its last petals overnight. A small scatter of purple lay on the sill like confetti from a celebration no one had attended. Claire swept the petals into her palm and held them for a moment before letting them fall into the compost jar beside the sink. The shoebox sat on the kitchen table where she'd left it. She lifted the lid. 3 envelopes. Sophie's was on top, cream stationery with Graham's Lighthouse watermark, addressed in that familiar angular hand to Sophie Hale, care of Jonah Hale. The stamp was a forever stamp, same era as the town council letter. Graham had written this within the last 15 years or so, when Sophie would have been somewhere between a toddler and 11 or 12. Claire picked it up. The envelope was lighter than her own, heavier than Margaret's had been. 1 page, maybe 2. She turned it over and studied the seal, intact and slightly yellowed. Whatever Graham had written to a girl she'd watched grow up on this bluff, a girl she'd sat with for 3 weeks after that girl's mother died, it was not Claire's to read first. But it was also not Claire's to deliver without permission. She finished her coffee, rinsed the mug, and pulled on a light jacket over her flannel shirt. The morning was cool, the kind of late June dawn that still carried winter's memory in the fog sitting low over the harbor. She slipped Sophie's letter into her inside jacket pocket and felt it rest against her ribs. "Watch the house," she told Captain. He closed his eyes. The walk from the bluff to the harbor took 12 minutes at Claire's pace, down Lighthouse Road where gravel gave way to pavement, past the turnoff to 2nd Street, through the 2 blocks of Main where Pages and Poors was still dark, and a delivery truck idled outside the bakery. The harbor smelled of diesel and brine and something green, kelp maybe, draped across the rocks at low tide. 3 boats were already out past the breakwater, their running lights fading as the sky brightened. Jonah's truck was parked beside the harbor master's building, which meant he'd beaten the fisherman in, which meant he hadn't been sleeping well either. Claire found him at his workbench under the corrugated awning, hands deep in the guts of an outboard motor she was fairly sure was the same one that had been there 6 weeks ago. He wore his canvas jacket over a blue flannel, and his hair was damp at the temples from the fog. He didn't look up when she approached, but his hands stilled on the motor. "Claire." "Jonah." He wiped his hands on a rag that had long since stopped being useful for cleaning anything. His gray eyes found hers, and she watched him calculate what she might be here for, what it might cost, whether he could afford it. She recognized the arithmetic. She'd been doing it herself for 6 weeks. "I need to ask you something," she said, "and I need you to say no if the answer is no." He set the rag down, leaned against the workbench, waited. Claire reached into her jacket and withdrew the envelope. She held it so he could see the front, Sophie's name in Graham's handwriting. Jonah's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, a door opening an inch. "Graham wrote Sophie a letter," Claire said. "I've been carrying it since I found the box. I didn't deliver it before because—" She stopped. The honest answer was complicated. She hadn't delivered it before because the timing was wrong, and because Sophie's grief was not Claire's to manage, and because some part of her had been afraid. Because it wasn't time, but I think it might be now, and I won't give it to her without your permission. Jonah looked at the envelope for a long moment. His jaw worked, the way it did when he was turning something over that he wasn't ready to say out loud. What's in it? I don't know. I haven't opened it. You opened Margaret's. Margaret's was the only one that was unsealed. Graham tucked the flap instead of sealing it. The rest are all sealed. I've delivered every one of them without reading them first. She paused. But if you want to read it before Sophie does, I think that's your right. She's your daughter. He extended his hand. Claire placed the envelope in it, and his calloused fingers closed around it carefully, the way she'd seen him handle rope, firm enough to hold, gentle enough not to damage. Give me a minute. Take all the time you need. She walked to the weathered bench facing the harbor mouth, Graham's bench, she now thought of it, and sat down. The fog was burning off in patches, revealing the ocean in pieces. A strip of silver here, a dark swell there, Old Tom's Rock emerging like a whale's back a quarter-mile out. Claire counted boats. She listened to the creak of the dock and the distant thrum of a motor. She did not turn around. Behind her, she heard the soft tear of paper. Then silence. She gave him 5 minutes by the clock on the harbor master's wall, visible through the open window. 5 minutes during which the fog continued its slow retreat, and 2 gulls argued over something on the breakwater, and Claire pressed her hands together between her knees to keep them still. Claire. She turned. Jonah was standing at the workbench with the letter open in both hands. His eyes were red, and the muscles along his jaw were tight, and when he looked at her, she saw something she hadn't seen before. Not grief, exactly, but a kind of astonished recognition, as if someone had described the inside of a room he'd thought no one else had ever entered. How did your grandmother know my daughter? Claire stood and walked back to him. She knew everyone. She just never said it out loud in time. He exhaled, a long, unsteady breath that carried more weight than most people's speeches. He folded the letter back along its creases with the same care he'd shown with his own letter 6 weeks ago. But instead of tucking it into his chest pocket, he held it out to Claire. Give it to her. Are you sure? I'm sure Ruth knew what she was doing. A pause. And I think Sophie needs to hear it from someone who isn't me. Claire took the letter back. Not just from me, with you there. He nodded once. Then, because Jonah Hale communicated in gestures more than words, he reached out and briefly touched her elbow, his fingers resting against the sleeve of her jacket for maybe 2 seconds. It was the first time he'd touched her since the widow's walk, and the warmth of it traveled all the way up to her shoulder. She's been drawing all week, he said. Same thing, over and over. Claire knew. She'd seen the sketchbook. I know. There's a place on the bluff she likes, where the path curves before the overlook, where you can see the lighthouse and the cottage both. She goes there after breakfast most mornings. I know that place, Claire said. And she did. She'd walked past it 100 times as a child, Graham's hand in hers, Graham pointing out the harbor below and saying, You can see everything from up here. That's the point. I'll bring her there at 10, Jonah said, if you'll meet us. I'll be there. The bluff path curved at the point where the land narrowed between 2 stands of shore pine, opening to a semicircle of wild grass and lupin above a 30-foot drop to the rocks below. From this spot you could see the lighthouse to the north, the cottage slightly below and to the east, the harbor in its crescent to the south, and straight ahead, nothing but ocean until Japan. Graham had called it the Seeing Place, though Claire couldn't remember if that was its actual name or just what Graham said every time they stopped there. Claire arrived at 9:40 and stood at the edge where grass met air. The fog had lifted completely, leaving a June morning so clear that the horizon line looked drawn with a ruler. She held the letter in both hands and tried not to rehearse what she would say, because rehearsed words always came out wrong. David had rehearsed everything. His apologies had sounded like depositions. She heard them before she saw them, the crunch of gravel, then voices. Jonah's low rumble and Sophie's higher, sharper tone, mid-argument about something inconsequential. Didn't say I wouldn't come, I said I don't see why we can't just walk to the harbor like normal. It's not the harbor. Obviously, since we're going up instead of down. They rounded the curve and Sophie stopped when she saw Claire. She was wearing an oversized flannel, Jonah's it had to be, the cuffs rolled 3 times and still reaching her knuckles, over ripped jeans and her red Chuck Taylors with one lace untied. Her dark curly hair was loose today, and paint stains streaked her right forearm in cadmium yellow and what looked like raw umber. The sketchbook was tucked under her left arm. Always. "Oh," Sophie said. Her eyes went from Claire to her father and back again, and Claire watched the calculation happen, faster and sharper than Jonah's had been, because 15-year-olds had fewer filters. "You planned this. I asked your dad to bring you here," Claire said. "I have something for you." Sophie's gaze dropped to the envelope in Claire's hands. Recognition landed, the cream stationery, the Lighthouse watermark. Claire saw the exact moment Sophie understood. "That's from Ruth. She wrote you a letter. It was in the box with the others." Sophie took a step back. Her arm tightened around the sketchbook. "I don't—" She looked at Jonah. "Did you know about this?" "I read it this morning," Jonah said quietly. "Claire brought it to me first." "And you're okay with this?" The sharpness in Sophie's voice was a thin coating over something much more fragile. "You're just, what, standing there while she hands me a letter from a dead woman?" Jonah didn't flinch. He'd absorbed harder blows than this. "I'm standing here because I love you, and because Ruth wrote you something worth reading." Sophie's eyes were bright and fierce and terrified. She looked at the ocean, at the sky, at her own paint-stained hands, anywhere but at the envelope. Claire waited. She had learned in 6 weeks of delivering letters that the moment of resistance was not the moment to push. Margaret had needed 3 hours. Jonah had needed an evening. Sophie would need whatever Sophie needed. "She used to bring lemon cake," Sophie said. Her voice cracked on the last word. "After Mom died. She never said she was sorry. She never said it would get better. She just showed up with cake and sat in the kitchen and told me about the time Captain fell off the breakwater and had to be rescued by Ray's nephew in a dinghy." "That sounds like Graham," Claire said. "She was the only person who didn't try to make me feel something." Sophie's chin was trembling now. "Everyone else wanted me to cry or be brave or eat something. Ruth just sat there." "She was good at sitting," Claire said. "She sat with Pastor Tom for 2 years. She sat with Margaret for 40. Sophie looked at the envelope again, then at her father. Jonah gave her a single, slow nod. Sophie crossed the distance from Claire's hands and turned away from both of them. She walked to the edge of the grass where it met the drop, and Claire's heart seized, but Sophie sat down cross-legged in the wild lupin, her back to them, and broke the seal. Claire and Jonah stood together. They did not speak. They did not touch. They watched Sophie's shoulders as she read, the way they tightened first, then began to shake. Claire heard the moment Sophie started crying, not the dramatic sobs of the confrontation on the bluff a week ago, but a quieter sound, deeper, the kind of weeping that comes from a place you didn't know was still holding water. Sophie read the letter once, then held it against her chest with both hands. Then she opened it and read it again. When she finally turned around, her face was raw and open and young in a way Claire hadn't seen before, stripped of fierceness, stripped of her protective sharpness, just a 15-year-old girl sitting in the grass with tears running down her face. "She talks about Mom," Sophie whispered. "She tells me—" Her voice broke. She pressed the letter against her chest again. Claire noticed it was the same gesture, the same instinct that every recipient had shown. Jonah had pressed his against his chest pocket. Pastor Tom had clutched his. Margaret had held hers in both hands like a bird that might fly away. She says the heart is not a house. Sophie's voice was barely audible over the ocean below. She says it's a lighthouse. She says it just keeps making more light. Claire felt the words land in her own body, in the spaces between her ribs where Ellie's question had settled. She hadn't read the letter, didn't know its full contents, but she knew Graham's voice, direct, loving, occasionally sharp, always honest. And she knew that whatever else was on that page, those words were the center of it. Jonah moved first. He walked to his daughter and knelt beside her in the lupine, heedless of damp earth on the knees of his work pants. He didn't speak. He put his hand on her back, between her shoulder blades, and Sophie leaned into him, tilted sideways until her head rested against his chest, the letter still pressed to her own. Claire took a step back. This was theirs, father and daughter, grief and love, the private territory of a family learning to make room for both. "Don't go." Sophie's voice, not loud, not sharp, 2 words said with the kind of effort that meant they'd had to travel a very long distance. Claire stopped. "Please," Sophie said, "don't go." Claire sat down in the grass beside them. The ocean threw light against the rocks below, and the lighthouse stood silent on the point, and the 3 of them sat in the wild lupine without speaking, while Sophie cried and Jonah held her, and Claire stayed. They might have been there 10 minutes or 30. Claire lost track. The sun moved. A fishing boat rounded the breakwater. Somewhere on the bluff path, a dog barked twice and was shushed. Then, from the direction of the cottage, soundlessly, impossibly, because no 14-pound cat should have been able to navigate that path without disturbing a single stone, Captain appeared. He materialized at the edge of the clearing as if the grass had simply produced him, his barreled chest low, his remaining ear pricked forward, his golden eyes fixed on Sophie with an expression of absolute, unshakable certainty. He crossed the clearing in 3 unhurried strides, walked directly into Sophie's lap, turned twice, and settled. He weighed approximately 14 pounds and occupied approximately all of the available space. He began to purr, the deep, rattling, full-body purr that Claire had only heard when Captain was performing something important. Sophie laughed. It was wet and broken and unexpected, and it turned into more crying, but her hands found Captain's fur and buried themselves in it, and the cat permitted this with the tolerance of a creature who understood exactly why he was there. "He always knows," Sophie said through tears. "He always just shows up." Jonah's hand moved from Sophie's back to her hair, smoothing a dark curl away from her wet face. His own eyes were red and he didn't try to hide it. He looked at Claire over Sophie's head, and something passed between them that was not romance and not friendship, but something older. The recognition of 2 people who understood that grief was not a room you left, but a road you walked, and that walking it beside someone made it bearable. "Graham said he was the real lighthouse keeper," Claire offered. Sophie almost smiled. "She told me that too. She said—" Sophie looked down at the letter, still creased against her chest, damp now from tears. "She said Mom's paintings were full of light because Mom saw light everywhere, even at the end." Sophie's voice steadied, finding ground. "She said Mom would want me to keep looking for it." Jonah made a sound that might have been agreement, or might have been his throat closing. He pressed his lips to the top of Sophie's head and held them there. "She says my art matters," Sophie whispered. "She says I should draw what I see, not what I'm afraid of losing." Claire nodded. She thought of 40 drawings of a faceless woman, each one slightly different, each one an act of desperate preservation. She thought of her own hands pressing Graham's flannel shirt to her face, breathing in lavender that grew fainter every day. "You don't have to stop drawing your mom," Claire said carefully. "Drawing what's new doesn't erase what came before." Sophie looked at her, really looked, with those eyes that swung between fierce and fragile. And for the first time, Claire saw more of the fragile. "I know," Sophie said. "That's what Ruth says. That's the whole point of the lighthouse thing." She pressed her face into Captain's fur for a long moment, then surfaced. Can we go to the cottage?" They walked together down the bluff path, Jonah slightly behind with his hands in his jacket pockets, Sophie slightly ahead with Captain trotting at her heels and the letter folded into her back pocket. Claire walked between them and felt the strange, specific weight of being invited into something you hadn't earned, but were being given anyway. The cottage looked different in full morning light. The new porch posts gleaming with primer, Sophie's mural of Captain blazing orange and yellow on the garden shed, Helen's donated books visible through the front window. It looked like a place where someone lived. Claire realized with a small jolt that it looked like her home. She made coffee for herself and Jonah and hot chocolate for Sophie using real cocoa powder and the last of the milk. Sophie sat at the kitchen table and set her sketchbook down, not clutched under her arm, not pressed to her chest, but flat on the table, cover up, like a book she intended to open. Jonah settled into the chair by the window, the one that wasn't Graham's reading chair, and wrapped both hands around his mug. Captain claimed Graham's chair with a thump and a yawn that displayed every one of his teeth. Sophie opened the sketchbook to a blank page. She selected a pencil, not graphite, Claire noticed, but a softer one, the kind that made warmer lines. She looked at the kitchen window, where morning light fell across the sill where the lupine petals had been. She looked at the front door, open to the porch, and through it the wild garden and the ocean beyond. She looked at Claire. Then Sophie began to draw. Claire didn't watch over her shoulder. She leaned against the kitchen counter with her coffee and talked quietly with Jonah about the council vote, about the 2-week window, about what a community arts center might look like in a decommissioned lighthouse. They kept their voices low, not because Sophie required silence, but because the morning felt like something that should be handled gently. 20 minutes passed. Sophie's pencil moved steadily, and twice she paused to erase something, and twice she didn't. Captain fell asleep in the chair and began snoring with the volume of a small outboard motor. "Done," Sophie said. She turned the sketchbook around on the table so Claire could see it. It was the lighthouse cottage. Not a photograph, not a precise architectural rendering, but the cottage the way someone drew it who had been looking at it for weeks. The angle of the roof slightly exaggerated, the porch posts straight and new, the wild garden given more lavender than it probably contained. The shed mural was visible on the right side, a blur of orange, and on the porch, a figure stood leaning against the railing with a mug in her hands, an auburn braid over one shoulder, looking out toward where the ocean would be. There was no faceless woman at the water's edge. "That's the first thing I've drawn in a week that isn't—" Sophie stopped, started again. "It's the first time I drew where someone is instead of where they're not." Claire set down her coffee because her hands were not steady enough to hold it. "Sophie, it's not done. The perspective on the roof is off, and Captain should be in it somewhere, and the lavender is wrong. But," she shrugged with a teenager's elaborate casualness that fooled absolutely no one. "It's a start." Jonah stood from his chair and crossed to the table. He looked at the drawing for a long time, his hand resting on the back of Sophie's chair. Claire watched his face, the jaw loosening, the lines around his eyes softening into something that wasn't grief or duty, but the quiet, tentative shape of a man allowing himself to hope that the worst part might be behind them. "It's more than a start," he said. Sophie closed the sketchbook with an air of studied nonchalance, but she didn't tuck it back under her arm like a shield. She left it on the table. She reached for her hot chocolate and took a sip, and then looked at Claire with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and failing. "Can I come tomorrow? Captain's left side still isn't right in any of my studies, and I think the problem is I keep shading the ear that isn't there instead of letting the absence just be the shape." "You can come any morning," Claire said. "The door's open." Sophie nodded. She stood up, pushed her chair in, a small courtesy that suggested Jonah's parenting, or perhaps Mariah's, or perhaps Graham's 3 weeks of quiet daily presence, and walked to the door. She stopped on the threshold and turned back. Ruth was right, she said, about the lighthouse thing. She touched her back pocket where the letter sat folded. I didn't think there was room, but there's room. She walked out onto the porch and Jonah followed. At the top of the steps, he paused and looked back at Claire, who was still standing at the kitchen counter holding a mug she'd forgotten she was holding. Thank you, he said. It was 2 words. He said them the way he said everything, spare, weighted, with more behind them than most people packed into a paragraph. Thank Graham, Claire said. I already did. He touched his chest pocket, the one where he still kept his own letter, where Ruth's handwriting rested against his heartbeat. Every day. He turned and followed his daughter down the steps and along the bluff path, and Claire watched them go. Jonah's broad shoulders and Sophie's lanky stride, the sketchbook not clutched but carried loosely at Sophie's side. Captain emerging from Graham's chair with improbable speed to follow them as far as the gate before deciding the effort was beneath him and returning to the porch railing. Claire looked at the kitchen table where Sophie's sketchbook had sat. She looked at the 3 mugs, one still full of cold coffee, one ringed with chocolate, one empty. She looked at the open front door and the garden beyond it, and the path where 2 people who had been broken were walking together towards something less broken. Then she looked at the shoebox. 2 letters left, her mother's and her own. The thickest envelope sat at the bottom, and through the paper she could see the ghost of Graham's handwriting, dense, deliberate, written over what might have been years. The thumbprint on the seal seemed darker today, more present, as if Ruth had pressed her thumb into the wax with particular intention. The heart is not a house with limited rooms. Claire thought about Margaret, typing into the night, about Pastor Tom, standing in his kitchen cutting cornbread for 30 people every Thursday, about Ray Dominguez, whose father was kept off the rocks in '63, about Helen Park, restarting Wednesday Story Hour after years of silence, about Jonah, who kept a letter over his heart, about Sophie, who had drawn something new, about herself, standing in a kitchen that smelled of cocoa and cedar and possibility, in a house she had rebuilt with borrowed tools and community hands, in a town she had stopped visiting and avoided for 20 years and come back to with 2 suitcases and a box of granola bars. The heart is a lighthouse. It just keeps making more light. She closed the shoebox and left it on the table. She was not ready to read her own letter, not quite, but the not ready felt different now. Less like avoidance, more like approaching something enormous with the respect it deserved. Claire carried the mugs to the sink, washed them, dried them, and set them on the shelf, 3 in a row, each a different size. She left the front door open. She sat in one of the porch chairs and let the midday sun warm her face while Captain, satisfied that order had been restored, took his station on the railing to monitor the chipmunk beneath the lavender. From somewhere down the bluff, carried on the wind, she heard what might have been Sophie's voice, calling to her father or to the ocean or to no one. Just sound, moving through the air the way light moved from a tower, outward, outward, outward. 2 letters left, and for the first time Claire thought she might know the answer to Ellie's question. She just wasn't ready to say it out loud yet. Chapter 10. The Lighthouse Keeper's Daughter. Jonah appeared at her door on Sunday evening, just past 7, when the light had gone amber and the fog was still a rumor on the horizon. Claire had been on the porch with Captain and a cup of chamomile tea that had gone cold 20 minutes ago, watching the ocean shift from silver to gold. She'd spent the day in an unusual state, not anxious, not restless, but alert, as though her whole body were listening for something it couldn't name. She'd washed the kitchen floor. She'd pulled weeds from the lavender border. She'd carried the shoebox from the kitchen table to the attic and then back to the kitchen table, and then she'd sat with it for a while, her hand on the thickest envelope, before putting the lid back on and going outside. When she heard footsteps on the gravel path, deliberate, unhurried, heavy enough to be a man's, she didn't startle. Captain's remaining ears swiveled toward the sound a full 3 seconds before Jonah came around the curve of the spruce trees, and the cat's tail flicked once in acknowledgement, without any corresponding effort to rise. Jonah wore a clean flannel, green this time, untucked over worn jeans. His boots were the same brown leather work boots, but wiped clean of harbor grit. His salt and pepper hair was combed, or at least pushed back from his forehead with what appeared to be intention. He'd shaved. Not completely, the stubble was there but trimmed close, revealing the angular line of his jaw. And Claire's stomach did something she hadn't felt in so long that she needed a moment to identify it. He stopped at the bottom of the porch steps, hands in his pockets, and looked up at her with those gray eyes that missed nothing and revealed everything he couldn't say out loud. Claire. Jonah. He took his right hand from his pocket and pressed it flat against his chest, the left side, where she knew the letter lived. Then he dropped it. "I've been afraid," he said. The words came out rough and unpolished, like something he'd been turning over for days, wearing smooth with his hands. Since Mariah. Since before that, maybe. Since the diagnosis. Since the first time Sophie looked at me like I was supposed to know how to fix the unfixable. I got afraid, and then I got good at it. Being afraid became the shape of my days. He paused. His jaw worked. But I don't want to be afraid anymore. Captain yawned enormously, displaying every tooth, and dropped from the railing to the porch floor with a thud that shook Claire's cold tea. She stood. Her heart was beating in her throat and her wrists and somewhere behind her knees, and the reasonable part of her brain was suggesting she say something careful and measured, something David would have appreciated, vetted for subtext, but she was so tired of careful. "I'm afraid too," she said. "I've been afraid since before I got here, since before the divorce, probably, since I stopped recognizing my own voice and decided that was normal." Jonah climbed the steps. He stood close enough that she could smell salt air and cedar and soap. He'd showered, she realized, the kind of deliberate preparation that made her chest ache because it meant he'd planned this, turned it over, decided. "Walk with me?" he said. She nodded. They took the bluff path, the one Graham had maintained with decades of trimming and footfall, heading north toward the lighthouse. The sun was sinking into the Pacific, turning the fog bank on the horizon into something biblical, rose and copper and a deep bruised purple that no watercolorist could have captured, though Claire thought Sophie might have tried. The lupine along the path had reached full bloom, purple and blue and white, and the wild grass bent in a wind that carried the last warmth of the day. They walked without talking for a while, and the silence between them wasn't empty but full, the way a held breath is full, all that potential, waiting. "Sophie drew you," Jonah said finally. "Yesterday morning. She was sitting on her bed with her sketchbook, and I came in to tell her breakfast was ready, and she was drawing you on the porch with a mug in your hands and Captain on the railing. She didn't cover it up." Claire's eyes burned. "She didn't?" "No." He was quiet for a few steps. "She used to cover everything. After Mariah, she'd slam the book shut or hold it against her chest like armor. But yesterday she just kept drawing. She said she was working on your braid." "It never cooperates." She said that too. The path narrowed where it curved along the bluff's edge, and Jonah fell in behind her, then came alongside when it widened again. His hand swung near hers. Neither reached. "Tell me about her," Claire said softly. "Mariah." She felt him absorb the question, the slight tension in his shoulders that came not from resistance, but from the effort of translating something enormous into words. "She was louder than me," he said, "which isn't hard. She talked to everyone. The cashier at the grocery, the guy reading the meter, the seagulls. She painted every morning before Sophie woke up, and she left watercolors drying on every flat surface in the house. I stepped on a painting of the harbor once and she didn't speak to me for 2 hours, which for Mariah was a record. A smile ghosted across his face. She was braver than me. About everything. She told the oncologist he needed to work on his bedside manner. 3rd appointment. She sounds extraordinary. She was ordinary, Jonah said, and the word carried no diminishment. She was ordinary the way the ocean is ordinary. You see it every day and it still takes your breath away. He looked at Claire then, fully, and his eyes held grief and something else. Something that hadn't been there 6 weeks ago when she'd handed him a cream envelope at the harbor. I'm not trying to replace her. I know. I need you to know that. Jonah. Claire stopped walking. They'd reached a point on the path where the bluff jutted out toward the water, a natural promontory carpeted in sea thrift and low scrub. The lighthouse stood 100 yards north, its white column catching the last sunlight, and below them the ocean heaved against the rocks with a sound like breathing. I spent 8 years with a man who kept me in a box he'd built to his specifications, small enough to manage, neat enough to display. I'm not looking for a box. That's not what I'm offering. What are you offering? He thought about it. She watched him think, the deliberate way he turned the question over, rejecting easy answers, searching for the true one. David had always had his responses ready. Jonah's pauses, she'd come to understand, were where the honesty lived. I'm offering this, he said. Walking, talking, Saturday mornings with a toolbox, coffee on the porch. He paused again. Telling you about Mariah when you ask, and listening when you tell me about the parts of yourself you lost, and not pretending either of us is whole, because I'm not. But I'm tired of staying broken as a way of staying loyal. The fog had crept closer while they talked. It moved across the water like something alive, erasing the horizon in slow white curtains. David opened my mail, Claire said. She hadn't planned to say it. He read my journal and called it intimacy. He told me my real laugh was too loud for restaurants. He never forbade me from visiting Graham. He was too smart for that. He just made it smaller and smaller until I couldn't dial the phone without feeling like I was asking for something unreasonable. And I let him. That's the part I can't forgive. Not what he did, what I let happen. Claire. I need to say this because if we... She gestured between them, a small, helpless motion. If this is something, I need you to know I'm not fixed. I'm better, but I'm not fixed. I sat in the harbor office last Tuesday, Jonah said slowly, and I tried to remember the last time I wanted something for myself. Not for Sophie, not for the harbor, not for the town. Something selfish and specific and mine. His hand found hers, warm, calloused, certain. It was this, walking with you. The fog reached the bluff. It softened the edges of everything, the lighthouse, the path, the lupin, until the world contracted to the two of them standing on a cliff above the Pacific. Even through the dim light, she saw his face clearly. The sun lines, the stubble, the gray eyes that were not calm but full, brimming with everything he'd spent 3 years refusing to feel. He raised his free hand. His fingertips touched her jaw, just barely, a question. She leaned into his palm. The kiss was soft and slow and tasted of salt air. It lasted maybe 4 seconds, maybe 6. It was not the kind of kiss that happened in movies. No surge of orchestral music, no passionate clinch. It was two people who'd been broken placing the broken edges together to see if they fit, and finding, with quiet astonishment, that they did. Not perfectly, not without gaps, but enough. When they pulled apart, Claire laughed, her real laugh, the loud one, and Jonah's mouth curved into the first full, unguarded smile she'd seen from him. That was... she started. Yeah, he said. Captain materialized from the fog at their ankles, looked up at both of them with an expression of absolute contempt for their lack of urgency, and began washing his paw. They walked back to the cottage in the dark, holding hands and not talking, and the silence was the best conversation Claire had ever had. 3 days later, on a Thursday evening that smelled of coming rain, Claire climbed the stairs to the community room above the fire station for the second time. The council meeting was listed for 7 o'clock, but by 6:40 the room was standing room only. Ellie had saved her a seat in the third row. "You look different," she said as Claire sat down, studying her with those sharp, espresso-dark eyes. "I used conditioner." "That's not what I mean, and you know it." Claire said nothing, but she couldn't quite control her mouth, which kept trying to do something embarrassing at the corners.
Oh my God,
Ellie whispered. "You kissed him." "This is a council meeting, Ellie." "You kissed him, and you're not going to tell me?" "I am going to listen respectfully to local governance." Ellie clutched her arm. "You are absolutely going to tell me everything later, or I will put decaf in your cup tomorrow, and you'll never know until it's too late." Vera Ostrovsky called the meeting to order at 7 sharp, and the room fell quiet. Mostly. Darlene's snickerdoodles were already decimated. Frank had powdered sugar on his collar. "The council has had 2 weeks to review alternatives to the Coastal Bluff development proposal," Vera said, peering over her bifocals. "We've received written comments, conducted a site assessment, and reviewed the preliminary budget figures provided by 3 parties. Mr. Weaver, you have the floor first, as agreed." Kyle Weaver stood with his leather portfolio and the kind of smile that had been designed in a mirror. He'd adjusted his pitch since last time, less PowerPoint, more folksy concern. He talked about the county's deferred maintenance. He mentioned the $800,000 restoration estimate. And then he unveiled his sweetener, a revised proposal that included not just the Keeper Boutique Hotel, but a public observation deck, a small local history exhibit in the lobby, and a community benefit fund seated with $50,000. "We're not trying to erase your history," he said, looking around the room with practiced warmth. "We're trying to make it sustainable." The room shifted. Claire felt it, a murmur of recalibration, people recalculating. $50,000 was real money. The observation deck was clever. She watched faces she'd come to know over 8 weeks, the fisherman near the door, Helen Park in the second row with her cardigan buttoned to the neck, Pastor Tom in the corner with his hands folded. "Thank you, Mr. Weaver," Vera said. "Public comment." Ray Dominguez stood first. He didn't rise gracefully. He pushed himself up from his folding chair with forearms roped with old muscle and a face that looked like it had been arguing with the weather for 60 years. "My father fished this coast," Ray said. "His father fished it before him. In 1963, a January gale came in sideways, and my father couldn't see the rocks. That lighthouse," he pointed north, though the wall was in the way, "is the reason I exist. You put a hotel on that bluff, you're telling my family and every fishing family on this coast that a spa is worth more than the thing that brought us home." He sat down. Helen Park rose with a single sheet of paper. "The Tidewater Cove Lighthouse was commissioned in 1923. It operated continuously for 81 years. During that time, Coast Guard records document at minimum 47 vessels guided safely past the point during severe weather events." She folded the paper. "A community arts center would be the next chapter of that lighthouse serving this town. A hotel would be year 1 of something else entirely." One by one they stood. A woman Claire recognized from the potluck spoke about her daughter's school art program, cut 3 years ago. A young man with a beard and paint-spattered boots said he'd move back from Portland if there were studio space on the coast. A woman who ran the ice cream parlor, Scoops, open since 1974, said Ruth Calloway had bought a cone every Sunday afternoon for as long as she could remember, always butter pecan, always with a napkin for Captain. Pastor Tom was the last to speak. He stood slowly, folded his hands, and looked at the room with the same kind brown eyes that had watched Claire cut cornbread in a church basement. "I received a letter from Ruth Calloway," he said, "a few weeks ago, delivered by her granddaughter. In it, Ruth thanked me for sitting with her during a time when she doubted everything. Her faith, her purpose, whether any of the small things she did for this town mattered. He paused. The room was very still. Ruth was wrong about only one thing. They weren't small. The letters, the lemon cake, the jam on porches, the way she remembered every person's name and story, those things were the largest things in Tidewater Cove. And if we sell the place where she lived and loved for nearly 60 years to build something with an infinity pool, we are telling ourselves that the way Ruth loved this town doesn't matter. And I'm not willing to say that. He sat down. Darlene wiped her eyes with a napkin. Margaret Byrne did not stand. She didn't need to. She'd said everything 2 weeks ago, and her silence now carried as much weight as her words had then. The silver-haired, retired English teacher in the back row, sitting with the posture of a woman who had found her voice and was saving it for when it was needed next. Vera Ostrovsky let the quiet settle. Then she turned to the council table. I'm going to call for a motion. Do I have a motion on the developer's proposal? Councilman Jim Garrett, a retired contractor with sawdust permanently embedded in his cuticles, cleared his throat. I move we reject the Coastal Bluff development proposal and direct the council to explore the Community Arts Center concept in partnership with the county, with a report back in 90 days. Second, said the youngest council member, a woman Claire didn't know without hesitation. All in favor. 5 hands rose. Motion carries, unanimous. Vera looked at Kyle Weaver, who was already closing his portfolio. Mr. Weaver, thank you for your time. The council wishes you safe travels back to Portland. Weaver left without shaking anyone's hand. The door closed behind him and the room exhaled. Claire didn't cry. She sat very still in her folding chair while Ellie gripped her arm, and the room broke into a dozen simultaneous conversations, and somewhere behind her, Ray Dominguez's laugh carried halfway across the fire station. She looked at the wall where, if she could see through plaster and siding and 200 yards of spruce-covered bluff, the lighthouse stood in the dark, saved. Not restored yet, not transformed, but saved. She thought of Graham at her kitchen table, writing the letter in her angular hand on cream stationery with a lighthouse watermark. She thought of the word deliver on a shoebox tied with kitchen twine. She thought of all the things her grandmother had wanted to say while she was alive and had only managed to put on paper, and how the paper, in the end, had been enough. Jonah was waiting outside. He leaned against the building's brick wall with his arms crossed, watching her come through the door. He'd been at the meeting. She'd seen him standing near the back, half hidden behind a support column, but he hadn't spoken. He didn't need to. He'd been the harbor master for years, steady and present, and his support had never required a microphone. 5-0, she said. I heard. Your daughter would have liked to see it. She's home drawing. I told her the result. She said. He paused, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Obviously. Claire laughed, the real one, loud enough that Ellie, coming through the door behind her, made a small, triumphant sound and kept walking. The phone rang at 10:40 that night. Claire was in bed with Captain draped across her feet like a 14-pound heating pad, reading Graham's dog-eared copy of The House of Mirth by lamplight. The phone's screen read, Mom, with a Tacoma area code. Linda Calloway Bennett called Claire roughly once a month, always on Sundays, always between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. She did not call on Thursday nights at 10:40. Claire stared at the screen for 2 rings, a small, cold stone forming in her stomach before answering. Mom? Claire? Her mother's voice was different, thinner, stripped of the pleasant brightness she usually maintained like fresh paint over old wood. I'm sorry for calling so late. Were you sleeping? No. Is everything okay? Are you... I'm fine. I'm healthy. Nothing's wrong. A long pause, filled with the hum of a phone connection spanning the miles between Tacoma and the Oregon coast. I've been sitting with the phone for 2 hours trying to decide if I was going to do this. Claire sat up. Captain opened one golden eye, assessed the situation, and closed it. Do what? Tell you something I should have told you 30 years ago. Claire pulled Graham's flannel shirt tighter around her shoulders. The lavender and cedar smell had faded to almost nothing now, just a ghost, a memory of a scent, and she pressed her nose to the collar anyway, the way she did every night. I'm listening, she said. I saw your name in the Tidewater Cove newsletter. Helen Park mentioned you in her library column, something about the Lighthouse and your grandmother's letters. Linda's voice cracked on the word grandmother. And Margaret Byrne emailed me. I didn't know Margaret had email. She told me what you've been doing. The letters, the cottage, the town meeting. Margaret emailed you? A very grammatically correct email. 3 paragraphs, 1 semicolon. She said I should call you. She said... Another pause. Claire could picture her mother in the kitchen on Ridgeview Drive, standing at the counter because Linda Bennett never sat down for difficult conversations. She said your grandmother would have wanted me to stop being a coward. Mom. She's right. The words came out choked. Claire, I need to tell you why I left. Claire waited. Down the hall, the cottage creaked in the wind. The settling that Margaret had warned about, the foundation that Ray and his fishermen had patched. And outside, the foghorn sounded its low note over the water. I loved it there, Linda said, and her voice broke open. I loved it so much it scared me. I loved the cottage and the lighthouse and the path along the bluff and the way your grandmother made everything feel like it mattered. The cake and the jam and the porch light and knowing everyone's name. I loved it the way you love something that could swallow you whole. So you left. I was 22. I'd watched my mother pour her entire life into that town and that lighthouse and that cottage, and I thought, if I stay, I'll disappear into it. I'll become her. I'll be the woman who makes lemon cake and knows every fisherman's birthday and never leaves and never... Her voice caught. I thought staying was the same as shrinking. I thought the only way to be big was to go. Claire pressed her palm flat against the mattress. I thought the same thing. I know. Linda was crying now, quietly, the way women in the Calloway family cried, with their teeth together. I know you did, because I taught you, not with words. I never said don't go back, I made Tacoma the real place, and Tidewater Cove the small place, the vacation place, the place we visited but didn't belong to. And then you married David, and he did the same thing, and by the time I realized what I'd done... Mom. She kept the porch light on for me too, Claire. Did you know that? Every phone call. The porch light's on, Linda. 30 years, and I never came. The silence between them was terrible and clean, the way a wound is clean after the bandage comes off. You have a letter, Claire said. What? From Graham. In the box I found in the attic. There's a letter addressed to you. Linda Calloway Bennett, 1847 Ridgeview Drive, Tacoma, Washington. She heard her mother's breathing stop. There's a letter addressed to me too, Claire continued. Hers is the thickest. I haven't opened it yet. Why not? Claire looked at the shoebox. The lid was slightly askew. The 2 remaining envelopes lay inside. Her mother's smaller one, stamped and addressed and ready to mail. Her own thick one, with Graham's thumbprint dark on the seal. Because I wasn't ready, she said. But I think I am now. Claire, her mother's voice had steadied, the way a candle steadies after the wind passes. I'm going to drive down, this weekend. I want to see the cottage. I want to walk the bluff path. And I want to read my letter where she wrote it. The door's open, Claire said, and her voice broke on the last word because it was something Graham would have said, and they both knew it. They stayed on the phone for another 20 minutes, not saying much, small things about the weather in Tacoma, about the cottage repairs, about Captain. When they hung up, Claire sat in the dark for a long time. Captain shifted at her feet, rearranging himself with the boneless deliberation of a creature who had never once questioned where he belonged. He began to purr, not the polite social purr he deployed for visitors, but the deep, full-body rumble that vibrated through the mattress, the kind of purr that sounded like a small engine idling in a warm garage. Claire reached for the shoebox. She lifted the lid and took out her letter, the thick one, the one written over years in changing ink, the one with Graham's thumbprint pressed into the seal like a fingerprint on a window pane. She held it in both hands. She felt the weight of it, not just the paper, but everything it contained, every year of silence and distance and love that couldn't find its way across 4 hours of highway. She could open it now. In the dark, in her childhood bedroom with the sloped ceiling facing the ocean, with Captain purring at her feet and the foghorn calling across the water, and her mother driving down on Saturday, and Jonah's kiss still warm on her lips, and the lighthouse saved, and Sophie drawing new things, and Margaret writing, and the whole town waking up, letter by letter, word by word. She could open it now. She pressed the envelope to her chest the way Jonah pressed his. She felt the thumbprint through the paper, warm against her sternum. Tomorrow. She would read it tomorrow, in the attic where Graham had written it, in the morning light, with Captain beside her and the ocean below, and the lighthouse standing white on the bluff. She would read it where Ruth had lived and loved and waited, and she would do it with the same respect she'd given every other letter, not rushing, not bracing, just receiving. She set the envelope on the pillow beside her. She turned off the lamp. In the dark, the cottage settled around her like a held breath, and the foghorn sounded, and Captain purred, and somewhere on the bluff the lighthouse stood empty and waiting and saved. And Claire fell asleep with one hand resting on her grandmother's last words, already knowing, the way you know the tide will come, the way you know the light will sweep around again, that whatever Ruth had written, it would sound like coming home. Chapter 11. Graham's Last Letter. She didn't wait for morning. Claire sat up at 4:12, the digital clock on the nightstand casting blue numbers across the envelope on her pillow. Captain opened one golden eye, assessed the situation with the measured patience of a creature who had been watching humans make things harder than necessary for his entire indeterminate life, and closed it again. She hadn't slept, not really. She drifted through something thinner than sleep, a kind of hovering consciousness where the foghorn marked the hours and the cottage creaked around her, and every time she turned over, her hand found the envelope. Graham's thumbprint pressed into the seal, the weight of years in changing ink. She could do this in the morning, in the attic, the way she'd planned. In the soft light, with coffee, with ceremony and reverence. She'd given every other letter that kind of respect, the patient delivery, the waiting, the trust that the right moment would make itself known. But lying in her childhood bedroom with the sloped ceiling and the ocean breathing below, Claire understood something she'd been circling for weeks. She had been treating this letter like a task. One more delivery, the final name crossed off. She'd been so careful with everyone else's letter, Margaret's, Jonah's, Pastor Tom's, Sophie's, handling each one with the deliberateness of someone diffusing something delicate. This letter wasn't delicate. This letter was hers. She swung her legs out of bed. Captain sighed, a full-body, theatrical exhalation that rippled from his barrel chest to the tip of his enormous tail, and dropped heavily to the floor. He followed her down the hallway, his paws silent on the worn pine boards, his single ear rotating toward sounds she couldn't hear. The attic stairs were narrow and steep, the hook latch at adult height just as Graham had installed it. Claire had to stand on her toes to unlatch it, the same stretch she'd made at 10 years old when Graham caught her exploring trunks. The door swung inward, releasing the trapped warmth of the space above, cedar and dust and old paper and something underneath all of it that might have been lavender or might have been memory. She climbed. The attic ran the full length of the cottage. The dormer window the Hemmings brothers had fixed no longer leaked, and through it she could see the lighthouse on the bluff, white against the dark sky, no beam sweeping the water but standing there all the same. The steamer trunks lined one wall. The labeled boxes, Claire's drawings, lighthouse logs, Walt's Navy papers, sat undisturbed where they'd been since March, since before March, since always. The easel stood in the corner like a sentinel. Claire pulled the chain on the single bare bulb. It swung, casting moving shadows across the rafters. She sat on the floor beneath it, cross-legged, the way Sophie sat when she drew. Captain padded across the rough boards and settled against her left hip, warm and solid, his purr starting before he was fully still, a low, constant vibration like something mechanical and ancient buried deep inside his chest. She looked at the envelope. Cream stationery, no address, no stamp, just her name in Graham's angular handwriting, Claire Bennett. The thumbprint pressed into the seal, a whorl of loops and ridges, the physical fact of her grandmother's hand. Claire slid her finger under the flap. The paper tore unevenly and the seal gave way, and something loosened in her chest that had been holding for longer than she could calculate. Years, maybe. Since before David. Since she drove away from this town in a packed car with her mother's fear disguised as ambition and never looked back long enough to see what she was leaving. The letter was 5 pages. She knew immediately from the weight in her hands that Graham had written it over a long time. The first page was strong and sure, the ink dark blue, the handwriting the same angular confidence that addressed every envelope in the shoebox. But as Claire unfolded the pages, the ink changed, blue to black to blue again, then a passage in what looked like felt-tip pen, another in pencil. On the 4th page, the handwriting grew smaller and less steady, the letters leaning as though written by someone whose hand shook but whose mind did not. The 5th page was back to blue ink, the script larger, as though Graham had gathered herself for the ending. Claire pressed the pages flat against her knees and began to read. Claire Bear, I've started this letter 4 times across 6 years. The first time was the Christmas you didn't come home, not the first Christmas you missed, but the one where I realized you'd stopped apologizing for it, which meant you'd stopped noticing. I sat at the kitchen table and wrote 3 pages and then burned them in the sink because they were angry, and you didn't deserve my anger. You deserved my honesty, which is harder. The second time was after I met David at your wedding. He shook my hand and called me Mrs. Calloway, even though I'd asked him 3 times to call me Ruth, and when you laughed at something I said about the caterer, he looked at you like you'd done something unexpected and slightly wrong. I sat in the lighthouse the next morning and wrote 2 pages and didn't burn them, but didn't mail them either because I thought maybe I was being an old woman who couldn't let her granddaughter grow up. The 3rd time was the afternoon you called to tell me about the house in Magnolia. You described the kitchen and the view of the sound and the reading nook David designed for you, and your voice sounded the way a radio sounds when someone keeps turning the volume down. I hung up and wrote 1 page and stopped because I realized I wasn't writing to you anymore. I was writing to myself, trying to convince myself I was wrong. I wasn't wrong. This is the 4th time, and I'm going to finish it and put it in the box, and maybe tomorrow I'll find the courage to mail it, or maybe I won't and you'll find it after I'm gone, in which case I'm sorry for the order of things, Claire Bear. I'm sorry I said it on paper instead of on the phone. I'm sorry I kept the porch light on for 20 years and never once walked through your door and told you what I saw happening. Here is what I saw. I saw you get smaller. Claire's breath left her in a sound that wasn't quite a gasp and wasn't quite a word. Captain pressed harder against her hip. His purr didn't falter. Not all at once. It was so gradual that if I hadn't known you when you were 7, when you stood on the widow's walk with your arms out and told me you were going to fly to Japan, I might not have noticed. But I did know you at 7. I knew you at 10, when you spent that entire July here and read 14 books and told Ray Dominguez his fishing technique was inefficient and he laughed so hard he dropped his coffee in the harbor. I knew you at 14 when you wrote me a real letter on paper, about wanting to be a person who mattered. I knew you at 18 when you left. And then I knew you at 26 and 29 and 32, and each time you visited, each time you came through that blue door, there was less of you. Not thinner, not tired, less. Like someone had been erasing you in small strokes, the way the ocean erases a sandcastle. Not violently, not all at once, just steadily. Just enough that by the time you noticed, you'd think this was the shape you'd always been. David didn't break you, sweetheart. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he made it easy for you to break yourself. And I let him because I was afraid that if I said something, you'd stop calling altogether, and I couldn't lose you that way. So I kept the light on, and I kept the door open, and I kept saying, "Come home, Claire Bear," and you kept saying, "Soon," and we both pretended that was enough. It wasn't enough. I should have driven to Seattle. I should have sat in your kitchen and looked at David and said, "This is my granddaughter. She once told a harbor full of fishermen that they were doing it wrong. What have you done with her?" I didn't. That silence is the thing I'm most ashamed of, and I have been alive for 81 years and have plenty to choose from. Claire was crying now, not quietly. The sound came from somewhere below her ribs, a place she hadn't accessed since the morning she'd signed the divorce papers and felt nothing, and then walked to her car and felt everything. Captain climbed into her lap, all 14 pounds of him, and settled there with the immovable authority of a creature who understood that sometimes the most important thing you could do was be warm and present and refuse to leave. She wiped her eyes with the hem of Graham's flannel shirt, the one that smelled of almost nothing now, just a ghost, a memory of a scent, and kept reading. But here is the other thing I need to say, and I need you to hear it the way I mean it, which is with all the love I have left in this creaky body. You left too. Not just Tidewater Cove. I understand leaving. Your mother left and she had her reasons, and I've written her a letter of her own that I'll probably also fail to mail. Leaving a small town at 18 isn't a sin, Claire. It might be the smartest thing you ever did. You needed to go. I saw that. I never once begrudged you the going. But somewhere between the going and the staying gone, you stopped believing you had a place to come back to. And that is partly my fault, because your mother learned it from me. We Callaway women, we're so good at keeping the light on for others that we forget to walk through our own door. Your grandfather understood this about me. He used to say, "Ruth, you tend the whole town but forget to tend the garden." He meant the literal garden. I did forget to water the lavender the year Sophie Hale was born, but he also meant me. He meant my heart. He meant the part of me that could spend 40 years keeping a lighthouse and never once sit in the light myself. The ink changed here. Black, not blue. A different pen, a different day. The handwriting was slightly smaller, as if Graham had picked the letter up again after setting it down for weeks or months and started writing in a tighter, more urgent script. It's February now. I started this letter in October. I put it down because I couldn't figure out how to say the next part, and then Captain climbed on the desk and knocked over my tea, and I took it as a sign to wait. Captain. I need to tell you about Captain. He came out of the fog the night your grandfather died. I don't mean a few days later. I don't mean the week after the funeral. I mean the night. Walt passed at the hospital in Astoria at 6:14 in the evening, and Margaret drove me home. She was still speaking to me then. And I sat on the porch in the dark because I couldn't go inside where everything would smell like him and not have him. And at some point, the fog came in so thick I couldn't see the lighthouse 20 yards away, and I heard a sound on the steps. He was smaller then. Both ears, orange as a sunset and skinny as a question mark. He walked up those steps and sat down next to me and didn't make a sound, and I put my hand on his back and he purred, and I thought, all right then. I am not alone. He lost the ear in a fight 2 years later. Ray's nephew found him on the breakwater and brought him back in a dinghy, looking like he'd picked a battle with something twice his size and won on points. I took him to Dr. Eastman in Cannon Beach, who removed what was left of the ear and said, "This cat has opinions." I said, "You have no idea. He's been here ever since. Going on 15 years now, or maybe more. He was full grown when he arrived, so his age is between him and God. He walks with me to the harbor. He steals from Ray. He despises Margaret's garden gnome. He sleeps in my chair at night, and when I wake up at 3 in the morning because the house is too quiet and Walt has been gone for over a decade, but sometimes I still reach for him. When I wake up like that, I find Captain at the foot of my bed, purring like a small motor, and I put my hand on his back and I think, all right, I am not alone." Some things can't be explained, Claire Bear, only accepted. I don't know where he came from. I don't know how he knew to come. I only know that the fog brought him the night I needed him most, and he never left, and when I die, because I will, probably sooner than either of us would like, my body has been sending me messages I'm not foolish enough to ignore. I believe he will find the next person who needs him. If he found you, it's because you needed finding. Claire pressed the pages to her face. The paper smelled of cedar from the attic, and beneath it, faintly, so faintly she might have imagined it, lemon. Captain looked up at her from her lap, his golden eyes steady and unblinking, and she put her hand on his back the way Graham had 15 years ago, the way Graham had 1,000 nights after that, and he purred. "You waited for me," she said. Her voice broke on every word. Captain blinked slowly. The purr continued. Outside, the first thin line of gray appeared at the horizon where sky met water. She turned to the 5th page. "I'm finishing this letter in the Lighthouse. It's a clear day in, I'm not sure what month anymore. The stamps in the box are from 3 different decades. I've been writing these letters for so long that some of the people have changed and some haven't, and I still can't mail a single one. Your mother would say I'm stubborn. Margaret would say I'm a coward. They'd both be right. But this one, your letter, Claire Bear, this one I need to get right. So here it is, plain as I can make it. You are allowed to come home. You are allowed to be happy. You are allowed to start again, not in spite of what happened, but because of it, not as a retreat, but as a choice. Coming home is not going backward. Coming home is standing still long enough to remember who you were before someone taught you to be less. The cottage is yours. I'm leaving it to you because I know the way I know the tide schedule and the foghorn timing and which step on the stairs creaks, that you will come back to it when you're ready. Maybe not right away, maybe not for months or years, but you'll come through that blue door and Captain will be there or he won't, and the attic will be full of everything I couldn't say out loud, and you'll find this box, and you'll deliver these letters because you are the kind of woman who finishes what other people couldn't start. And then you'll sit right where you're sitting now, I hope, and you'll read this, and you'll hear my voice, and I need you to hear me say, I should have told you this when I was alive. I'm telling you now. Come home, Claire Bear. The light is still on. All my love, which is more than I ever managed to show. Graham. P.S. Feed Captain the good tuna, not that discount business from the cannery. He's earned it. Claire folded the letter along its creases. 5 pages, 6 years, 4 different inks, 1 thumbprint pressed into the seal by a woman who could write the most honest words in the world and still couldn't walk them to a mailbox. She held the pages against her chest the way Jonah held his letter, the way she'd held the envelope all night, the way you hold something that has broken you open and put you back together in the same motion. The bare bulbs swung, the attic filled with early gray light through the dormer the Hemmings brothers had fixed. Captain sat in her lap, heavy and warm and real, a cat who had walked out of the fog twice, once for a widow, once for a woman who didn't know she was lost, and both times stayed. Claire cried until her chest hurt. She cried for the Christmas she didn't come home, and the phone calls that got shorter, and the 5 years she let David's small calibrations add up to an absence so complete that Graham died alone in the kitchen, and Claire arrived 2 days later and left before the casseroles ran out. She cried for her mother, who loved this town so much it frightened her into leaving, and spent 30 years pretending it was the small place, the vacation place, the place that couldn't hold a real life. She cried for Graham, who kept the porch light on for 2 women who never walked through the door, who wrote 10 letters and mailed none, who learned the cost of silence and paid it anyway. And then she stopped. Not because the grief ended, because something shifted underneath it. A foundation settling into place, the way the cottage's south side had been shored up by Ray and his fishermen, the way the porch stood level now on posts Jonah had measured and set. Grief didn't leave. It just found the right place to rest, and underneath it, solid and patient and present, was something that felt like ground. She wiped her face with Graham's flannel. She kissed the letter. She set it on top of the shoebox where 10 envelopes had rested for years, decades, waiting to be delivered. Every letter set free. Captain stretched. A full-body, arching stretch that seemed to involve twice as much cat as physically existed, dropped from her lap and padded to the attic stairs. He looked back over his shoulder with the patience of a creature who had been leading Callaway women where they needed to go for 15 years. "I know," Claire said. "I'm coming." The fog was lifting. It did this some mornings, rolled back from the coast in thin layers, like sheets being pulled from furniture in a house someone was finally reopening. The sky above it glowed pale gold, the sun not yet visible but making itself known, the way light does before it arrives. Claire walked the bluff path in Graham's flannel shirt with the letter folded in the breast pocket. Her braid was coming undone. Her eyes were swollen. She'd splashed water on her face at the kitchen sink and drunk half a cup of cold coffee and hadn't looked in the mirror because she didn't need to. She knew exactly who she was this morning. The harbor appeared below as the fog thinned, the crescent of boats, the breakwater with its painted rocks, the fuel dock where Ray's nephew was already hosing down the deck of the Maria Elena. The harbor master's building sat at the far end, gray-shingled, sturdy, its awning sheltering the workbench where Jonah rebuilt things that other people would have replaced. He was on the pier. She saw him before she reached the path's descent, a tall figure in a canvas jacket, standing at the end of the middle dock with a clipboard, checking something on the nearest boat's bow line. Methodical, unhurried, doing the work of the morning the way he'd done it for years, the way he would do it tomorrow and the day after, steady as a tide chart. She reached the harbor. Her shoes crunched on the gravel of the access road, and Jonah looked up. His gray eyes, not calm but full, brimming with everything he'd spent 3 years learning how to feel again, found her across 50 feet of dock and morning air. He set the clipboard on a piling. He didn't walk toward her. He waited. Jonah always waited, and Claire understood now that this wasn't passivity. It was an offering. Space to arrive on her own terms, at her own pace, in her own time. She walked to the end of the dock. The boards were wet with fog and salt. The water below was dark green, turning to gray, turning to gold as the light expanded. Old Tom's Rock sat a quarter-mile out, black and solid and draped with kelp. "I read it," she said. He searched her face, swollen eyes, undone braid, the flannel shirt that was too big for her, the letter-shaped rectangle visible in the breast pocket. And Claire looked at the harbor. At the boats and the breakwater and the painted rocks and the town beyond, Main Street waking up, the bakery's lights already on, pages and pores dark but the reading lamp in Ellie's upstairs apartment glowing, the church steeple white against the lifting fog. Lighthouse Road climbing the bluff to the cottage, the lighthouse standing at the top, empty and saved, waiting to become what Graham had imagined. She looked at Jonah. "I think I'm staying." He was quiet for a moment, not hesitating, letting the words settle the way the harbor settled after a boat passed through, the wake spreading, the water finding its level. "Good," he said. He took her hand. His palm was warm and calloused and certain, the way it had been on the bluff earlier that week, the way it would be tomorrow when he showed up at 8 with a toolbox and coffee. Claire laced her fingers through his and felt the steadiness of him. Not a wall, not a box, but a dock. Something you could stand on while the water moved. They watched the sunrise. It came slowly, the way important things do. First, the gold intensifying along the horizon, then a sliver of orange cresting the edge of the world, then the full disk of it lifting free, and the fog retreating as though it had only been waiting for this exact moment to go. The harbor turned from gray to gold. The lighthouse on the bluff caught the first direct light and blazed white. Captain materialized on the dock beside them. He had not, as far as Claire could determine, been on the bluff path or the access road or anywhere in the harbor when she arrived. He was simply there, the way he had been there on the porch the first night, the way he had been there the night Graham's husband died, the way he would be there tomorrow and the day after that, orange and enormous and missing one ear and entirely certain of his place in the world. He sat between them, facing the water, and began washing his remaining ear with one massive paw. He did not look at them. He did not purr. He performed his grooming with the focused indifference of a creature who had absolutely no opinion about the emotional development of the humans in his care and had certainly not orchestrated any of it. Jonah's thumb traced a slow circle against Claire's knuckle. "You're Graham," he said quietly and paused. She was something. "Yeah." Claire's voice was rough and raw and entirely her own. She really was. The sun climbed. The fog pulled back another 100 yards, revealing the full sweep of the coast. Sorcerer's Point to the north, the bluff path, the cottage with its blue door and level porch, and Sophie's mural blazing on the garden shed. The lupine on the bluff was in full bloom, purple and blue and white, and somewhere behind them on Main Street, Claire heard the first sounds of the town waking, a door opening, an engine starting, the distant bright chime of Pages and Poor's bell. She leaned into Jonah's shoulder. He rested his chin on the top of her head. Captain finished his ear, examined the harbor with an expression of proprietary satisfaction, and began eyeing Ray's nephew's bait bucket with unmistakable intent. In the cottage on the bluff, the shoebox sat in the attic, every word set free. On the kitchen windowsill, the juice glass where a lupine had once bloomed still caught the morning light. And on the refrigerator, held by a faded ceramic lobster magnet, Graham's recipe card waited. Lemon cake, 3 real lemons, share it with someone, because cake eaten alone is just flour and regret, as though Ruth Calloway had known all along that her granddaughter would need to feed a crowd. The porch light was still on. Claire was home. Chapter 12. The Lantern Festival. The morning of the Lantern Festival, Claire woke to the smell of lemon cake. She hadn't baked one. She lay in her childhood bed under the sloped ceiling, blinking at the early light slanting through curtains she'd washed 3 weeks ago, and breathed in the unmistakable scent of sugar and citrus and butter. For one disoriented, luminous second, she was 10 years old, and Graham was downstairs in her apron, humming something tuneless, and nothing had gone wrong yet. Captain was not on her chest. This was unusual enough to get her out of bed. She found him in the kitchen, sitting on the counter beside a pale blue ceramic cake carrier with a chip on the lid. Her carrier, the one she'd left on Jonah's porch weeks ago with no note. Beside it was a note now, in handwriting she didn't recognize. "Baked from Ruth's recipe. Used real lemons. Don't tell me if I got it wrong. Margaret." Claire lifted the lid. The cake was golden, slightly lopsided, with a crack down the center where it had risen unevenly. It was, without question, the most beautiful thing she had ever seen on a kitchen counter. She pressed her fingers to her mouth and laughed, and the laugh came out loud and full, the one David said was too much for restaurants, and Captain flattened his remaining ear and yawned with his entire face. "You're right," she told him. "We have work to do." By noon, Main Street had been transformed. Claire had seen the Lantern Festival as a child, twice, maybe 3 times, but memory had softened and miniaturized it, the way memory does with things we love. The reality was bigger, louder, and involved significantly more extension cords than she'd imagined. Paper lanterns in white and gold and pale blue hung from fishing lines strung between lampposts. Frank from the hardware store had built a temporary stage at the harbor end of Maine using plywood and sawhorses, and he'd been arguing with Ray Dominguez about structural integrity for the better part of an hour. Ellie had dragged 2 cafe tables onto the sidewalk in front of Pages and Pours, where she was selling iced lavender lattes and what she called festival-strength espresso. A hand-lettered banner stretched across the street. Tidewater Cove Lantern Festival, 47th Annual. Claire carried folding chairs from the community church basement with Pastor Tom, who moved slowly but never stopped moving. His round face was sunburned across the nose, and he'd rolled up his shirt sleeves past elbows that were pink from washing soup pots the day before. "Ruth used to set up the lantern-making table," he told Claire, adjusting a chair that refused to sit level on the cobblestones. "Right there, next to the bakery. She'd have tissue paper and wire frames and bamboo skewers, and every child in town would make one. Some years the adults, too." "I remember," Claire said, and the fact that she did, the tissue paper crinkling under her small fingers, Graham's hands over hers showing her how to fold without tearing, settled into her chest like a stone finding the bottom of a clear pool. "Your grandmother believed lanterns were prayers," Tom said. He wasn't looking at her. He was wrestling with a chair leg. "Not in the theological sense, in the human one. She said every time you let one go, you were trusting the wind with something you couldn't carry anymore." Claire set down her chair and stood still for a moment in the middle of Main Street while the town moved around her. Ray's nephew stringing lights on the breakwater, Darlene from the bakery arranging cookies on a table that kept wobbling, the Hemmings brothers carrying speakers the size of small refrigerators. She stood still and let herself feel the full weight of what it meant to be here, in this town, on this street, doing this ordinary, sacred work. Then she picked up another chair and kept going. Sophie arrived at 3 o'clock, and Claire almost didn't recognize her. She'd traded her ripped jeans and red Chuck Taylors for a dark blue dress that fell just past her knees. The kind of dress a 15-year-old chooses when she wants to look older, but isn't willing to look like she's trying. Her dark, curly hair was pulled back with a clip that kept slipping. She still had paint under her fingernails. She carried a flat portfolio case in both arms, pressed against her chest like a shield, and behind her Jonah walked with his hands in the pockets of a navy jacket Claire had never seen him wear. He'd shaved. The absence of his usual stubble revealed the full line of his jaw and made his gray eyes more startling. And Claire had to look away before Ellie, who was watching from behind the espresso machine like a hawk surveilling a field mouse, started making comments. "Hey," Sophie said, stopping in front of Claire with her chin lifted in that particular way she had, half defiance, half question. "Hey yourself, you look beautiful." Sophie's face did something complicated. "Margaret lent me the clip. She said my hair was an engineering hazard." "That sounds like Margaret." Sophie shifted the portfolio case. "Dad said you helped set up the art display." Claire had spent an hour that morning arranging easels and display boards along the harbor wall, where the festival committee had designated a community art space. She'd hammered nails into temporary plywood panels and hung wire for clips, and she'd tried very hard not to think about what Sophie might choose to show. "I just put up the boards. The art's the hard part." Sophie looked at her for a long, measuring moment. Then she walked toward the harbor wall without another word, and Jonah fell into step beside Claire. "She's been up since 5, he said quietly, changing frames, adjusting matting. She asked me 3 times if the lighting would be right." "Will it?" "It's an outdoor wall on the Oregon coast. The lighting will be whatever the sky decides." He paused. "She chose 6 pieces." 6. One of them is her mother. Claire reached for his hand and found it already reaching for hers. His calloused fingers closed around hers and squeezed once, firmly, and then he let go because Sophie had turned to look back at them with an expression that was 90% exasperation and 10% something softer. "Dad, I need you to hold this while I clip." He went. At 5 o'clock, Margaret Byrne walked onto the plywood stage at the harbor end of Main Street, and the crowd went quiet. Not because anyone told them to, not because Vera Ostrowski tapped the microphone, which she did 3 times, producing a shriek of feedback that made Captain, perched on Ray's overturned cooler near the bait shop, flatten his ear and glare with the full force of his golden eyes. The crowd went quiet because Margaret Byrne had not spoken publicly in this town in 40 years, and every person over 50 knew it, and every person under 50 had heard about it from someone who did. She wore a charcoal blazer Claire had never seen, over a white blouse buttoned to the collar. Her silver hair was pulled back in its usual severe arrangement. Her reading glasses hung on their chain. She carried 3 pages, and her hands were steady. Claire stood between Ellie and Pastor Tom near the front. Ellie was gripping Claire's elbow hard enough to leave marks. "My name is Margaret Byrne," she said into the microphone, and her voice carried with the clipped precision of a woman who had spent 4 decades teaching Tidewater Cove's children the difference between a semicolon and a colon. "I taught most of you English. I failed some of you. You deserved it." Laughter. Nervous, affectionate, surprised. "I was asked to read something tonight. I told the committee I don't read publicly. I told Claire Bennett the same thing. I told my cat." She glanced down at her pages. "My cat was the only one who didn't argue." More laughter. Margaret waited for it to finish with the patience of someone accustomed to waiting out classrooms. "I doin' writing for 40 years in private. Some of you knew that. Most of you didn't. I wrote because I couldn't stop, and I hid it because a man once told me my words were provincial, and I believed him." She paused, her chin lifted. "He was wrong, but believing him was my mistake, not his. We choose our silences. I chose mine for 4 decades, and I'm here tonight because a dead woman's letter reminded me that silence, too, has a cost." The crowd had gone completely still. Claire could hear the harbor water lapping at the pilings. Margaret read for 7 minutes. The essay was called "Second Chances for Old Women," and it was about silence and speech, about a cottage on a bluff and a neighbor who kept the porch light on, about the strange courage required to open one's mouth after keeping it shut long enough that the muscles forget how. It was precise and unflinching and unexpectedly funny. Margaret described her needlepoint welcome mat as "my first published work," and it ended with a line that made Claire's vision blur. "Ruth Calloway wrote me a letter 40 years too late. I'm reading this essay 40 years too late. The miracle isn't the timing. The miracle is that late still counts." The ovation began in the back row. Jim Garrett, the retired contractor who stood first, and rolled forward through the crowd like a wave Claire could feel in her sternum. Margaret stood at the microphone with her 3 pages and her charcoal blazer, and did not smile, exactly, but the severe line of her mouth softened into something Claire had only ever seen once before, on the night Margaret came to her porch with wine and an opened letter. Margaret walked off the stage, directly to Claire, and said, "Don't you dare cry." "I'm not crying. Your eyes are leaking, that's crying. It's the sea air." Margaret almost laughed. Claire was sure of it. Then she walked to the bakery table, selected a snickerdoodle, and ate it with the composed dignity of a woman who had just set something enormous down and discovered she could still stand. Sophie's art hung on the harbor wall in 6 frames she and Jonah had carried from home. Claire found it at 5:30, moving through the crowd with a cup of Ellie's festival-strength espresso, and she stopped so suddenly that the coffee sloshed over her knuckles. The first 4 pieces were captain studies, the ones Claire had watched Sophie develop over weeks on the cottage floor, graphite and charcoal, technically stunning. Captain's missing ear rendered as deliberate beauty. Captain in the kitchen window, Captain on Graham's reading chair, fitting perfectly into the impression of a woman who wasn't there anymore. The fifth piece was new, and it made Claire set her coffee cup on the ground and press both hands to her mouth. It was Mariah. Not the faceless, turned-away figure from the dozens of compulsive drawings Claire had seen in the sketchbook. This Mariah faced the viewer. She was rendered in soft charcoal and white chalk on toned gray paper, and she was laughing, dark hair blown sideways by wind, eyes crinkled, mouth open. She was luminous. She was specific. She was someone's mother, someone's wife, someone's irreplaceable person, and Sophie had drawn her not from the terror of forgetting, but from the fullness of remembering. Beside it, the sixth piece, the lighthouse at dawn. Watercolor and ink, soft gold light breaking over the bluff, the lighthouse white against a pale sky, the cottage below with its blue door and level porch. In the foreground, a sweep of lupine, purple and blue and white, and on the bluff path, a figure walking toward home. A small handwritten card beneath the Mariah portrait read, "My mother, Mariah Hale. She painted watercolors every morning before I woke up. She saw light everywhere." Claire stood in front of those 6 pieces and let the crowd move around her. She felt Ellie appear at her left shoulder and heard her say something soft and unprintable. She felt Pastor Tom pause behind them and murmur, "Well now." She watched a woman she didn't know stop in front of Mariah's portrait and touch her own chest. And she watched a teenage boy Sophie's age stand before the lighthouse painting for a full minute with his hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels, before walking away and coming back to look again. Sophie found Claire 20 minutes later, vibrating with the particular energy of a teenager who is terrified and proud in equal measure. Her hair clip had given up entirely, and her curls were loose around her shoulders. "So," Sophie said. "So," Claire said. "You saw." "I saw." Sophie crossed her arms and uncrossed them and put her hands in the pockets of her blue dress, which didn't have pockets, so she ended up just pressing her fists against her hips. "The portrait of Mom. I kept trying to get her face right. For months, you know." "I know." "And then after Ruth's letter." She stopped, swallowed. "I closed my eyes and I wasn't trying to remember what she looked like. I was just remembering her. And when I opened them, I could draw her." She looked at Claire with her mother's dark eyes. "That doesn't make any sense." "It makes perfect sense." Sophie blinked rapidly. "Okay, well, good." She turned to go, then turned back. "Dad's been looking at your portrait of Captain for like 10 minutes. I think he might be having a feeling." "Just one?" "He's a beginner. Give him time." Claire laughed and Sophie grinned, quick, unguarded, 15 and fierce and healing, and disappeared into the crowd. The stage lights were warm against Claire's face, and Main Street was full. She hadn't prepared remarks. She'd meant to. She'd sat on the porch that morning with a pad of paper and Margaret's lemon cake and tried to write something, but everything she put down sounded like a speech. And this wasn't a speech. This was something else. Vera Ostrowski introduced her simply. "Claire Bennett, Ruth Calloway's granddaughter who has something to share about the lighthouse." Claire stepped up to the microphone. She saw Jonah near the front, standing with his arms crossed and his gray eyes steady. She saw Sophie beside him, Sketchbook tucked under her arm again but held loosely now, a companion, not a shield. She saw Margaret in the second row with her blazer and her almost smile. Ellie at the coffee table, Pastor Tom in his folding chair, Ray Dominguez with his sun-darkened face and muscled forearms, Helen Park clutching a festival program like it was a rare book, Frank from the hardware store, the Hemmings brothers, Darlene from the bakery. Faces she knew now, faces she was still learning. "I came back to Tidewater Cove 2 months ago," she said. I had 2 suitcases and a box of granola bars and a divorce that was 23 days old, and I didn't know what I was doing here. I told myself I was renovating a cottage. She paused. The cottage renovated me. She told them about the shoebox in the attic, about 10 sealed letters spanning 3 decades, written by a woman who knew what needed to be said and couldn't quite make herself mail it. She told them about delivering those letters one by one to a neighbor, a harbor master, a pastor, a fisherman, a librarian, a teenage girl, a town council, a mother, another mailed to a man who'd moved away, and finally, to herself. She told them what Graham had written about the lighthouse. My grandmother believed a lighthouse isn't just a building, it's a promise. It says, "I will show you where home is." She spent her whole life keeping that promise, for this town, for her family, for a one-eared cat who stole Ray's salmon and never apologized. Laughter. Ray shook his head but was grinning. 2 weeks ago, the town council voted to preserve the lighthouse. Tonight, I'm here to tell you what comes next. She took a breath. With the council's support, and with a lot of help from people who loved Ruth Calloway, we're establishing the Ruth Calloway Center for Coastal Arts. The sound that moved through the crowd wasn't a cheer exactly. It was something warmer, a collective exhale, as though the town had been holding its breath since March and had only just remembered how to let it out. Claire described the vision. The lighthouse and keeper's quarters restored as studio space, a writing workshop room, a gallery for local artists, a community gathering space with views of the coast. Margaret would lead writing workshops. Sophie's art would anchor the first exhibition. The center would host a summer arts program for kids and a year-round residency for coastal artists. Helen was already building an archive of the lighthouse's century-long history. My grandmother wrote 10 letters she never mailed, Claire said. She spent decades putting her love into envelopes and keeping them in a box. I think she was afraid that if she sent them, they might not land the way she hoped. I think she was afraid of getting it wrong. Claire looked at Jonah. His gray eyes were full in a way she was learning to read, not calm, never calm, but brimming. I've spent most of my life being afraid of getting it wrong, too. Afraid of being too much, too loud, too present. She felt her voice roughen and didn't try to smooth it. Graham's last letter told me I was allowed to come home. So I'm home. And this center, this lighthouse, is her letter to all of you. The one she finally gets to send. The applause started, and she stepped off the stage on legs that felt unreliable, and Ellie pressed a glass of something into her hand, and Margaret said, "Adequate," which from Margaret was a 4-star review. Then Sophie was standing in front of her. She held a frame, not her sketchbook, not a loose page, but a proper frame, wood with glass, the matting cut clean. Inside was a drawing of the lighthouse cottage, the blue door, the level porch, the widow's walk, Lupin in the foreground, Captain on the porch railing, enormous and one-eared and imperious. And on the porch, a woman with an auburn braid and a mug in her hands, looking out at the ocean with an expression that was not grief and not joy, but something in between, the face of someone who has arrived. "I made this for you," Sophie said. Her voice was steady, her eyes were not. "In case you ever forget where you belong." Claire took the frame. The glass was cool under her fingers. She looked at the drawing and saw herself the way this girl saw her. Not invisible, not diminished, not too much, but home. She opened her arms and Sophie stepped into them. The hug lasted 4 seconds, maybe 5. Sophie was all angles and tension, and then, in the middle of it, something released. A small giving, like a door that had been stuck finally swinging open. Claire felt it in the way Sophie's rigid shoulders softened, in the way her forehead dropped briefly against Claire's collarbone. Then Sophie pulled back and wiped her eyes with the heel of her paint-stained hand. "Don't make it weird," she said. "Wouldn't dream of it." "Good. Dad's crying, by the way, just so you know." Claire looked past her. Jonah stood 10 feet away with his hands in his pockets and his gray eyes bright, And he was not crying exactly, but he was not crying either. He caught her looking and shook his head slowly, the way a man does when something he thought was finished turns out to be just beginning. The lanterns went up at 9. Claire had made hers that afternoon at the table Graham used to run, using tissue paper and bamboo skewers and a wire frame, following muscle memory from a July afternoon nearly 30 years ago when Graham's hands had covered hers. The tissue paper was white with a single gold star Ellie had cut out and handed her without explanation. The crowd gathered at the harbor wall. The air smelled of salt water and cookies and the particular sweetness of small candles in paper shells. Vera Ostrovsky said a few words about tradition and community and the people who aren't here anymore, and then the lanterns were lit, one by one, small flames catching inside translucent walls, and the crowd began releasing them into the dark. Claire watched hers rise. The gold star turned slowly as the lantern climbed, catching the harbor lights, then the moonlight, then nothing but its own small glow against the enormous sky. Around it, dozens of other lanterns rose, white, gold, pale blue, drifting on a south wind toward the open ocean, spreading out like a constellation being born. She felt Graham's letter in the breast pocket of the flannel shirt. She felt the weight of Sophie's framed sketch under her arm. She felt Jonah's hand find the small of her back. "Come on," she said. "I know where we should watch from." The widow's walk was 12 feet square, enclosed by a railing Jonah had reinforced 3 weeks ago with marine-grade bolts. The view was everything. The harbor's gold-lit crescent, the black ocean beyond, the lanterns rising and scattering like slow-motion fireworks made of light and paper and prayer. Claire leaned against the railing. Jonah stood beside her and wrapped one arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into the warmth of him, solid, unhurried, present in the way he did everything, as though the world had all the time it needed. Captain was already there. He had been there when they arrived, sitting in the center of the widow's walk with his barreled chest and his missing ear and his golden eyes reflecting the lantern light. He did not acknowledge their arrival. He gazed out at the ocean with the expression of a creature who had been watching over this bluff for 15 years, or possibly forever, and who had absolutely no intention of stopping. Below them, the cottage glowed, the blue door, the level porch, Sophie's 9-foot captain mural on the garden shed, barely visible in the dark, but there, always there. The kitchen window where a juice glass still sat on the sill, the porch light burning. "I'm home," Claire said. She said it quietly, to no one and everyone, to Jonah, to Captain, to the cottage, to the dark water, to the woman who had written 10 letters and sealed them with love and left them in a box marked "Deliver." She said it to herself. Jonah pressed his lips to her hair. "I know." The lighthouse beams swept the water, white light moving across the dark in a slow, steady arc. It had been dormant for 20 years, but tonight the festival committee had arranged for the county to power the beam for 1 hour, and it moved the way it had moved when Grandpa Walt tended it, the way it had moved for 81 years before that, the way it would move again when the Ruth Calloway Center opened its doors and the light was restored for good. Claire watched it sweep and thought of Graham's words. "The heart is not a house, it's a lighthouse. It just keeps making more light." Captain stood, stretched, a full-body operation involving approximately twice as much cat as physics should allow, and walked to the railing, where he sat and surveyed his domain. The harbor, the town, the ocean that went all the way to Japan, where a 7-year-old girl had once promised she would fly. He was enormous and ancient and missing one ear and entirely, unshakably home. The lanterns drifted. The beams swept. The town murmured below them, warm and alive. In the attic, the shoebox sat empty on the shelf beside a blue-glazed mug and a pocket watch that had stopped years ago. Every letter delivered, every word set free. But as the moonlight shifted through the repaired dormer window, falling across the shelf at an angle that only happened at this hour in this season, it illuminated something Claire had missed, A corner of cream stationery, just barely visible beneath the worn cardboard lining of the box. An 11th envelope, tucked flat against the bottom, hidden so well that only a particular quality of light at a particular time could reveal it. The handwriting was Graham's. Angular, sure, with a slight upward slant that meant she'd been smiling. To Captain, who always knew the way home. The lighthouse beam completed its arc and began again. Thank you for listening to the Lighthouse Letters, written by Emily Harper. Copyright Blue Coast Studio. All rights reserved. If you enjoyed this story, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. We release new audiobooks every week, so be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new story. Until next time, happy listening.